feminist, I don't know what I would be, if that makes sense. Like, I don't really have, like that's just all I know, I guess. And I guess I haven't really educated
That actually
myself.
makes sense.
You know what I mean?
Feminism is basically the air that we breathe, and it's the water we swim in, whether people know it or not. It's ingratiated in society. So you may not have any other position other than that. So if you say, I really don't know anything besides feminism, I believe you.
Thank you.
It's mainstream. Do you guys believe in the patriarchy?
But it's still a bad position. It's still like what you just saying.
And what is that? So what is the patriarchy?
It's patriarchies and, like, men rule, right? Mostly, right?
Men rule, women drool. Wait, what? Okay, that's...
No, that was my fault.
Say it. Can you say the patriarchy is awesome?
It's not bad. It's not bad.
The patriarchy is awesome.
That one, that's for you, Grid One Motorsports.
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
That's right, folks. It's intended for mature audiences only. Welcome back. We're starting a little early tonight. I just didn't feel like waiting around. Kat will be along momentarily. She was on a stream a little earlier, and I'm sure she's eating food or something, that's important like that. I already ate, so here I am. We got a lot of neat, cool people here in the house tonight. I want to shout out all these cool dudes. That is no, that's not footage of my flight training. Thank you very much. I appreciate the effort. It is Friday. Finally, it is Friday. My kids are out of school, which means they're all all under my feet right now. So that's fine. Hopefully one of them brings me a fresh beverage out. I'm running low, so we'll have to get into it. We're gonna talk about a few different things tonight. I'm actually really surprised Kat has not wandered along yet, but that's okay. I can carry the show all on my own if necessary. But how's everybody doing out there tonight? Is everybody doing all right? We're fighting a lot of there's a lot of stuff going on tonight. I think Andrew's streaming tonight. Verbal Combat's going on tonight. There's a lot of stuff, and there's Kat as promised. There she is. Oh, she runs away. She runs away. Everybody doing pretty good? Void Matter is doing pretty good. Excellent. Awesome, man. Jay Elkin. That's fine. That's great, man. I appreciate that. Kat, did you forget your ear dongles there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can't hear anything, right? Okay.
No, I got it.
Okay. All right. Everybody's great. I know that we've got a lot of people who are new to the program, and I probably I'm very remiss in telling you guys who I am. Actually, I think we're going to have Glenn on later, and we'll go into a little bit deeper dive. I'm sure. I think he has some questions for me, which I'll be happy to answer. But basically, I'm an old person. I'm nearing. I actually think I can get an AARP card right now. I have to check into that. Get a little discount at the formerly great Red Lobster, which no longer exists, bankrupt. But I think I'm old. I've been married 19 years, with 2 kids. I live in the South. I'm from the South. I grew up here, and I've always enjoyed being in the South. And it's just been a interesting life for me. I never had an adult job. I worked in automotive racing, and I owned a bunch of shops and stuff like that. So I never really considered that I had what anyone would consider an adult job. I never wanted an adult job, and I'm really glad that I didn't end up in one. My wife has an adult job. Why, I don't know, but she chooses to, and that's fair. And I will not deny her that privilege, maybe. I don't know. Whatever it is, she has one. As far as the name of the show, An Unreasonable Man, that comes from a quote from a 1907 play by George Bernard Shaw, who was a raging socialist fuck, but he did have, like most socialists, have good ideas once in a while. And one of those was he wrote a play called Of Men and Supermen, in which he postulated that in the future, which would be now, men and women through hypergamy and selective breeding and all of that, the best women would mate with the best males, and by now we would all be supermen. And the men that could not attract these better females would just be regular, everyday, normal men. And we know that didn't happen because it is now the future. We're running on about 130 years since old George wrote that, and so we're, he was wrong. But the best thing about that entire play is this quote that the reasonable man accepts the world around him for what it is. The unreasonable man forces the world to conform to himself. And that's great, because we should all do that, because everything that we're told, from the food we eat to the beds we sleep in, the cars we drive, the laws we follow, they're all sold to us as being reasonable. We all must be reasonable. And I reject that. I am unreasonable. I'm downright unruly sometimes, and I think we all should be. And if we can't, if we can't agree on that, then you don't probably don't need to be here, because it's gonna be very offensive. And with that, I'm going to let Kat introduce herself to our wonderful crowd tonight.
Well,
That's you, Kat.
okay. I am Kat. I'm a mom. Been married or with the same guy basically for like 20 years, so it's been a while. I don't know. I have a podcast on health and wellness, and sometimes I do relationship stuff. And yeah, I'm just here to hang out, have a good time.
Just here to hang out and have a good time. Kat does way more than that. Kat is an exceptional co-host. If she ever has time to appear on your program, you should have her on. She's exceedingly knowledgeable, especially in hormonal and food effects on especially women, obviously, because she is one, but also men. She doesn't discriminate that much. She does discriminate. She's definitely, for women. Glenn, how do I get you into the show? Do you want to find me on Discord? Do you want me to just post a link in the chat here and get you on, and jump you up on stage, or are you ready to come on now, or you have things to do? Somebody tag Glenn; he'll figure it out. Air horns. Do we have air horns? I do have air horns. Hang on, I gotta load those up. Sorry, I wasn't prepared for air horns. Yeah, we got a great crowd tonight, you guys. And actually, I didn't think we were going to have that great a crowd, because, like I said, there's so much going on tonight. We've got verbal combat going on, and I think Andrew's on right now, or he may not be. I don't know. I think he is. There's just so much going on. I really did not expect us to have everything kind of going the way, going smoothly. And but we'll get there. So, all right. Yeah, sorry, no air horn. I got to get the Stream Deck rebooted for air horns. Sorry. Let's see. Yeah, you guys are having fun tonight. All the air horns, city horns, are for plebs. Say the full thing here. Plebeian. It is plebeian. Loading air horns. Cats are sleeping with dogs. It's anarchy. That's right. I saw the Raging Tomato in the chat. Welcome, Sarah. It was great being on your show last night, and it was even better that I somehow didn't get kicked out. I got sent to Glenn's show, and I woke up this morning, came out to do some work, and I was logged into Glenn's show. I was like, oh, still going. All right, neat. That was very cool. as you guys can't stay, but popping in to say hello, appreciate having you on last night. It was great to be on, and I actually really enjoyed the back and forth with Based Oracle, who may actually be in the chat right now. I mean, he's not visible, but he may be watching. Really did enjoy that. He's not a bad guy. He's just going to lose badly to Andrew, and I really feel bad about that. Fortunately, I can't do anything. It's just the way it is. It's going to be bad. It's going to be bloody, brutal, blood sport debate. It's going to be bad. It's going to be terrible. All right. Base Oracle streaming right now. Maybe he's talking about me. Who knows? Yeah. Hey guys, if you everybody has to remind me about this. Look, I'm old. I'm not a YouTube generational person. Please make sure you hit the like, do the subscribe thing, do all of that. Apparently, the algorithm is just not quite as happy as it should be with me. So let's make the algorithm happy. Feed the machine, and keep everything rolling. All right, and so I had, if you notice that spicy thumbnail that I had Rye Guy, who makes all of my thumbnails, make up for me. I need to figure out how to make him a mod. He needs to be a mod in here, so I need to figure that out. If you notice the thumbnails, I wanted to talk about fitness. I actually have been working out, which I think I've said that many times. I've been working out. I've been trying to get back into shape. I was pretty. I injured myself. I was out for a year. I wasn't able to really do anything, and as a result of that, I gained a fair amount of weight for me, about 35 pounds, give or take. But more importantly is I lost muscle. I lost probably 20 pounds of muscle. So the actual weight gain was more than what the scale showed. So that was terrible. And I'm glad I'm slowly trading that back out. And it was just there've been some conversations lately that make me think that we need to talk about this, because it's a very real thing out there in our current society. Part of the red pill tenet that I agree with is to get in shape. As you don't have to be like ripped, right? But you should be in reasonable shape. And I've often, and my son, who's 13, he was in really good shape, and I just noticed the other day that he's getting a little pudgy because they don't do anything at school or very active anymore, and that made me start thinking, and that's what brought up the subject matter for today. Now, when I was in school, we had phys ed, and we went to gym every day. We dressed out when we got into, I think it was fourth grade, we started dressing out. We did that all the way through high school. I had gym all the way through. Well, of course, I went to a military high school, so I didn't have any choice. They ran us to death. But in regular middle school, we dressed out every day. So I'm curious, Kat, what do you think about the way physical fitness is being handled with regards to our youth, the people, because these are the people that are coming up. These are what the world's going to look like. And what I see is a bunch of fatties. That's what I see. And that's rough coming from a fatty, right?
Yeah, well, I've noticed, and the kids have been complaining that they're taking time away from outdoor things, outdoor activities. They've cut PE, they've cut a lot of outdoor things. It's just, I don't know why they're doing that. I remember we used to have maybe 2 hours, and then it cut down to like 1, but it was still at least something. And then in high school, I had block schedule, and I had PE and weight training back to back. That's 4 hours straight of just being outside and working out. And, we were in generally good shape. Even the people who ate a lot were still in good shape because of all the outside activity.
Yeah. I agree with that. I mean, I do remember that. And it wasn't just the outdoor activities either, right? I mean, I feel like our school lunches were better. We didn't have choice, right? It was, you ate what they made. At least I did in the school I went to. and we didn't have pizza. Maybe once a week we would get pizza. Every other day it was like, meat, vegetable, maybe some potatoes, something like that. And that was about it, right? Is that kind of the same thing for when you were in school? I don't know. I wasn't.
No, my high school, actually, the year after I left, they added a whole bunch of vending machines with all the garbage, processed foods, everything you wouldn't want your kid
Oh, wow.
anywhere near. But I had just missed that. But before that, they had a contract with Papa John's Pizza, Burger King, Subway. So they
Really?
would come to the school and give us that junk.
That's crazy. Why would they do that? That does not seem
Money.
smart.
Money.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Yeah, money. That's okay.
Yeah. Coca-Cola sponsored all of our events too. That was not good.
Okay.
But still, we were not overweight like they are now.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
I don't know.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just posting this for Glenn right now so he can
Yeah.
find me.
So no worries.
It's really bad now,
Mhm.
and one of the things I've seen, obviously I went to a military school, so I mean they ran the hell. I mean, I can't tell you how many push-ups I've done, and we used to have this thing called gear drift, where if I left a piece of gear laying around and one of the staff found it, I had to do push-ups to get it back. And they randomly selected whether it's 25 or 75 or 150. It didn't matter. It was, you were going to do push-ups to get your stuff back. And as punishment for actually acting out, we had to run laps, not around a track, around the campus, which was like, I want to say it was probably a mile and a quarter. It was probably a mile and a quarter. It was not, it was not a friendly environment for if you were a lazy bastard. It sucked. And there were no, of course, now this was all male. There were no girls there. So we didn't really have to deal with any of that nonsense. But it's really crazy to me now. My son had PE and he barely had to do anything in PE.
Mhm.
Nothing.
Yeah.
I don't think he dressed out. I don't think he did really anything. He just went there and they played around for like 30 minutes or an hour, and then that was it. They just left. It was like not a big deal. So it was I don't know. It's an interesting thing, right? I mean, that's to me anyway.
Yeah.
I'm interested in hearing what the chat has to say though. What does the chat think about this?
Okay, let's see. Pain is fear leaving the body.
Right. That's right. That's 100%. That is 100%. That is 100%.
A lot of PE these days is about journaling and feelings.
That's probably true. I can go with that.
Oh. My daughter was complaining that the girls, they don't want to play football. They just kind of stand around and talk to each other instead of throwing the ball back.
Teriak, what was PE like in Ireland? Could you guys just run around the country, or I mean, it's kind of small. It's an
Yeah,
island.
they would just chase and look for leprechauns.
Looking for leprechauns. Was it Tag the Leprechaun Day? I mean, look, I'm having a little bit of fun with this. It's tongue in cheeks, but it's bad now. It's really bad, and I don't know. I mean, and then so these kids get out of middle school, they go to high school, and then they have really bad self-image because they're fat as fuck. And then they get out of high school, they're still fat as fuck, and they go to college, they can't get laid. So then all of a sudden, half of them just stay fat as fuck, and the other half start working out and become gym dudes that spend literally all their time in the gym and can't date because they're on fucking steroids and shit, and their dick won't get hard. What the hell, man? Like this is a consequence of not having gym in school. That's just my opinion. I don't know. So Yeah, I sent Mr. Lawrence the link. He should be clocking in to do work here any minute. I know you guys are all like chomping at the bit to have him in here. I know. Up there, and there he is. Welcome, Mr. Lawrence. How are you, sir?
Doing well, but whoa. What is this whole thing? Dick doesn't work with steroids? Where is this nonsense coming from?
Ask Wes Watson.
Well, he abuses them. Now, being a former competitor, I know how to do them correctly, and my thing still works perfectly fine.
Yeah, I mean, again, I have to go off of urban mythology because I've never done them. So,
oh no, they're great, only if you do them correctly.
Okay,
It'd be very bad for you if you don't.
Really bad?
Yeah, because like they'll make you think that like you're this really tough guy, and you end up wearing your wife's pants on a stage, like trying to talk crap about Andrew Wilson.
Right. I thought those were his wife's pants.
I mean, I told him that he should give his wife his pants back. Like, look, bro. I get it, the whole vibrato, the masculine thing. I'm with you. I just can't take you serious with your wife's jeans on. Like.
I'm glad that I wasn't the only one to think that those were girl pants.
I just thought, like, you're this big gangster out of prison and tough guy, and you're wearing your wife's pants. Are you trans? What are you? Just couldn't really figure it out. It just kind of threw me off. You know what I mean?
Yeah, our doctor friend says and there's supposed to be a space in freeway. There's no risk-free way to do steroids. And I think that's what Glenn's saying. You got to do them absolutely correctly or you fuck yourself up.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you do them, like see me, like, I get my blood work done. And based on my blood work is based on how much of the gear I'm going to use, for that cycle. And that's really what it depends upon is, how much, what's my blood saying that I need according to the blood work. And then everything
you're like totally
is
scientific about this.
It's very detailed. Like, I have a hormone specialist because that's basically what steroids are the hormones. Right. And I only increase just enough to get me right where I need to be for since I'm not competing anymore. It's more for muscle, like maintain. And not so much growth, but maintaining with the size that I have now, and also helping with testosterone helps to destroy body fat. So the higher testosterone you have in your body, the lower body fat you will have, even if you just don't do anything. So it just really helps all around. And honestly, besides just the physical elements of it, I'll tell you this: if more men were on testosterone, we would not see so many men dealing with depression.
Well, I agree with that. Why? And actually, we talked about that. I don't know, maybe a week or two ago. I don't remember. Cat might. We were talking about how these guys get on TRT, the replacement therapy, and then they can never get off of it because it actually suppresses their body's natural ability to generate testosterone. And
depends on when they get on it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, because like after the age of 30, at age of 30, typically a guy loses 1% of his testosterone production per year, right? So like I'm turning 40 this year, so I would have lost 10% of my body's natural testosterone production, right? So as you're getting older in age, your body's decreasing its natural production. So taking testosterone and getting that, you're going to be running low out of your natural production anyway. So you might as well get on the synthetic stuff that gets your levels back to where you need to be.
Okay, that's interesting. I thought that was just kind of like a rough estimate, but okay, I'll go with it.
Yeah. And it's not like I know guys that are in their 60s and still at like a 700, testosterone production level. So it just depends. I mean, a lot of guys, the younger guys today, seem to be getting on testosterone, because they already have low T. Something that yeah, I got mine. Well, I got a doctor script, but I also have a doctor script. You know what I'm saying? If you catch my drift. But
Okay.
you know, because the doctors only give you so much, and then the amount that they give you is really just enough to keep you over the bare minimum of what they consider low T. What they consider low T now, we would call like almost clinically depressed in men 20 years ago. So I think that like I wouldn't necessarily go off of what they consider now as low T, you know, but just my opinion.
Yeah, I didn't really mean to take it in that direction. It was just a good comment there. But what do you think about the lack of physical education starting in school, like elementary school, going all the way through high school, and then of course the severe lack of it in anything physical at all in college now? I know most places don't even have like rowing teams or anything like that anymore.
Yeah, I think, well, one, I think it's detrimental to young men and just people in general. I mean, sports, physical education, you know, it helps with team building. It teaches people how to work together with people.
Absolutely.
You know, I think, you know, team sports in general help kind of prepare people, young men, for war. You learn how to work as a unit. You learn how to work as a team to achieve the goal. Like everybody learns how to play their position. You know, it helps prepare you for that, you know, mentally. But on top of that, I mean, not just team sports, but just PE or physical education. I remember they used to teach us how to box in PE.
Yeah.
You know,
absolutely.
so they also taught us how to do self-defense, you know, and one thing that young men lack today is they lack the level of mastering violence. You know, I think all men need to master violence. They need to learn this a discipline to provide protection for themselves and also the ones that they love, because what we see is these young men going from 0 to 1,000,000 when it comes to like the rage of violence. It's like they'll be nothing and then all of a sudden they are going postal, right? And we have a Columbine situation when
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I see that.
so not knowing the knowing how to use violence appropriately in its given, you know, space really gives them unregulated. And also with the emotionality of men today, young men, their emotions are all over the place, so they're just acting emotional
Well,
and
we can. Yeah,
not
we
knowing how
talked
to
about
do
that
that.
about a week or so ago about all of
Mhm.
the hormones, especially estrogen and like all the estrogen that you get out of soy and all
Yep.
of these other foods that we've been told are so great for us. And you know, guys are like chugging down quarts of soy milk like it's nothing, and that's just killing their hormone levels, and that just fucks with your brain chemistry, man. And it'll make you depressed, it'll make you
Yeah.
euphoric, it'll make you depressed again, and then you're euphoric again, and
Yep.
then you know the next thing you know you're in a shopping mall, not knowing what the fuck you're doing, right?
Yeah, and you know, you guys got to remember your skin is your biggest organ. So
Yeah.
there's a lot of soy in body wash, lotions, you know, just, you know, daily products that you would not think, deodorants, you know, um, and not to say that it's a conspiracy against men, but let's just
It
say
kind of is, right?
it
It
kind
kind
of
of
is
is.
like they're definitely not doing anything to stop it. You know what I'm saying? Like they're not like giving you an alternative. But let me tell you guys, if you have a problem with that and you're worried about it, you can always go to Grondike Soap Company, who sponsors me, and you can get your soy-free soap, and you can use my discount code and get 10% off. All right, you know, no, but seriously, Tactical Soap by Grondike, no soy, all natural preservatives. Hey, and it has the pheromones.
The
Yeah.
pheromones for you
You
single
wash your
guys.
body with this, and the ladies are gonna be coming all over you real quick. But yeah, no, like but there's companies like Grondike, right? That really try to help men and do what they can by providing men other you know, soaps and other things that they could utilize, so they don't have to deal with all the soy as much,
Well, I mean, there's a lot of different things that create problems for men and women out there these days that we have been told for probably a decade or more that are they're perfectly safe. It's got soy in it. It's so good for you. It makes your skin so smooth. Everything's great. And yeah, it makes your skin smooth because it pumps your estrogen level to the moon, and you're a dude and you're not supposed to have smooth skin.
Like I've noticed more guys crying, like, or getting like emotional over like Sarah McLachlan's dog commercial.
That's fucking funny.
Something about it's like that's when this generation is lost. Like,
I don't know if they're lost, but they're definitely
they're just like crying over it. It's pretty sad.
Yeah, no, it's pretty bad, honestly. And I think a lot of it just really starts with how our kids, for those of us that have them, are treated from the earliest days in school. And I think you're right that, boys aren't allowed to fight anymore.
Oh no, you can't even like
not allowed to fight
unless you're a girl. Only girls are allowed to name call and fight. Boys,
yeah, girls can smack each other around, but dudes cannot. Like a dude hits another dude, and there's going to be criminal charges or something.
So I'm not like one of those like really good like woke parents, because I'm not woke at all. I'm still asleep. And like I remember my son was in first grade, and he was walking with so guys, I married a single mommy a long time ago. Bad decision, learned my lesson, got a divorce, moved on. Okay, moving on. So he was walking with his older brother. I have to say that because I only have the one son.
Gotcha.
He was walking with his older brother, and my son was like, he's built like me. He's thick. He's just, just a little muscle meathead, right? And the older kids were picking on his brother, and he got upset about it. And he's like, "Hey, yo, leave him alone!" Like, And the kids were like, "What are you gonna do about it?" He's like, "I'll beat you up." And so the kids like threw an acorn at him, and my son picked up a rock and chucked a rock at him and hit him right in the head, and then kicked him in the face. And then, so he gets suspended. I have to go pick him up, and I'm like, "So what happened?" They're like, "Oh, your son started a fight." I'm like, no. My son doesn't start fights. He finishes them. So what happened? And then I, found out, I talked to my son and my stepson at the time, and, okay, is that it? Okay, cool. Well, don't throw rocks, because rocks are a weapon and you could go into big trouble for that.
Yeah.
But good job. Good job. Good for you. I like this. And, you don't see kids that like are willing to do that these days. I mean, without needing a big posse, needing a big, and parents don't want to tell kids like defend yourselves. They tell them use your words. Use your words. Well, stop. How did that help?
Yeah.
And so they kind of set these kids up for failure, really.
No, they really
are
are
young men.
Yeah, they really are. And it's interesting. My son had a similar experience in, I think, second or third grade. This kid, this other kid stole like a cookie or something, and he tried to play it off like my son had done it. My son said no, he didn't. So the kid like lashed out at him later, like they were not really alone, but they were in a line or something, and the kid like tried to trip him, and my son turned around and hit him, like full on hit him, and I got called to the school. It's a Christian school, so it was a problem. And they said, "Hey, we don't understand what's going on with your son. He seems very violent." And I said, "Well, why? What do you mean?" And he said, "Well, he hit this kid." And I said, "Well, what do we know what happened before that?" "No, don't really know." I'm like, "Okay, well, if he hit him, he obviously probably had a really good reason. And but I'll talk to him. We'll get this sorted out." Like, okay, that's and the other kid is fine. Whatever. So, and of course, they're all. It's a private school, so it's a little different. They don't talk suspensions or anything like that unless it's really serious. So on the way home, I'm like, look, man, you need to tell me what's up. Like right now, like what's the deal? And he says, well, this kid stole a cookie. He basically got me blamed for it. I didn't like that. And I kind of confronted him about it. And then he tried to trip me and he kind of lashed out and I hit him and I meant to. And I said, well, okay, great. That's fine. That's totally cool. I get it. Why would you not do that?
Yeah.
And he thought I was going to be like really mad. And I'm like, no, that sounds totally reasonable to me. I probably would have to. And that was the end of it on my end. Now at school, he had to kind of like, I think he had to talk to a counselor for a day or something. I don't know what it was, but it wasn't that big a deal. And I've tried to raise my son to be at least somewhat knowledgeable of the violence that he has, but really he doesn't know. And there's going to be a point in his life, more than likely, where somebody really pisses him off or tries to hurt him, and he's going to not understand how much violence he has inside of him, and he's probably really going to hurt somebody. Yeah. And that's I didn't actually intend to get on this topic, but it's a great topic to talk about because it's a fucked up feminist viewpoint only idea that young men learn to control violence by talking it out. That is the least effective way I've ever even considered being able to control. The only reason I know how hard to hit somebody is because I've hit a lot of people.
Yeah.
Right. I actually, when I was in military school, I had this guy, kind of fucking around with me, and he made the mistake of fighting me in a hallway, and I backfisted him so hard in his mouth, his tooth broke off in my hand, and it mind
Did you get one of these? Like on your knuckles? Like, did you get like the knuckle? Like, so I had this guy's tooth stuck in my knuckle.
Right. Yeah.
Yes.
It freaked me out, man. I was like, because I got back to my room, and I'm like, because I could feel the bone, and I thought I just fucked up my hand, dude. I just fucked up my hand, and I'm like, there's all this blood. I'm like, oh fuck. And then
did it get all pussy afterwards
I can't tell you how relieved I was. I can't tell you. It popped out. I was like, oh fucking thank God.
Did it get all pussy? Did it get all pussy too? Like did you have to clean it out?
Yeah, I cleaned it out in my room. I didn't go to the med bay or anything.
Like my siblings are mixed. My brother is black and Italian and Mexican. I'm Italian and Mexican, right? So like my stepdad's black. And I was through this party one time, and this guy was dropping a whole lot of N-bombs. And I'm like, look, man, I don't appreciate this. You're going to need to go if you keep this up, right? And he got a little more intoxicated, and he said, where is that N lover at? Referring to me. And I said, time to go. Went outside. He tried to swing on me. I clean clocked him, just one straight, right in the face. His tooth was stuck in my knuckle. He was laid out, passed out. The cops come, right? And then they arrest him for trespassing.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And they're like, hey, he wants his teeth back because two of them were gone. Two front teeth were gone. One was in my knuckle. I don't know where the other one was. I don't know if he found it. But I was like, well, I got to get that removed first because it was deeply embedded in there. It was a good hit. And I remember both of us end up going to the hospital. He's in cuffs. I'm not. And they removed the tooth. And like days later, they cleaned it up and everything. Days later, it got all swollen. And just like he told me, just run it under hot water and just put a little pressure on it and help it drain. It looked like the biggest pimple in the world. Just all this pus and stuff oozing out of it.
Got infected.
Yeah, it was nasty. It was nasty. But I mean, I know how it feels like to knock someone's teeth out. Like not a lot of people can say they experienced that.
Yeah. You're the only other person I've ever talked to that has had that happen. And it freaked me out so bad that I had that guy's tooth in my hand. It freaked me out.
Just shows you that, we're rare.
Well, I'm not ripped though, bro.
Don't need to be ripped to knock someone's teeth out. Just gotta have the power.
Kat is thoroughly grossed out by this conversation. She's being
It's
very
okay.
quiet.
I'm sorry. This is man talk right now. You know.
It's okay.
But yeah, I mean, again, I got my ass kicked by a boxer one time because I fucked up. I beat the shit out of this guy in the room because the room's like small, right? And I got him in a corner. I got him pinned down. I beat the living crap out of this guy. Of course, you know, this is a military school, so there are people watching, and we're like, hey, you know, people are coming. Gotta calm down. I'm like, okay, cool. Everybody calm down. He went to his room. I went to my room. He bled all over the place. I didn't. Nothing really happened.
Mm-hmm.
And then I hear he's still talking a lot of crap. But he'll only fight me outside. And I made a mistake, Glenn. I made a mistake. I went outside and he had room to move.
Yeah.
One thing you can never give a boxer is room to move. They will fuck you up every single time. You got to get that guy in a corner and you got to beat the legs out of him.
Really? I mean, you got to fight to your advantage, right? You know?
Yeah, right.
And that's also the importance of knowing how to fight, right? Knowing your strengths, knowing your weaknesses, knowing knowing these things. And this is why I'd say, you know, mastering violence for young men is critical.
It's important.
It is.
It's the only thing that's kept me from killing somebody, to be honest with
you.
It
is. And you know, like for me, I was law enforcement at one point. You know, I was pararescue in the military. And then I was a corrections officer when I got out of the military. And mastering violence is something that I've always seen to be very critical for men, because knowing how to defend yourself and to administer the correct amount of violence for that situation
it's a real
could
thing.
really be the difference between murder and self-defense, or
Absolutely.
murder and assault. With, you know, it really is. It's a very fine line. And what guys tend to do is they end up seeing red, and they just don't stop, right? And they just go on a little too long. And now it's like, okay, now you have crossed that line, and now you're going to get in trouble. And I even, know cases where guys have got into DV situations with a significant other, and just because they have never gotten into a fight or learned to master violence, they have taken it too far, and which could have been something that they could have gotten out of the DV charge or considered been mutual, or it would have been less less consequential for them. It ended up being very consequential for them just because they never been in that situation before. And I think that is that's why I say I think it's just very critical for men to understand it's not about being a tough guy. I really don't care about being a tough guy.
No.
We're talking about our old fighting days, like way back when we were young and
I was young
whippersnappers. Today, I don't ever want to fight anybody.
No,
I really don't. I mean, today I have way more to lose and way more, at stake than anything, So I'll let people call me whatever you want. I don't care. Just don't touch me. Just don't touch me. The
most important thing though is that we learned really young where the line was, so that I don't wonder. I don't know. I don't have to think about where's the line. I know where that line is.
Yeah.
And that's a problem, is a lot of young men don't learn where the line is. And they have no idea what it feels like to get punched in the mouth.
Yeah.
So they will just keep running their mouth when they should shut up.
So I want to answer the question in the chat. They're like, how do you feel about the verse that tells us to turn the other cheek? So I only got 2 cheeks. And I'm not counting my butt cheeks. Okay, those don't count. So I only got 2 cheeks. You get 2 shots. After that, I'm gonna lay hands on you. But see, I'm a Christian. I believe in healing. So then I'm gonna lay hands on you. After I lay hands on you.
I just prefer not to get hit to start with, but That's one of the reasons why I'm a very poor Christian, because I 100% believe that if I believe that you intend me harm, I'm going to knock you out before you touch me.
Yeah, it's all about neutralizing the threat.
I'm not even going to give you the opportunity to touch me, because I know, especially someone like look at you, Glenn. You work out, man. You're a big guy.
Yeah, do a little bit.
If you came at me, in even if you were just like not that far, not that close to me, no. I'm just not going to allow that to happen, because at this point, I know exactly what a grown man your size can do to someone, and I have no interest in a fair fight. Zero.
Really, fights are not supposed to be fair.
No,
at the end of the day, it's either,
I will tell you, that's why I'm a poor Christian.
It's either me or you.
At the end of the day, I will not turn the other cheek, because the other cheek will never, my cheek will never be exposed to be turned. And I know that. I know that's bad. And but
I hear you.
I come to terms with it.
I hear you. Like the only people I like. Okay, so my younger brother. So I'm the oldest out of all my siblings, and my younger brother.
I knew Kat was a troublemaker.
I could see that. I could see that. Totally see that. She's quiet, but you can see it in her eyes. Her
quiet
eyes
but violent. Violent. Yeah. It's always the quiet ones. Always the quiet ones.
Like I gave my little brother 5 free shots before I would engage.
Yeah.
And I said, if you don't take me down in these 5, I'm gonna drop you in 1.
Yeah.
And he tried. That's the only person I ever turned the other cheek for. I really don't turn cheeks. I beat cheeks, but not like beating cheeks, but in a way, kind of like beating cheeks.
We were on his show earlier, man.
Yeah, you guys did. You had a good show.
That poor bastard. I keep trying to make him. I keep trying to make him an honest man, and tell him to do the right thing. He keeps talking about he can't find a good woman. He's got to travel all over the world to find a good woman. I'm like, you can't find a good woman. You make a good woman. You find the lump of clay, and then you mold it, and you work with it. It becomes the woman that you need.
If she has a good father and a good relationship with father, he at least gives you a good foundation. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
And then you do the rest. Right. But a good father will definitely leave a good foundation.
Yeah. Yeah. PKRFX. Or FRX. Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, and that's my thinking has changed a lot since I was a kid, mainly because I came to realize that modern young men and even older men, they've never actually been in a fist fight, and they have no idea what they can do. I know that if I punch somebody, I know exactly within the limits how hard to hit somebody to just get them to stop, or just get them to, just to hurt them just enough to get the fuck away from me. I no longer believe that people know how to do that. I 100% believe that most people have no idea what it feels like to get punched in the face, and so if they come at me, they are more likely to hurt me far more than they realize that they or even want to. So why give them the opportunity?
Yeah, and for those young men, or for men in general, young men and men that are not confident in their ability to physically engage in an assault, I always encourage you guys to go check out John Finch's self-defense course. You guys know John Finch, former MMA UFC fighter. He's a friend of mine. He has a course, and if you want, you could go to his camp in San Jose. Very reasonable dude. And he teaches self-defense. And it's not like the chick self-defense, like, oh God, grab your pepper spray, get your rape whistle, and blow it, like it's not that. It's really like how to create distance, how not to, how to inflict enough force, but to create enough distance, but not to do damage to either you or them. It's really good. It's really good. So I really encourage people to check that out if they're not proficient in it. And some guys think it's natural. Some guys think like their rage and their anger will just
see them
muscle through it. It's not true.
No, rage and anger only gets you so far. Kat, I have to hear this story. Please enlighten us all. This has got to be a great one. And
somebody
gotta hear it. You gotta hear how 5 foot tall. What do you weigh? Like 120?
Soaking wet.
5 foot tall, 120-pound Kat is going to beat up some dude that threatens her husband.
Yeah, we were getting a roof done, so we parked across by the neighbor's side on the side of his house, and then he came, yelled at me, say, "Don't park near my house," all this crap. And I'm like, I could park here. And I just said, whatever. So then I told my husband, this asshole, blah, 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 said this. And then I wasn't home, but the neighborhood came and yelled at my husband, "Don't let your wife park over there," blah, blah, blah. And then he went, we were doing the roof. There was a pile of debris with nails, big, huge nails sticking up all over. And he tried to throw him on that pile, which could have killed him. So when I came home, the neighbor's wife told me that because she saw it and she's like, "Oh, he did this. I saw it. Let's call the cops or whatever." So I told my husband, "We're calling he almost killed you. We're calling the cops." And my husband's like, "No, he's kind of crazy. Just let it go. I don't want a big thing. Like, we live here. I have to see him every day, blah, blah, blah." And I was like, "No." And I just lost it. And I'm running across the street and I'm banging on his door. "Come out, you loser. I'll kill you right now." And so my husband picks me up, throws me over his shoulder, and I'm screaming, "Take care of the baby. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to jail tonight." and then I was gonna do it to him, and then the neighbor, the husband came out, and he was like, "Kat, come on, he's crazy. Just calm down, let it go." And then I can park wherever I want to park. And he's like, "Just park on my yard. It's fine." And I'm like, "You can't get away with this." And then his wife was like, "Let's call the cops." And then they both calmed us down. They're like, "It's okay." Whatever.
Calmed us down? You mean calmed you down? Because your husband didn't seem like to be worked up about it at all.
She was pissed too, but she wasn't going to kill him.
Wife. Okay.
She was like, "I'm calling the cops."
Kat, were your hormones out of balance at that point?
Aren't they always?
That's fair. Clover Tack, no, we're not starting over completely. I just wanted to say that out loud so you understood. Apparently Andrew's over on Verbal Combat, and I should go over there at some point. I will, actually, if I'm still awake. That is all.
I know Base was doing some show prep or debate prep earlier on his stream, I think.
Yeah.
He was saying on this stream for me to come on. I'm like, I'm already going somewhere else, bud.
Yeah.
So
yeah. That's interesting. I actually believe that I'm more likely to get hurt by some crazy lady than a dude.
You know what? I mean, there's a lot of truth to that.
Right?
A lot of truth to that. Man.
I mean, so most dudes will look at a man's bearing, look how he holds himself, and say, "You know what? Probably shouldn't fuck with that guy." Or, "You know what? If I do fuck with this guy, we're both gonna we're gonna bleed on this one, right?" And then that's enough to just say, "You know what? We're not doing this today. All right, you go your way, I go my way. We're gonna yell at each other some more, but other than that, that's as far as it's gonna go." But a woman has no fucking clue. They will just continue to escalate like this.
Oh yeah, they have no fucks. They run out of fucks real quick. Like and it's always like the crazy, like it's the Latinas. Like I'll tell you, I kid you not, Latina.
She's part Latina.
They got that spicy blood. Okay, they love hard and they will kill you.
The double dose. She's Latina and Persian.
Oh, she'd kill her. Like
she could get your sleep.
She got that Princess Jasmine, Mexican kills vibe going on right there.
Oh, that's funny. That's very funny.
Women are dangerous.
Women are dangerous. I believe. That's why somebody was asking me why I have a policy of if my wife and I are fighting, we do not go to sleep before that is completely resolved.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
She'll get you in your sleep.
Because I don't want to sleep with one eye open. That's why I want to go to bed.
Yep. She'll get you in your sleep. Like most of the women that I've gotten, slapped by a few women, and it's always because
not you.
I have let them get close to them because we don't necessarily view them as a threat because they're smaller. They're like, they're not going to do that. They do not see the size difference. Like logic is going to kick in here, and then wait a minute, this bitch just undid this, right? It's like, and see, like I used to hold this belief, like under no circumstance should a man ever get physical. And then
we were talking about that with Grace this morning.
Yeah, and I said, you know what? No. And I learned this when I was working in the prison. And the worst thing you have to do as a male corrections officer is get the call that you are needed to go help out at the female prison.
Well,
right?
There's no win. There's zero win there.
That's like somebody, you're wondering who hates you. Who hates you that's giving you this detail, even if it's for a day? Because you're either going to get accused of SA just by walking down the
100%.
tier, or you're going to see a whole lot of ugly, nasty stuff, and you're just going to be like, you're just not going to be able to look at women again, normal. But these two chicks were getting into it. One made a shiv, and I'm like telling her to calm down and put the thing down, and she lunged at me, and I kid you not, I just blop, no problem. And then I felt guilty, but then I didn't. I was like, well, she had a weapon and she was trying to do harm to me. So ever since then, I'm like, you know what? If a woman is coming at you to try to do any physical damage, she thinks that she could assault you or she can do any bodily harm, you neutralize the threat. And threats are non-binary. All right, threats are sexless.
Non-binary I recognize. That's
the only non-binary thing I recognize. Threats. Okay.
That's accurate. That's accurate as fuck. My mama told me that when I was like 6 years old. She's like, son, I want to tell you, if a girl slaps you, she ain't a girl, smack her back. And then when I got a little older, I said, what if she hits me? And she's like, well, if she hits you, she ain't a girl, so hit her back. And that stuck with me my whole life. I really haven't ever had to really hit a girl, but I hope I never have to. But if I did, I would, because mama told me to. So
my mama told me to knock you out.
She did. She straight it, because my mom always told me that women are far more dangerous than men.
They are.
They have no limit. They just have no limit on the amount of violence that they pack into small packages. It's like a nuclear bomb, right? Like it doesn't look like much, but it fucks everything up.
Well, right? Think about this. Like they are like the most dangerous thing. Like, see, most of my threats, like most of my enemies, they will never get close enough to do any damage.
Right.
They will never get close enough. But a woman
can.
Oh, they get close. And they get real close enough to do damage.
Oh, yeah.
And, so I always say that the people that are going to hurt you the most, either physically or emotionally, or, are going to be the people that you let in the closest. Those are the ones that are always going to do it. Love is evil. Just spell it backwards.
It's close enough.
Yeah.
J. Elkins, equal rights, equal lefts.
Mm-hmm.
That's funny.
I'm all for equality.
Yeah.
I'll equally knock you out.
I think that, that the funny thing was the way Grace was putting it this morning, it was like with your significant other, right?
Yeah.
That's the way she was putting it. And I was like, well, that's never really been.
Well, she also put it in the form of like, if she's not listening to you.
Right, but there's like a lot of escalation that before it comes to Mr. Hand turning to Mr. Fist.
Well, and I think I caught her, pretty well when I said, well, if I'm with I'm going to vet you, right? So I'm not going to get with you if you're not a submissive woman, if you don't respect me, right? And She's like, I'm a submissive woman. Okay, then what is submissive woman? Someone that listens to what you
She
say.
would not answer you.
Well, that's not submissive. That's obedient. But you said you like to get smacked every once in a while. So if you are gonna be disobedient and not listening and disrespectful to the point where I have to use physical force on you, then you're not a submissive woman, and you wouldn't be an option for me. You just vetted yourself out,
Right?
And that's the point right there. You know, that's the fine line there, and that kind of points out, like, if she is a woman that says she's submissive and she requires you to use force, well, then she's not a submissive woman.
Well, I mean, let's be honest. Grace is a professional troll. Kat.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You don't know Grace Thorpe. Her and her dad, Ben, Brian, whatever the fuck his name is, Thorpe.
Yeah, Ben.
He
Thorpe. He came on right before she did.
So he actually came on my show, and I did not know. We were doing a panel, and I had Andrew up, and I had Ben on for a while, and I was actually very polite to him, but he just kept making shit up, and I'm like, there's only look, I don't give a shit what you say, but you can't lie and you can't just make shit up. If you either of those two things, you got to go. Like I don't even want to mess with you anymore. The minute you lie, we're done. And he, and I told him, I'm like, you lied. And he's like, what did I lie about? And I'm like, well, that the schools aren't teaching the LB, whatever fuck it is, the alphabet. And if you lied about that, because we all know they are, it's in the fucking news every day, and you fucking lied, so you got to get off my fucking string.
Yeah.
And he was pissy about it. But Grace, apparently and I think this was staged. I swear to God, it's the biggest troll that backfired ever. So they were videoing, and I guess their views have been down for a while or whatever. I don't know. Glenn would know better than I do. But
I wouldn't. I barely know them. I barely met him like a week ago.
I guess they've been on for a while. Somebody who's paid attention to them for a while would know.
I do know the story, though. I do know the story because that's how I end up learning about them. I saw the video of this guy kicking his daughter from behind.
Yeah.
Right. Because they were in an argument, and either she said something snippy or, she said something he didn't like, and then she's sitting on like the edge of the bed. He is laying on the bed, and from behind, like she can't see this coming, he kicks her in the back and like sends her off the bed. Right. Now, Grace will tell you this morning that it was a shove. No. And so what ended up happening is that the viewers that were watching this saw it, and they called the police for a DV, right? Yep. And he ended up getting arrested.
He did 30 days or something, didn't he?
I don't know if he did 30 days then, or if he did 30 days when he violated the no contact order, because he got arrested. They issued a no contact order. And then he violated that. And then I think he ended up going for 30 days. But I could be wrong. I'm not really sure the order of events. And so even right now, they still have like, I think a year no contact order in place. And I honestly think that they have violated that. I think even this morning, that's when I asked her, because like she looked like she's at a campground or she like and when he was on my stream earlier, he was in his RV. And I'm just trying to put two and two together. Like, she's at a campground. I see an RV behind her.
Yeah.
Right.
I heard the same
He's
thing.
in an RV. What is the odds that they're together?
Again. Yeah.
Again, and that's why I asked the question. Why, if you love your dad, why would you put him in this situation to where he could end up getting arrested? Is that what you think that's the responsible thing to do? And she didn't really have an answer for that, but
Clover tax. So the schools here, the schools where I'm at, they do not, the private schools especially don't teach that, but it's still in the schools because the teachers bring it in. It's not legislated, but the teachers are bringing it in. Matter of fact, we have a school here, what they call a magnet school, that you have to test into. It's a special school. It's supposed to be like the bridge between private and regular city schools. And that school has a bad rap right now for basically a lot of pressure being put on students to come out as gay or lesbian.
Mm-hmm.
And it's actually had to go before the school board a couple of times now, and it's just pretty doggone terrible that our kids have to deal with that. Not mine, but other kids. Yeah. So, but anyway, I mean, Grace is. So I don't. When I didn't realize that was her. I didn't make the connection because when I popped in, it was just like she like immediately left.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, I don't even know who the fuck that is. I don't know why they would bail just because I showed up. That's weird. But then she popped back in, and I was like, well, okay, cool.
Yeah. And yeah, she's come on my stream, I think, twice now. And I popped on one of hers or two of hers before. Because like I feel bad for the child. You know what I'm saying? Like I really do. I it's not like simping or anything, but like my daughter is just a few years younger than her. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And to see Grace the way that she is, and from what the limited information that I know of that family, the kids have, gone through a lot, mom and dad having issues, and just the constant, turmoil that has caused, the separating and the breaking down of the family, and I guess the responsibility that Grace had at a younger age to really kind of look after her younger siblings. So, having to, be mom to them at some point. And there's just a lot that young girl went through. And
a lot of it was online. I mean, a lot of it's on video for everyone to see.
And in a way that, think about it, her dad's kind of like pimping her out for money in a sense, not necessarily in a sense of like sexually, but
right. No, I got it. I got
using
it.
her
as
a means of, as a means of revenue by videoing and have her on camera. Like she is a gimmick, like
it's really warped her personality, I feel.
Yeah. Well, I think she hasn't been able to develop a personality, really her personality, because all she's been able to do for as long as they've been streaming is be this character.
Yeah.
That does all this, most, shocking thing for views.
Which are kind of skits, right? Like it's all scripted. It's not like any of it's.
Well, I don't know if it's all scripted, but it just is.
Feels like it's scripted.
Yeah. And, I mean, I get it. Maybe she wants to be an entertainer and this is, he's supporting of it. But at some point, where do you draw the line and protect your daughter, and protect her from herself in the sense
what do you think on that?
I've never seen anything that they've done. I'm just doing a little search, and just by the pictures and the headlines of other people's things, they seem insane. But that's all I'll say.
Well, they definitely seem insane. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, some of the stuff, like the conversation I had with Ben earlier was having to do with the age of consent. And it just like,
he always brings that up.
Icky. That's
really why I kicked him.
It was just icky. I'm like, why would you want to talk about this? Like, why?
Well, I personally think he tries to go after people, and he tries to get them to talk about age of consent, and then he turns them in for TOS.
Well, I think he tries to get them to concede on something or to agree on something, and he couldn't do that with me. He won't get me to cave in there. Like, I'm very strong on my principles, so you're not going to convince me.
I kicked him off when he brought that up because I told him, I'm like, look, we can't talk that's TOS, man. That's too close, right? Like, it may not be, it may be like right on the edge, but why do I want to ride the edge? I don't ride the lightning, bro. Like, I don't need to be. And I think that he does that on purpose. Like, he knows what he's doing. Like, it's a very calculated thing.
Well,
And
I think what he's hoping on with people when he talks about these like really sensitive topics is he wants to get people to react emotionally. He wants them to react emotionally and say something that one he could report them for. Two, you know, he gets them to really lose frame and concede to him to some degree.
and he
Right.
clips that and puts it all over the internet.
Exactly. And then he'll use that to destroy, you know, your character or whatever, your image. And you know, I've dealt with guys like that before. And you just don't give in.
Yeah, he tried to so I kicked him because of that. And then he came back and he like tried to have this conversation with me like we're both adults and blah blah blah. And I'm like, dude, I don't care. Like, you can't lie on my program. You can't and we can't talk about TOS stuff at all. Like, we can get, I mean, look, I'll ride the edge, right? Of language. I will ride the edge of, you know, some of the topics, but we're not going to talk about something that is so interpretive that it could shut you down instantly just because a guy has a bad day.
Yeah.
Right. And that's so open to interpretation. Like,
oh yeah,
so open. And it's something that I don't feel like, and why would you go out like that? That's just not smart. That's just not smart.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, you gotta understand who you're dealing with when you're, you know, with these guys. Like, I know what he does. I know what he tries to do. That's why I don't have a problem in engaging with him.
sure.
And I always warn him, like, hey man, if you try some bullshit, I'll boot you. But I'm willing to have a conversation with you. You know, I'm always open for the conversation.
Yeah.
But I will boot you. You try some dumb shit. And that's just what he does, right? You know, and it's clickbait. People fucking love it. I mean, let's just face it. I mean, that's why everybody loves Fresh and Fit and whatever podcast, for all the outrage.
Yeah.
People love the outrage. They're not learning anything. They just love the outrage. Like, what? Oh, you didn't think a hoe was gonna say some hoe ass shit? No.
Yeah. Yeah. It's interesting. I guess we should probably get into you'd wanted to ask me a few things about whatever and all that. I guess we should probably go ahead and jump over into that.
Yeah, well, see, I don't like I find myself in a very weird space in the red pill space.
Okay.
See, one, I used to work with Rolo. I was his producer when he was in Vegas, when I was in Vegas.
Okay.
And I also have worked with Pearl as her producer. You know, I find myself, you know, there's things in the red pill that we talk about that I really agree with wholeheartedly. But there's also probably an equal portion of things that I don't agree with, you know, and I'm not one of those guys that just toe the line, you know. I'm the guy is going to call out BS on both sides, which is good for me, you know, for my own, you know,
Sanity.
Sanity and my own morals, right? You know, but I noticed that it's a little difficult for everybody else that watches me, you know, like some of the content. So do you ever find yourself being in that spot? Because as you said, you are a Christian, maybe not a good Christian, because I'm not a good Christian, and it's okay.
I just admit that I'm flawed.
Oh yeah, I'm very flawed, you know.
Yeah.
I tell people, don't make me your hero. I will fuck you up. Like, I will lead you down to a real bad path. Don't do that. You know, like,
Right.
I don't want to be anybody's hero, anybody's guru or anything. But do you find yourself struggling with some of the rhetoric or some of the things in these shows that you're just like, you know what? Not sure if you could really, like, you know, get behind that.
I mean, that's a great question, man. That's actually why I started this show. It's not because I felt like the world needed another show, because it didn't. As a matter of fact, I said that I think in my first couple of shows. I was like, nobody needs another idiot podcaster like me. I just feel like this is something I want to do. If it doesn't work, great. If it does, even better. And I don't know if you've heard my stance on red pill, right? So this is where I'm at with red pill, and actually just kind of that whole movement in general. I'm going to get a little more comfortable here. I've been sitting in one spot for a while. So where I'm at is, I think red pill started out, or this version of red pill, this evolution of red pill started out as a really good thing. It was like it gave young men and older men, but mostly young. It was aimed, I think, more towards younger men, up and comers, right? It gave them an ideal of what they could do, what they should do, and what it should look like, right? Don't stress about women. If you become the man that you need to be, women will come to you.
Yeah.
Get fit. Fit doesn't mean you have to be ripped and have 20-inch fucking biceps and 38-inch fucking thighs. It just means you need to be in shape, right?
Yep.
You can run. You can run longer than a quarter of a mile without dying, right? I'm being facetious. Whatever. Get your money right. If you don't have money, work hard, make some money, and if once you make it, be smart about it. Keep it. Don't do stupid things with money just because you think it's the right thing to do. And I really feel like that overall, it was very positive. The problem that I see is that it got corrupted, because you have grift with anything. And I don't care what movement we want to talk about with any of it. When things start taking off, you'll have the grifters come in. You'll have the charlatans, the false priestess,
the snake oil
salesman, and they're going to sell you a program. We're going to red pill you in 30 days, baby. $10,000. You were lit. You will be driving a Bugatti.
Yep.
And then it became so corrupted in the space that you can't tell who the real deal is. Even some of the real deal guys now are so much more concerned with keeping the status of the myth alive. They're much less concerned with the reality of the message and having men do the things right, and so that's my problem with the red pill space, right? I still believe that the red pill tenets are sound. Get your money right, work out, get your head right. If you need to go talk to a doctor, go talk to a fucking doctor. If you don't. If you read a book every damn day, get an education. If you don't have an education, you can't afford an education, library's free, bitch. Go get a library card.
Yep.
Right? Like you should not think I need $10,000 to be a red pill fucking G.
Well, and what's crazy is that I remember Rollo saying the red pill has to be for all men or it's for no men.
I agree with that.
But it seems like it's making it like today that you have to be this high value guy with the Bugatti and have 4 or 5 women, living like Dan Bilzerian. And it's like, that's not what the red pill was. Now, if it's evolved to that, then I guess I'm not red pilled, in the sense. Does that make sense? Like,
yeah, absolutely, man. I agree with you. And this has always been my stance, right? Even before there was a red pill, before the movie The Matrix even came out, I always had this stance. Like, I've always, while I was never a teacher, I always felt like I taught, right? That was part of the military school thing, is that not only are you learning, you're teaching.
Yeah.
I learn, and then I turn around and I have to teach the guy behind me. And then that guy has to learn and teach the guy behind him. And it never ends. That way we don't lose anything. We don't lose the process. We don't lose any of the tradition, right?
Yeah.
And this is a disconnect that we have in society as a whole today. When I die, my son will have my knowledge, and it will live on through him. All of
Yep.
the people that I've taught how to drive race cars, shoot guns, fish, hunt, all of those guys will have taught their sons, and that information will live on.
Your legacy will continue.
What we
Oh no. Did he freeze?
My camera's been doing this weird thing. I think I need to reboot my computer. I don't think I've rebooted it for like 2 weeks. Sorry.
Oh, that might be a thing. Yeah.
Yeah, probably need to do that. But I don't, and so I don't really necessarily agree with red pill being red pill, right? Like I don't even like to refer to myself as red pill, even though a lot of it, I pretty much agree with everything it says. Right.
See, I agree with all the descriptions.
Right. Exactly.
We're on the same page. I don't have a problem with any of the descriptions. And for even like, I mean, I sat and debated Ruslan, and he debated Rolo, before, I think on Saucecast. And me and Ruslan debate each other twice. And we're actually friends now. I mean, we used to didn't like each other, but now we're friends, and we found a common ground, and we could see eye to eye. And I think the only thing that he probably doesn't agree with me on still is hypergamy. And the way I look at hypergamy from a Christian worldview is that God made women hypergamous for a reason. He wanted them to be able to be able to have some means to weed out bad men, right? Or find a good mate, right? And where hypergamy goes wrong is that once they find that mate, they don't stay with that mate, and then they find another mate with, and they're just mate hopping, monkey branching. And that's when hypergamy is bad, right? Or they abuse it for more than what it is used for, to find one mate to mate with,
right.
husband.
That's a solid point, man. Solid.
I said that to me, that's that's a female's fleshly nature. Her sinful nature is to operate that way, because we're supposed to die to our flesh. So that's what her flesh would act as, right? Well, what about men? Well, men want to have a lot of sex, right? And men lust, and they'll be lusting after women don't belong to them. I mean, they should be lusting after their wives, but they will lust after all women and all men's wives, right? That's men's fleshly nature acting out. So if you look at it from a sin element, right, you could say hypergamy, that makes sense. Why it would be just women, because it's different for men, and men will lust more. That's why men are more addicted to pornography, right? And all these other things, because the lustful nature. So I thought that was a reasonable, explanation. And so I can agree with the descriptions.
Mm-hmm.
Where I have a problem with is the prescriptions. And before anybody says red pill does not give prescriptions,
it does. And
have you read the 9 iron rules?
Yeah.
That's pretty much a prescription when they tell you never tell a woman your body count, even until death or whatever, never dig in the trash, and try to salvage a relationship that, whatever, those are never, self-deprecate. Like that's a prescription to a problem.
Yeah.
You can't say that. And now maybe not all of them are prescriptions, but some of those 9 iron rules are prescriptions.
Yeah.
And, get 50 bodies before, you marry somebody. That's a prescription, right? Like, you can even say money, muscles, game, and frame, level up on those. That's a prescription.
It
right?
is. It's a qualifier as well.
Yeah. So to say that they don't give prescriptions, that would be incorrect. But I noticed that a lot of the major prescriptions that we hear out there are not drawn to fix the marriage problem that we have. It's not designed to build families. Actually, they tell you to avoid marriage because marriage is a bad deal. And I get why. I really do get why. And I do agree. I think men to be very, very cautious before entering a marriage.
Yeah, absolutely.
And definitely protect themselves. You can protect your finances and your assets. And there's a lot of ways to do it. And you could do it without even getting married, with the state. I don't agree with getting married with the state at all. I think covenantal marriage is the way to go. But there's no really fixing the problem. It's just really giving guys information to get their dick wet in the long run. And so the question is like, does Red Pill have a problem with feminism? Because they point out that a lot of this is due to feminism. And I flirt with the idea of thinking, no, it doesn't have a problem with feminism, because the prescriptions that are given actually tend to benefit them because of feminism. If you get rid of women promiscuity,
I'm glad you
right?
said that, because I would have said that. I would have said the exact, and I think it's an interesting point to make. I'm sorry, I meant to.
No,
I
it's
didn't
your
mean to,
show.
like,
No, your show. You talk. But I think
I'm really glad you said that, man. I've always felt like that the hardcore red pillars count on feminism being a thing, and they rarely ever speak out against actual feminism, and they use it to their advantage. And that I think my biggest problem, and again, I'm glad that you brought this up, and because I would have in the next round, I would have said 100% that I don't. My biggest problem with red pill is they never talk about the family. They never talk about how you should treat your sons or your daughters. They never talk about how you should treat your wife. They only talk about how you treat your girlfriend. And if you are only thinking of women as a succession of girlfriends, you are fucked in the head, and you will never be happy ever in life. Ever. I promise you, you won't. And so
I say
these have been my problems
that's
with
the
the red
mainstream
pill.
red pill, though. That's the mainstream red pill.
Yeah.
Right.
Which
I
is why
see
I find so many people that I think are identified as red pill do not call themselves red pill, even though they are like Brian. Brian, whatever, will tell you he's not red pill because I honestly think that he really does believe in marriage. He just thinks it's a bad contract, and he doesn't want the state involved in that. He would rather have a sacramental, which he has said many times, a sacramental marriage in the church, recognized only by the church and not by the state. So I think, and I think that there are guys like Brian out there that do not identify as red pill that are actually red pill.
Yeah,
or more true to red pill, I should say.
Now, I would say the real red pill is actually in the married red pill forums. These are guys that were married, and they're trying to find a way to win their wife back over. There are guys that were trying to save their marriage. There were guys that were, that to me is where like you get a lot of the real lessons of the red pill. Viking, I mean, me and Viking are on a panel together, so we're on the dragon ship together. Yeah. I'm not saying, like, you're thinking that I'm saying that all the information out there is detrimental to relationships. No, I would say a lot of Rollo's early work was very good, like, and did have a lot to do surrounding relationships. If you read some of his new Substack, like the one titled "Men Who Fuck and Men Who Don't Fuck," this whole talk is not straw man. I mean, we could have that conversation. It's not a straw man. When you write about men who fuck and men who don't fuck, and saying that guys who don't fuck are the ones that get married, and guys who fuck are the ones who don't get married because they have options. That doesn't sound like you're supporting, relationships by any means. So, I mean, I'm just calling it how I see it. And if you see it differently, you're more than welcome to show me where I'm wrong. But again, I don't see a whole lot of supporting of, solving the problem in what a lot of guys are trying to get. Most men are not trying to become Chads and Playboys and have a whole lot of, plates. Most of these guys just want to find one woman, be the good guy in that relationship, and not get walked over, and not become the doormat, and and want to be able to be the guy and just learn and take these tools and not screw up, right? That's what a lot of guys want. Not most of these guys don't want to be Andrew Tate or Wes Walker or Wes Watson or Fresh and Fit. Most of these guys just want to be a dad, at the end of the day.
I think they want to be happy. And to be happy
Yeah.
for most men, that's going to involve a family.
Yeah. And so, you know, I think that, you know, that's why I call it like the mainstream red pill is what we see out there, the very sensationalized red meat, you know, really drama stuff. But the real red pill, in my opinion, is the married red pill. And that's where, but it's not entertaining. It's really not entertaining read. It's pretty
it
boring
doesn't sell,
stuff.
right? It's not sexy.
It's not sexy. It's really boring, you know, and it's really, that's where you see a lot of guys swapping notes, you know, in any of these panels or any of these shows. Do you really hear anybody swapping notes?
Only when Andrew is on.
Yeah. I'll give you that. Yeah. But for the most time, you don't really hear guys swapping notes. If this place is supposed to be place where men are swapping notes, I haven't seen that in any of these shows, really. So it just does beg the question, you know, you're right. Maybe it needs a new term, you know, like.
Well, that's why I rarely ever use the term red pill. I rarely ever use it because to me, it's just been narrowed down to this, again, this thing that a lot of people now associate with charlatans.
Well, it got bastardized, you know, it really did.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point. It's a good point. And so I tend not to, you know, I just talk about, man, how do you live your life? How do you want to live your life? Again, I think the descriptors are great, right? Get fit, get your money right, be a good man, have morals, have a moral compass, whether that's religion or whatever, you know, have some idea of what it is to be you. And I think that's all good stuff. Let me throw this up there. I didn't actually read it.
Yeah, I'm calling how I see it too. I see many guys pointing to the twisted BS, aka mainstream blue pill crap, and attributing it to all the red pill. Well, I haven't said anything that's been blue pill.
We haven't even gotten into blue pill yet.
Yeah, so I don't know. And I haven't made a straw man. I have literally proposed the question. I mean, I wrote a Substack post on this. It's like, you know, I think it was like, what was the title? It was like, so the title was like questions I've always had for the red pill that never been answered. And I mean, like I said, I've worked with a lot of people in this space, and these are questions that I've proposed and just didn't seem to get a straight answer, you know, like just a straight, you know, if feminism is the problem, why aren't we doing anything to stop it? Why,
well, guys like Andrew are.
Yeah, but like, I mean, just, I wouldn't even call Andrew red pill. I would never associate Andrew with the red pill. He seems to, you know, integrate himself, or, you know, he's able to cross into these spaces, right? But I would never say Andrew is red pill, you know. He may agree with the descriptions of the problems, right? But again, I don't think I would ever.
I think he said that. I think he says that he agrees with most of the descriptors.
Mm-hmm.
So,
so for me, it's like, this is, and I guess the question started. I started thinking, was it? That's what I'm saying. Many of the things you're both attributing to the red pill is in fact blue pill twisting the truth. Like what?
Name one. Name one. You can't make that argument. You can't make. As a matter of fact, Glenn, if you know him, send him the link. We'll get him up here. We'll talk. I want to. Don't put words in my mouth.
Yeah, I will. Viking, if you want to come up, let me know. I'll send you the link in Telegram. Just let me know
because I have not. I mean, there's nothing I've said that's blue pill at all.
And I don't think I have said anything that aligns with blue pill by any means.
That might be a blue pill critique of red pill, but that's irrelevant. They say whatever the fuck they want.
Yeah, I don't think anything.
I don't even know any of the blue pill arguments. Actually,
I really don't either. Like, well, happy wife, happy life, maybe. That's about it.
Is that blue pill though? That just seems like normal shit.
I don't know. You know, and see, this is like where this is where people, I think, I have a problem thinking for themselves at times. You know, like not saying that Paradigm Viking is not thinking for himself, but you're using the title Red Pill, Uncomfortable Truth, and Blue Pill, Comforting Lies. A lot of the Red Pill guys are selling blue pills. What?
Now that's a straw man. That's a straw. No.
Viking, do you want to come
Nobody
up? I will send you the link. Just let us know in the chat, and I'll send you the link. I'm not going to send you the link if you don't want to come up. You know, like for example, I forgot what I was about to say. Hold on.
It's all right, man.
I got distracted. Right. Viking distracted me.
I'm completely distracted. That is a straw man, though. Look, neither one of us has said anything about uncomfortable truth or comforting lies. First of all, second, so that you can't make that argument. Second, I haven't said that Red Pill has lied. I don't believe Glenn has said they've lied. I've said that there are elements of and if anybody can disprove this, I dare you to. There are elements of Red Pill right now that are out there representing themselves as Red Pill that are using Red Pill tenants to sell. Wes Watson's a perfect fucking example. Wes Watson sells a self-improvement business program launch bullshit as a Red Pill creator for thousands of fucking dollars.
It's more of a pyramid scheme, isn't it? Isn't it a pyramid?
It is a pyramid scheme. Well, I mean, it starts out as $100 a month thing, and then you get more, and then you get then you get and you're whatever, and he is he was on stage with the entire fucking Red Pill community, so and I don't know, maybe he's
pants on. Don't be coming on stream without pants. You don't want your camera to drop and we actually see your tallywhacker. That would be really, really bad.
Well, we don't have a zoom lens, so I think you're safe there.
Yeah, I'll drop it in your chat, bro. I'll send it to you.
Yeah, drop it in your chat.
You know, like the oh, I know what I was gonna say.
It was a Ponzi scheme.
Well, yeah, like Wes Walker does Ponzi scheme. Okay, so here's an example. I think too many guys end up, towing the line and refuse to
I'm gonna listen. I gotta step out for a second. I'm gonna listen though.
Yeah.
Cat, keep everybody in line.
I think too many guys toe the line and not willing to call out something that's bad when they see it from somebody in the space, right? And they'll excuse it. For example, they're like, oh, that's not that woman shouldn't have done this or shouldn't have done that. And it's like, wait a minute, why are we excusing? Why can't both things be bad? Why can't both things be incorrect or wrong? Why can't both behaviors be unbecoming? Why are we just defending? Why are we pointing out one, but kind of like covering for the other? And it kind of reminds me of, that scripture, that passage in the Bible when the religious, Pharisees and the elders had this woman or guiding this woman to get stoned, right? She's about to get some rocks hit her in the head for adultery. And Jesus rolls up on them and he goes, well, yeah, he without sin, go ahead, cast the first stone. And what people don't realize is that Jesus wasn't saying that like, oh, this woman doesn't deserve the punishment of stoning for her offense. What he's saying is that in order for a woman to get stoned for adultery in that day, you got to catch both of them in the act. So if you caught both of them in the act, they both got stoned. So what he's alluding to is one of the guy that deserves to be stoned with her is amongst that crowd of men that was about to stone her. And they were covering for him. And that's why when he said, he without sin, go ahead and cast the first stone, and people just dropped their rocks and they walked away because they knew if they stone her, they're going to have to stone him according to the law. So it's kind of like that in a sense, like we're like too many people in this space that are, really invested in their content creator, or they really support like the channel or whatever, are willing to overlook bad behavior and excuse it because it's their guru. And instead of being able to point out bad behavior in both. Does that make sense? And I don't want, like, I don't have an issue with Fresh and Fit. To me, I don't really think their after hour show really is really useful. It's more entertainment than anything. And after a while, it just is repetitive. Now, I think their Money Mondays and their other shows about, investments and how to do real estate and, how to do Bitcoin and all. I think that is very useful. There's a lot of utilities there. The evening show, not much, right? I actually think it should be behind a paywall. I don't think kids should be able to access it, but what can I say? But we'll just take Fresh's or most recent indiscretion. Yeah. I don't have a problem that he slept with the hooker. Really, I don't. I don't have a problem that he was dating a hooker. I don't care. My problem is that they say that women exercising an abortion is the most extreme expression of hypergamy, right? And they say women that get abortion, that's a red flag, right? That's them trying to avoid accountability. That's them trying to avoid consequences of their actions, which is having unprotected sex. Okay, I'm with you. I champion that. Yeah, that's not good. Be accountable. But then when you are advocating for her to get an abortion, the same thing that you use against them to say, hey, women that get abortion to try to avoid accountability, but then you are trying to advocate for that avoiding of accountability because you don't want to be accountable. If in case that there was a child, and if in case the pregnancy was legit, or whatever the case is, to me, that is you avoiding accountability. And now picking and choosing when, it's appropriate or when it's okay to not be accountable, as long as it's convenient for you. And to me, that there's something there I just don't really like in that messaging. That's just my personal opinion, but to each of their own. I would just think that to me is you're not helping men be accountable for the behavior when you're encouraging them to do stuff like that. That's just me.
I agree with that. One thing I do want to kind of address is the Clover Tack, says clarification using the word simp within a healthy marriage. If we're going by the traditional definition of simp, which is lusting or catering to a woman who does not return any interest or affection, that's impossible inside a marriage. So stop calling married men simps. They're just married. So just wanted to,
yeah.
Something always bugged me is everybody's like, oh, that dude's simping for his wife. I'm like, well, that's impossible because she obviously is. If she's giving him blowjobs, he's not a simp. Just saying.
Like simping for your wife, like if you are, doing something good for your wife, if you decided that you want to splurge a little bit on your wife, or you want to, you're helping her out with the dishes. That's not simping.
It's true.
It's called being a good husband.
It is.
So like, when did being a good husband become simping? Now I can see if you're doing it in hopes to try to get her to touch your pee-pee. Okay, then yeah, you got a problem. I have a whole video about
you have a bigger problem. You have a much bigger problem.
Like I have a great video on chore play. We could go through that, but that's not simping. What are you supposed to be like this? Like, yeah, you know what? I'll give you attention when you do everything I say to do the right way. And like, come on, man. Come on.
yeah, so I mean, where this falls apart for me, is like I don't actually even care how much my wife spends anymore because I trust her to act within limits, right?
Yeah.
Now, now she's tested that theory a few times. I'm not
Oh,
gonna
they
lie.
all do.
Um, you know, she's quite a Hermes collection, and that shit's expensive, man. But what I mean, she's my wife. It's it's not a question of whether or not. I really dislike the idea that she had to earn it. She has been married to me. What's mine is hers. What's
Yeah.
hers is mine. Therefore, the idea that she's being rewarded or has to earn something, that's completely foreign to me, and I think that that's a very very poor way of looking at things if you
Yeah.
actually want a woman to love you.
Well, because now you're making it about now you are making it a transaction.
Right. Right.
You have turned it from desire to transaction as soon as you are making her earn things.
Yeah. Exactly.
And so then you're saying you don't want genuine desire, you want transaction. And it's like,
exactly.
which one? You can't have both,
Right. No, that you really can't. You really can't have both. Well, they can't be. You can't have both because they can't exist in the same space.
Exactly.
They just can't. And then well, and Clovertack's actually a pretty smart guy. I got to do a show with this guy. There isn't a standard marriage, guys. There just isn't. What goes in my marriage will not work for yours. I promise you. I promise you it won't. Because I'm a completely weird person. My wife is a completely non-weird person. So that works for us. Kat is very violent. Her husband apparently has good sense and locks her in the house like you should with cats. And
oh yeah. Especially when they get in heat, because they start doing the whole butt in the air thing and pushing it back and the meowing. Like, you can't have cats like that outside.
Does they have a doctor on retainer for the scratches, or how's that work?
Just give them some catnip, and just send them on their way.
Oh, that's awesome. That is really awesome. Yeah. All right. Well, and now we can get away. We'll wait for Viking.
Yeah.
Whatever. We can lighten things up here for a minute. Hey guys, all you guys in the chat, please help me with my algorithm and subscribe and like and comment and all that stuff, because apparently I don't say this enough, and therefore YouTube doesn't know I exist or barely knows I exist. So help me out a little bit and get me in the algorithm so I can grow this thing, which is interesting. Kat, by the way, is a conspiracy theorist extraordinaire.
Oh, really?
And oh yeah, all of them. She's got them all. The whole the entire collection of conspiracy theories.
Oh, Debrava's in the chat. Hey, do you know? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but do you know Debrava from Culture Club USA?
I do not.
Oh, you need to do something with her. You need to do a stream with her. You need to do a stream.
I
think I was on the phone with her earlier for like over an hour today.
We were just drop the link, man. Drop her the link. I don't have any of these people's contact info.
Siege. I know you're in the chat. Drop the link, please. No, the Debrava is great. I did a stream with her. And we were just talking about some upcoming projects that we want to do together. She's very, very Josie's great, right? So she's like Josie, but she will sing and make parody songs about things in the Red Pill. Like
Josie's a weapon.
Debrava is more of an entertaining weapon, though.
Okay.
Like, Josie will shoot you and you're dead. Debrava is gonna make you laugh, and then you ate some poison and you didn't realize it that you're dying.
Josie's a claymore mine that you keep in a box, and you take it out and point it at the enemy and pull the pin.
Yeah,
and that's what you do. That's Josie. Josie's not very tactful.
See, Debrava's stealth. Like, okay, she will give you wouldn't even realize you're getting killed.
She'll cut you and not realize.
You'll be entertained in the process.
Be entertained while you're dying. There you go. That's
all
right. That's cool, man. That's cool. I like that. But yeah, it's an interesting thing, I think. Josie just needs help with OBS. I don't know. I can't. I barely make it by myself, so I can't help anybody.
OBS is very, very complicated. Not gonna lie. I work with a lot of production.
They don't call you a grenade. You're a mine. Claymore is technically
a Claymore mine. You are a big boom, not a little boom. You're a big boom. Yeah.
Anti-vehicle
send EOD out there to disarm
Point
you.
at leftist. That's what. Just pointer at the leftist. Pull pin. Walk away.
They have to send the EOD to just disarm you. Okay.
That's right. That's accurate though. That really is accurate. That's not even a joke. That's
no. My friends are EOD. I know those guys. Like
front towards leftist. That's right.
Yep.
Yeah, it's the truth though. Josie's a little too volatile. She used to come on all the time, and about every third show, her and I would get into it, and it just I was like, I don't like to argue with my co-host, so I'll Josie's welcome most of the time on the show, and but she can but she especially when we have a leftist, she destroys leftists. So.
Oh yeah, no, you could just tell. Like just last night, I was working with her. I was like, "Ooh, don't say the wrong thing. She about to snap on somebody. I'm just gonna be over here just watching from a distance."
I know.
I don't want any splatter.
Yeah, Josie's got a cool channel too. So, and she's got a ton of followers. So everybody should go check her channel out too.
Yep. And thank you, Debrava Culture Club USA. Support. Thank you. Appreciate that. Always love
Bravo, you are welcome to come on the show. We're just having kind of a casual night. Friday night is usually the chill night, the chill stream. I just kind of chill out and we talk. I'll pick one subject, which is usually a short one, and then we'll just go for hours doing other stuff. So
yeah.
But yeah,
she'll be good to interview.
Good.
Like what her she's not doing the regular red pill.
Fuck. Why would you say that? Why would you say that out loud?
I made the mistake and told her that we are 20 minutes away from each other, and now she's making threats. Remember what I said, Josie? Threats are non-binary.
That's so fucking funny. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Glenn. I'm sorry I'm laughing so hard, but
no. It's okay. I listen. I have been the guy that has given people my address on stream if they really wanted to buck up. So, Josie, dear, please, don't make me go there.
Man, that is awesome.
I thought we were about to have a nice lunch, get to know each other.
He was telling me earlier.
And now you want to threaten me?
Yeah.
I still might go on the lunch because I'm crazy enough to do that.
Yeah. That's pretty funny. It's an interesting thing. So I tell people, so when I first started, I did the thing on whatever I was doing the TTS stuff, and that just kind of what happened there is I had I was never able to watch the shows live, and all of a sudden I could, and I was like, well, fuck it, I'm just going to insert myself into this, and I did.
Mm-hmm.
And at some point, I reached out to Brian and said, hey, this is who I am, blah, 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 and all that, and everything was cool. And he's like, are you worried about your personal... Oh, I think somebody had tracked me down through my LinkedIn. And he's like, are you worried about your security or anything like that? And I'm like, no, not at all. I said, honestly, if you search my screen name and you can't find out who I am and probably find my current phone number within like 3 minutes, you suck at life. I've been in the public eye for so fucking long that, I mean, I think the second page, you'll find the court, that I've been sued a bunch. I mean, you can find out a lot, and it's fine. Totally cool. It doesn't help you. As a matter of fact, it does. I mean, it helps me because I get to know that I already know what you know. So,
yeah. I mean, if you look me up, you're just going to find what films and movies and music videos I've been attached to. So good luck.
Yeah.
You know, just making my IMDb star
There you go.
thing go up a little bit more every time you guys look me up. You know, so I found 3 of your properties with 1 Google search.
Are you talking to me, Josie?
I think she's talking to you.
That's fine. I put them on the internet the other day. It's seriously, you can find out anything about anybody. I don't.
You really can if you dig deep enough. You know, if you really want to.
And I've been in the public eye for so long. You know, who cares?
Yeah.
But
So,
I
like,
grew up in the age when you could, you know, everybody's home address and phone number were listed in a book that anybody could go look at. Yeah, I have an IMDb now. Josie,
well, you know what, Josie, I know that you have an IMDb too.
I like retargets. Holy fuck, Josie.
By the way,
we're dark tonight. We are dark. We're going dark. Oh,
I think she's like, you know, sleep deprived. I think she's sleep deprived.
Targets. I do though, actually. I mean, moving targets even better.
Moving targets are fun. You remember the movie The Most Dangerous Game?
Yes.
That's such a good movie.
Oh, we got Viking. He showed up. I'm sorry I wasn't paying attention, bro. Apologize.
I just got here.
Viking.
So I actually I'm supposed to get up in the morning. I probably won't do it now. I'm supposed to get up in the morning and go to Oak Ridge near Knoxville and shoot a 3-gun match, but I have not. I've not prepped at all. All my gear is still kind of together, but not really together. So I don't know if I'm going to make it. Plus, it's a long drive. You know, it's yeah. I compete in 3-gun at a pretty high level. Do you? Yeah, actually, you probably do. You know Taryn Butler? He trains Keanu Reeves. He does. He
doesn't ring a bell.
Yeah, he has a place in California outside of Hollywood where he has he somehow is still able to use full auto weapons inside of California.
Well, if they're for films, we have a lot of that.
Technically, they're for films.
When they're for films, yeah, we could use that.
Yeah, and he's got. I mean, he's a pretty cool dude. He competes at a pretty high level too. Taryn is not a douche. He's just weird. He he got so pissed at me at a match once. I'll talk about that later. When Clover and I have a show together, we'll talk about that because it's so funny. But yeah. Anyway, so Viking, help me out with why that was a straw man, man. I have to know because I didn't really feel like it was a straw man.
Well, first of all, I want to apologize. I was multitasking, so I wasn't being as clear as I probably could have been in text. So thank you for inviting me up so that way I could articulate properly. So that's always a big deal. One of the things that I guess triggered me was when you were saying that, you know, the red pill doesn't talk about like family and stuff like that. And it's like a lot of like the mainstream BS doesn't, but the red pill at the core, like the uncomfortable truths, is always the red pill started out where guys are unplugging, waking up from the matrix, you know, back in early 2000s and trying to find out like how to have better relationships, but then also like how that leads into having better families as well. Because it always comes back down to you as a man exercising leadership. So I got a little set off by that and that's what I view as a straw man. I was kind of playing fast and loose.
Came in the middle.
Well, because
I missed the context.
Because I did say, I think the real red pill is in the married red pill, which is exactly basically what you were saying, you know?
Yeah. And then Rolo did the books and, you know, like his 3rd book specifically is about, you know, positive masculinity, being a good dad and role model for both sons and daughters and whatnot. Really good book. Highly recommend all of Rolo's books for everybody, especially if you're new to these sort of concepts of just the praxeology of like human dating and mating practices. Right. It's a shit show. I'll give you that. Right. But like I said, understanding it is the key to figuring out how to do the right things. Right. And actually exercising a good moral compass. Thing that frustrates me a lot is people that come in on this moral purity and be like, well, if you advocate at all for banging hoes, you're a degenerate. It's just like, well, sometimes you got to bang a few hoes to find a good housewife. My dad always said, son, there's a difference between hoes and housewives. When you're old enough, you'll understand the difference. He was right.
See, I always say that every man loves hoes. Even the Christian ones. They do. Trust me. They may not tell you that in public, but if they could get away with it, they would. Okay. They just don't want to marry the hoe. Okay. They don't want to do that. But there's very few men whose convictions will keep them from falling into temptation. And see, I don't believe anybody falls into temptation. I believe people jump headfirst, nosedive into temptation. I've never fallen into temptation.
Yeah,
I always ran into
myself.
I
always
ran right into it, right?
I said, temptation, get your ass over here. I track temptation down.
People try to act like, oh, don't go listen to any other religions too. That's the thing that I got told a lot growing up. Don't listen to anybody else. You'll be tempted, and that'll lead you astray. It's just like, but that's you basically saying your faith is weak, and if you experience any temptation, you'll fall for it. I'm just like, that shows that you believe that I have moral impurity and a lack of understanding, and that you're projecting your own weak faith onto me and saying that, oh, if you experience any temptation, it's like Jesus was tempted by the devil himself and he said no, right? He was offered the entire world and he said no.
I go with that. I have an interesting kind of outlook on this because of the way that I chose to live my years before I got married. So when I was in my early 20s, really early 20s, I was in college. I had 2 opportunities to get married. I fucked them both up. Technically, I didn't.
Her husband? Wait a minute.
Technically, I didn't fuck it up myself. I had help, but once those 2 were passed, I decided that I wasn't going to get married, and so I specifically dated women that we would consider a hoe because I didn't want to damage good girls, and I didn't want to be responsible. I didn't want the burden of, of course, we didn't call it body count back then, but I just didn't want the burden of ruining good women for other men. So why not? So I just dealt with, I didn't have any real relationships, so I didn't have to deal with the damaged women either. And I did that up until I was about 33, 34. And I ended up deciding I wanted to get married. I got married within a year. I've been married 19 years now. And that's really kind of the way that I see it, the way it should kind of go. You need to date with a purpose. And that purpose is either I'm just going to go have sex to meet my physical needs, and it's not going to be anything else, or I'm going to have sex to get married, and that's it. Right? Like this. And you pick one way or the other. If you try and straddle that line, you're going to burn yourself, or you're going to burn somebody else. That's just my opinion. And my anecdotal evidence as to why it's my opinion. As far as what we said earlier, I mean, I think that you didn't hear the whole context, so that's why maybe you thought we were straw manning the argument. We did not.
My apologies. Like I said, it's a lot of arguments that I've heard over and over again. I work a lot behind the scenes, and I know a lot of this. I've been studying this because I used to be one of those blue pill guys, right? When I got into a relationship in my mid-20s, I tried to do all the things the mainstream tells you to do after I got in the relationship, because I was like the party boy, but I was a good Christian boy. I wasn't banging all the hoes, but I was definitely partying with all the hoes. So I learned how hoes work without having to fuck all of them, right? So there's also some nuance there.
See, I was
once I got in a relationship, but the thing is once I got into a relationship, after I dated a stripper for a little while, learned some other things. So I did go full degen.
If you date strippers, you'll learn really quick what degenerate really is.
Yeah, well, she was actually a smart one. She was actually a good one, and she actually taught me the game and taught me how to get finessed by girls. She liked me a lot because I was skilled in bed, right? I was, unlike a lot of guys, I had some natural talents, even for a good Christian boy. So it would make, for whatever that's worth. The point is that I learned a lot, but then when I got with my current girl, who I've been with for 15 years now, right, I tried to do all the things because my dad was an alcoholic, and I viewed a lot of that stuff as toxic masculinity that he did, but turned out he was just a really good guy, just with a fucked up drinking problem, which skewed things immensely. Rolo's work helped me figure out what was good behavior, what was bad behavior. And so when I've delved into this space quite a bit and had to overcome a lot of my own shortcomings in this space, right? And so for me, like listening to guys, they kind of say a lot of these like moral purist talking points, like I said, I get set off, and I just want to own that. I don't need you to defend your position or anything like that. I'm just,
So I'm not. Yeah, I'm not. I don't.
from my
Yeah, I'm not trying to
misunderstanding.
defend my position. I just wanted to make sure that you seem like you had something to say, and I wanted to make sure that if you wanted to say it, I let you.
Viking, did you just like hype up this whole thing just to like concede?
No, my point still stands because I don't agree with some of those moral puristic points that you guys are making about how you're criticizing the whole red pill. Okay, let me clarify my point.
Very specific about which parts of the red pill we're criticizing.
Yeah, so I just want to know.
Yeah, you went into it after I got set off. That's what I'm saying. Like I did miss the first part of the conversation. I came in, and then when I said my points, you clarified a lot of those things before I could come up because I was in the middle of something, right? So we already kind of moved past most of the conversation.
You guys already had it. We just took away the whole sparks of this show. Like, man,
it's okay. I like.
No, my point still stands. I still want to make my point. My point is that I want to get away from this kind of moral puristic attitude that we have towards things because it often context gets lost in the translation, right? And people like to twist things. You get the guys like raging about single mothers and raging at Raging Tomato, right? About how she's a single mom and she's this, that, and the other thing. But it's like she's just a woman trying to make it in life, right? And they're sitting there like you're a loser and trying to say all these mean things.
I don't know if that's a moral purist point to be honest.
No, I'm saying that can you explain saying stuff like that, and then those guys are pointing at like, oh, those red pill guys say single mothers are trash, right? And that's not what red pill says.
Can you point to a moral purist argument that any of us said today on the stream that you heard?
I said that the red pill as a whole does not typically address family. That was the main point of contention that I had. And you guys did give nuance to it after I said my piece. So you did clarify that before I even got up. But that was my main issue was that
there was nothing else other than that.
This because I've had like this one Christian guy that's I can't remember what he's called now or what faction he's from. But he comes into the Discord, the Fresh and Fit Discord, and he's like had 5 conversations with me now, and he keeps saying, I haven't heard any compelling arguments for what positive attributes the red pill has for society. And it's like, how does this help society? I'm like, because we address the individual. We don't try to do this groupthink tactics and, like there's generalities, but when you're trying to like broadly paint whole groups, that's like what most red pill get accused of doing and wrongly, right? We're addressing the individual. That's what Fresh and Fit does. We don't talk about should, would, could. We talk about what is. Is banging hoes degenerate? Probably from a moralistic standpoint, but it also gives you experience. There's upsides.
Isn't that a tenet?
And that's contextual.
That is a tenet of red pill is to have morals. Not necessarily
amoral. Red pill is amoral.
Well, it's about actions and consequences, right? Like the iron rules of Tomasi. They're not prescriptions. It's like saying, well, if you break this rule, these will be the consequences. Right? Self-deprecation is not game.
Not all of them is not game is true. But some of them are prescriptions. Some of them are prescriptions.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, why is it though? Right? The reason why is because there's negative consequences for engaging in those behaviors.
But see, this is where they need to call it something else, because you can't say red pill do not give prescriptions, but then give prescriptions.
Well, Rollo says that he doesn't,
but he did.
That's one of those things where he plays fast and loose, and that's a personal thing you can take up with Rollo.
Well, right? That's why I said it's like, okay, well, the prescriptions that are given don't really, in my opinion, if you're fighting feminism, doesn't address fighting feminism. It addresses how to use feminism for your benefit, if anything, which
was the arguments that were being made. That's what we were discussing, which you did not hear. You came in like when we were just passing.
Yeah, right after that.
Yeah. So I think like one, we could say you got to get morality out of things. Good luck, because everybody has their own morals.
No, I said moral purist. To be clear, moral purist.
Well, I'm not pure.
What you're saying is that the people that think that we can get it out, right? Like the dude that claimed that he's president of the manosphere, we need to get all the posers out of here, right? Where's that guy now?
Are you talking about a Ricky? Ricky
Mr. Johnson. No, Mr. Johnson.
Oh,
he knocked up a groupie. Yeah. But like I said, that was what he started out doing, is that, he gained some success in teaching guys, the truth. And then he got on this moral purity tirade about how we're going to get all the fakers and all the posers and all that stuff out of the red pill. For me, that's more or less what I'm on coming up here. But I'm trying to come at it from a nuanced standpoint of like, you can't do that. You can't ever get true purity because human beings are fundamentally flawed. We're all sinners at the end of the day, and it's overcoming the temptation and overcoming the sin that makes you morally pure. Not pure 100%, but that's what that driving and striving for that, and understanding that people are going to sin, they are going to fuck up, they are going to make mistakes, and there is value in learning from your mistakes. There is value in becoming the prodigal son. That's what I'm trying to say in this space is, you can't get rid of that moral purity. And like I said, I have to own that I got a little triggered. Thank you for letting me come up and explain my nuances a little bit. Makes it a lot easier.
Viking, are you saying you just got emotional with me?
Yeah. I'll own it. Like I said, I take personal accountability for everything. That was my fuck ups before that led to all my mistakes in life.
That's not
I didn't take personal accountability.
masculine there. I'm kidding. But see, the thing is, like, I said this, I think what a lot of guys tend to do, and maybe this is probably what it is. It's the triggering, right? This is a perfect learning example. Like, sometimes when we are invested, into something, we're emotionally invested. And when we think we hear something that is, coming at what we stand for, what we, believe in, or, whatever what we find is useful or good or true, we get clouded or blinded by our emotional investment, and we are unwilling to see the flaw or the inconsistency in what we're saying or what other people are saying about it. Things like for example, Viking, my opinion on like where I told you, like where I think Fresh fucked up, right?
That for that too in a minute.
I know you're ready for it. I know you want to do it.
No. I actually can say it now. I actually can say what I wanted to say that I couldn't say before.
Oh, really?
So shout out to Bradley Martin when he interviewed Myron. If you go back and watch that recent podcast that he did, he let out the key piece of information of why Fresh knew this was a scam the whole time and why he was playing the game the way that he was. Is because, and I'll just say it because Bradley said it and Myron confirmed it. Fresh can't have kids. He can't have kids. That's why he raw dogs like crazy. He literally can't have kids. I don't know the details on it, and he tries not to keep it public. But that's why he does this, is because that there's a very, very small chance he could, but it's basically the same as a condom. So that's the thing. He can't have kids. He doesn't like to talk about it publicly, but that's why he was so indiscriminate.
Because it makes him seem like he's impotent, and being impotent is like not really, man. Okay.
Well, it's that, when girls try to scam him like this, it's kind of like having a vasectomy and not.
Oh, trust me, I know I have a vasectomy, and I love it when they tell me they got knocked up. I'm like, oh, really?
So that's I couldn't say that before because Fresh is a friend, and I didn't want to be like out his personal details, but Bradley did it for me, and Myron confirmed it. Like, oh, it's out of the bag now, so now I can point to that podcast.
But to me, it still doesn't take away what he said, right? The whole like, go get that thing done.
Well, yes, that was knowing
why
the pregnancy test, before he dumped her, and then she comes back with this stuff. So yeah, he's just going to give her the same the bullshit spiel. I can't say I agree with how he would handle it either, right? I think personally, the way I would have handled it, I would have ignored her. I wouldn't have tried to tell her anything. I would have just been like, I want a test, right? As soon as you can have a test, you're having the kid. Okay, as soon as we can have a test, we can have a test. We talked about that before. Right, that's the next logical step.
I would have been like, "Hey, I'm taking you to the doctor to go get a test right now. I want to see these results now. Let's go."
Yeah. So should he have done that? No, that's where I think he fucked up. But like I said, I understand where he's coming from more than most people because, like I said, I'm friends behind the scenes, and like you said, there's certain things if you don't know, you don't know. Just as I found out. But this is also why I voice my opinions without fear, because then I can get pushback and give pushback. We can have a real conversation, try to keep it respectful, and be able to actually get more truth out and let people that are watching decide, right? That's the glory of freedom of speech, is that you give people the power of choice.
And see, like I said, the only thing I had an issue with was just, again, the principle of these girls that get an abortion, red flag. We're trying to avoid accountability. And then going off of his statement, go get an abortion. You know, to me, that just looks like he's trying to avoid accountability. You know what I'm saying? That's all I said. I didn't agree with and I didn't like.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I don't have any comment on it.
Am I a coomer? Okay, I just learned what this coomer word means, and hold on, I might have gotten it right. Isn't it like a dude that masturbates all the time?
A chronic masturbator, yeah.
Well,
no, I don't masturbate.
It's also a guy who just like chases women constantly, just just doesn't have any self-respect for him. Just we call like beating cheeks is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we call beating cheeks is a coomer. He's a degenerate, so.
No, I'm not chasing women. I don't do that. Okay.
Yeah.
So you guys know I actually am married. I do have a wife. So I don't be chasing anything. I'm good. And when I talk about sleeping around, I'm talking about my young Thundercat days when I was a degenerate.
Thundercat.
That's right.
Yeah, and if you were sleeping around, that wouldn't be a coomer or anything. That would be a degen Chad, if anything.
Yep.
Like if you're banging hoes in Hollywood or that area, California, is what it sounded like.
Like Destiny, Destiny is has been renamed the Coomer Gremlin by Andrew Wilson.
I think Destiny gay. Like, I mean,
you're probably not wrong. You're probably not. I mean, I'm not gonna find out, but
he's the guy that did say sometimes a thick, meaty, veiny is on the menu for him.
It was funny because we were talking about it on the show the other day, and with the Project VO pod.
Oh yeah,
and Destiny actually apparently was watching the show and had it open on one of his tabs while we were doing it. And I don't know if he was actually going to come in or not, but he was certainly. I think they invited him to. Very funny. But yeah, he's a Coomer Gremlin.
Yeah.
When it comes to Destiny, I'll say it's kind of the same thing with my dad's alcoholism. A negative example can still be a positive example if you understand that it
could be a lesson. It still is definitely an opportunity to learn a lesson. Trust me, I didn't learn from just learning shit. I learned from fucking shit up.
Yeah.
I mean, exactly.
The greatest lessons is what life will teach you. And you could observe it or you could endure it. One of the two. Your choice, I'm a little hard-headed. I like to learn hands-on. So
I'm stubborn as fuck too.
I had to be that one-on-one coaching kind of thing, So
that's I think Destiny has said that. I couldn't find a clip of it.
I have one. If you want me to send it to you, I'll have it.
I've seen. I don't have the clip, but I didn't save it, but I've seen it.
I have two.
I know he said that shit.
I have two of them. So.
Well, if you give that to Teriyaki in the chat, he will turn that into a neat meme for you. He is the meme guru.
Teriyaki, I'll be getting in touch with you soon.
He's a meme guy.
Shout out to Cold Truth. I see you in there hiding in the chat.
Yeah. It's interesting, the whole thing with Destiny and Melina and all that. Melina, however you say her name. I didn't see him getting left for a dude in a dress, though. I gotta say, I didn't see that one coming.
I mean,
because I thought she was into actual women. I didn't see her. I didn't see that. That was a curve. That was a curveball.
Well, she's
I
into men that
really
she can
wasn't
control.
like,
Destiny's one that she can control, and when she lost him, basically she fucked up on her didn't pay her taxes like she was supposed to, despite all the money, like a typical woman in the modern age. Didn't bother learning her taxes, went back to her home country, got trapped there because she didn't pay her taxes, lost her passport, and then she's hanging around with this effeminate TikToker dude, right? Who's just as famous as Destiny, just in the TikTok space. So he had the same sort of clout and shit like that. That's where a lot of people got it twisted. Like, who is this nobody? It's like, well, you don't know who he is because you're not on TikTok watching dudes in dresses. Okay, fair enough.
True.
But the thing is,
to say that
it's not
I
really
wasn't
surprising if
expecting
you
it
know
from
her
happening,
profile.
To say I wasn't expecting it from happening, that would be a lie. The dress kind of threw me off. That wasn't a factor I was thinking about. I was thinking she was gonna go like lean to the plug route and get with like
See, I would.
I was thinking she's gonna go bigger, blacker.
She's already got access to dudes like that on the side. Trust me, I know a couple of them in Miami. Shout out to my friend Kyan. Like his homie crossed the hall, like fucked the shit out of her and shit like that. Like I've seen the receipts. So she was doing a full fucking tour between Miami and fucking Texas. And that's why I was telling people, like, they're like, oh, what do you think? Is this marriage gonna last? I'm like, well, coming up on the 2 to 3 year honeymoon phase. She's going around hopping from dick to dick trying to avoid him. She's about to fucking leave him if given a monkey branch opportunity.
Yeah.
Like I the way I look at it is like, he's a perfect example of why you don't suck dick, guys, with your girl. Okay, like
yeah. I mean, yeah. He's a perfect example of a lot of things. Amphetamines bad for you. Don't do that.
Get you all fucked up.
Drugs are bad, okay?
Drugs are bad. Destiny is like, have you seen how his debate skills have kind of just been like on this roll down with the increased amount of drug usage? They're just like pretty interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. Destiny's always been one of those people, like, he's very good at bodying people, but if you notice, every single time he gets a little bit pressed, just a little bit, where somebody else is winning,
you can get him flustered.
Talking real fast, and he starts shouting down just like all leftists fucking do.
Dude, did you see the debate with Gorka? He was like this. He was like fucking like,
yeah, he starts switching. He starts doing this. It's funny. He starts doing this weird thing with his jaw, where his jaw like kind of moves back and forth.
Well, that's because he was fiending, guys. He was fiending. He was going clean for a minute. He had a cold streak. He was jonesing.
Yeah, I mean, that dude was like he was seriously like, I was like, what is? I'm like, I'm not really sure what drug that is, but he's on something, or he's coming off of something. One of the two.
Yeah, coming off of something. I've seen it before. Like I said, dad was an alcoholic. I've grew up in low income, white trash, ghetto fucking areas. I've seen crackheads, meth heads, you name it. I've seen it. Right. So I've seen all the fucking varieties of tweakers, man. And like I said, when you see it, you can't unsee it.
Yep. Yeah, that's for sure.
I don't know what I don't know what the deal with him and Erudite is. I'm pretty positive that Not So Erudite is in an open relationship with her dude. So she might still be getting banged by Destiny. I don't know. Somebody else.
I don't know. I think maybe her dude's banging Destiny.
Huh?
Oh, that was another fun fact. I could go another rabbit hole we could go down of how Destiny found himself in an open relationship, because the way he frames it is not true. So we had a longtime viewer of his, an older woman that's very critical of him, come to the Fresh and Fit Discord with the fucking video footage. I wish I'd saved it, but she had the clips that he took down of when he was starting to get more clout, when he was over in the Twitch space and he started getting options with these other Twitch streamers. She found out because he had left his DMs or some shit open, and there's like a whole video where she went off on him on live on Twitch, berating him and damn near getting physically abusive with him about how it wasn't fair, and that if he was going to be, even entertaining that she needed to be able to do it too, and basically was pressing him for the open relationship. So he never went into the open relationship willingly. He started to get options from other women due to his clout and got blindsided by both them and his woman simultaneously on stream. And then he tried to act like, no, I planned it.
I think Destiny has been a cuck since birth.
Yeah,
but
maybe.
that's just my personal opinion. I have no proof for that. But, you know, I mean, think about it. Can we just be honest? If you're bi, you're just gay.
You know,
can we just say that? Like, it's like dick with a little bit of vagina on the side.
A lot of people try to act like just because they don't know, like gay dudes still fuck sometimes, especially if they want to have a family.
Yeah.
Right. They can get it hard for women. They're just, it's, guys, their body responds. Like, it's not one of those things where like you're not always so turned off that you can't perform. Right. So I've known enough because once again, I've been around a lot of these spaces. I was very blue pilled. I almost went full Destiny. The reason why the stripper that I dated and I broke up is because she decided that she wanted to peg me and I said no. And that ended the relationship because I wasn't going to give up I'm not doing any, gay stuff. Like that was a hard line for me. Right. So when she was like saying, oh, we must do this. I'm like, no, I'm done. Right. So, but that's the thing. I've been around a lot of these spaces. I've talked to a lot of these people. I know how they actually move based on them actually talking to me about it. Right. So if you gay guys will tell you, if you are a switch hitter, you swing for both teams. The definition of being gay is just having sexual attraction for men. So just because you still have sexual attraction for women doesn't mean that you're not gay. So yes, if you're bi, it does make you gay as well, right? You might be bi and still like women, and that's what you saying you're bi is basically saying, well, I am sexually attracted to men and women. So by default, you're sexually attracted to men. That makes you gay.
Gay.
But we got to get back to the word definition. See, this is the thing. A lot of people don't want an Urban Dictionary is your friend too. Anybody who wants to look up things like Coomer, right? They'll give you a really good definition of what the term means, which basically is more or less an adult incel that just kind of embraced the shit. That's what a Coomer more or less is, right? And so that's why they typically put Coomer on older guys that are on the internet chronically, right? Because usually guys that do that by balanced probabilities are chronic internet porn addicted masturbators. Right. So most of the time, if they accuse an older guy on the internet of being a Coomer, they roll the dice on a balance of probability. They're probably right. Right. But they get into these sort of spaces and it's usually not the same. Right. Of course, it's a kind of a meme inside the Fresh and Fit Discord. Oh, my bad. I don't get laid. I don't get any pussy.
Good definition.
Interesting enough.
Yeah. Where's Josie?
I don't know. I have no idea.
She's probably scared of me.
Everybody's sending the link.
Siege the link to give to her. So
everybody's got she has a link. She might be. I don't know. She might be having equipment issues. I don't know.
Probably putting on her makeup.
Facts.
Putting all that
putting on the horse paint
on all that fake paint. I say that because she was getting heated last night over that. It's like, let us have our makeup. I'm like, you could have it. I like it. I don't think nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, like the red pill saying goes, men lie and women wear makeup.
No, it's true, but women lie too.
But that's what I'm saying. Like that's just
they just lie more than just the makeup. Oh, you don't have the link, Josie? Well, Siege, why did you just put it in the chat?
It's in your Discord. I'm pretty sure. Let me make sure.
You don't put it in the chat, bud.
Yeah, then I have to
Now we gotta you have to play whack-a-mole with all these idiots that are gonna pop up here. Not your idiots.
Yeah, it's
my viewers are idiots.
I'm literally looking at it right
I got trolls over here.
Yeah, they do come out of the woodwork.
Banning people.
Trust me, we deal with them all the time over at Fresh and Fit. As Donovan Sharp says, red pill meatheads.
So what do you think is what do you think about what's the next evolution in this space?
What do I think?
I think what we're seeing is that we're gonna be seeing that the panel shows are gonna eventually become mute, in my opinion. I think they're right now they're riding the wave, and Only 3 of them. There's only 3 of them that are, you could say legitimately successful, and that would be, obviously Fresh and Fit. You would say that would be definitely Whatever, and Now Access Vegas. But besides that, there's no panel shows out there, and I think eventually they're going to people are gonna get tired of them.
Yeah, it's just like a lot of the Twitch just chatting community, right? Because I know where a lot of these like panel things from, like I saw Zerka on his come up, right, before he got Twitch partner and then got banned and all that stuff. I know this community inside and out because I got involved with Twitch back in 2018, right before my red pill awakening, right? So I've seen a lot of evolutions within this space and also how people view the red pill outside the space. And I think we're going through the evolution right now. And I agree with you. Yeah, the panel shows, because the thing is, everybody's trying to, and their dog are trying to do their own show now, right? But the thing is that they think it's just like Fresh and Fit, okay, so the formula is, oh, we're just going to have women on and we're going to ask them questions and magic, right? They don't have any real concept of why it works. Like the reason why the Fresh and Fit podcast works, because even going back to what you said before, Glenn, about how it gets boring after a while. Yeah, it does. And that proves the point that all these women, no matter their education, no matter their background, all have the same like handful of responses to almost any one of these questions in any one of these situations. And they all point to the same outlier exceptions to the rules, right? So that, yes, it does get boring for anybody that's actually paying attention and not just there for the entertainment. Right. The edutainment factor is there. Like it's full of entertainment. But as Myron always says, we argue with the women so you don't have to. Myron gets paid to argue with you. You think Myron argues with bitches behind the scenes? Like, no, he doesn't. He literally tells the girls, show's over. That's literally, been in studio multiple times with him. Right. And a girl will try to come up to him after the show, like, oh, and he's just like, show's over. Go talk to Mo.
Yeah. Yeah. I think, again, like, the next evolution is going to be coming, and I just don't know what it is yet. Because again, something's going to have to fade. I'm hoping it's more like scripted entertainment, like sitcoms or short films that kind of teach, promote like red pill tenets in a very entertaining way, where people could digest it from viewing and not having to hear about all the see the 304 or whatever. They could kind of just like understand the storyline and get the message that way. I'm hoping that's the case it goes, because trust me, I have a script already ready to go for it. But
I think you should take it that direction, because right now what I'm seeing the evolution is that for the election season, and Rolo is even correctly predicting this. I agreed with him from the start, like back in like 2018 and shit like that.
When he did his
they're the boogeyman.
Yeah.
We're the boogeyman. All of us, even us talking about this in here, because we're not fully on the blue pill side, right? We're going to get demonized as well, because you're teaching guys what? Self-ownership, self-determination, how to develop a real moral framework that's good for yourself as well as society, right?
Well, see, this is where I'll push back at you a little bit. Although we may know that there's pockets in this space that do teach skills and moral framework, as you said, to better the individual and society. What is popularized is not what builds a better society, right?
Yeah.
So, and take for instance the NGO diverting hate, right? I read the entire 52 pages of their report, right? And although I know it's a very feminist, narrative that they have. I mean, they literally said like, anybody like speaking against feminism, they put it in levels like of how they classified like how severe of a hatred towards feminism, these channels have. And I will say that like these creators did not do themselves any favors at times. Some of them lacked a lot of tact in this, and maybe that was for sensationalizing it and for giving them red meat. But in a way, you could say that they brought that on to themselves in many regards.
Yeah.
Knowing that, okay, if you know this is a gynocentric social order, then you should know that your approach should be a little bit more tactful than the way that it is. And I don't necessarily feel bad at times, like when I look at the channels that are like getting ready, like some of them are already demonetized and some of them they're trying to demonetize, right? I'm like, well, you guys kind of did show your dick, in a way, like, you did kind of like step on your own dick here, like I'm not mad at them for pointing you out when you are literally doing the helicopter, swinging it around, in broad daylight.
So I like most of what you guys said. Here's where I kind of see it going. Just watch it because I watch a broad, maybe I don't know if a broader array of stuff, but I'm not quite as focused in. And I believe that Andrew's technique of debating and going into the lion's den and debating the heroes of these movements and just destroying them. And right now, I think he's actually, which I think is pretty fucking ballsy. He says that there's no female that's been worth debating so far. Like they were all just, they were easily defeated. Their arguments are terrible. And he would love to encounter one liberal female that could actually debate him and give him a run for his money. And the problem I see with the scripted stuff, which I kind of initially kind of thought the same thing, is I don't believe that I don't believe it'll get enough airplay regardless of what we do. I just don't believe that it's something that can happen in that way because of the reality of how all of that works. We would have to have, as far as anything conservative, red pill, however you want to put it, anything to the right of the aisle and not on the blue left part of the side of the aisle is just not going to get volume in a scripted format. I just can't see that happening. It'll just get pushed down. It'll get or to get caricatured or watered down to the point that it's meaningless. So I really think that Andrew's I think that the debate format is the next big thing, alongside of this kind of panel, off the street panel format that whatever and Fresh and Fit and to some degree Access Vegas does. I just don't know that. I don't know how much further they can take it. You know what I mean? It's not. I mean,
yeah.
It's kind of. It's not that it's necessarily stale. It's just that the same people are watching it. It's not attracting 8,000 new unique viewers every week. You understand? It's now it's a matter of just watching the same old I watch the news every night at 10 o'clock because it's 10 o'clock. And it's so it's rote. It's not, I want to go see this. And I believe that I firmly believe actually that the only way that the right side of the aisle, red pill, conservative, whatever you want to call it, the only way forward is through independence and individual channels to give that wider shotgun effect, because every time we try and narrow things down into a singular format, the leftists that control the media will stop us, right? Like even now,
yep.
If we say something that's even remotely TOS, I could find my entire channel gone tomorrow morning.
Whereas I saw my first channel gone. Yeah.
A leftist can rage for 5 hours and not have a single thing happen to their channel at all. Even if 100 people
not
report.
For me. That's their mentality.
It is, exactly. So
if you'll
we have to play by the rules. We have to play by the rules, and the only way we're going to do that is with guys like Andrew going in and absolutely. And you notice Andrew really, and I'm picking on Andrew. He's not the only guy, obviously. I'm just picking on him right now. But he is literally he knows exactly where the limit is, and he goes right up to the edge, but he will not cross it. And so he is very successful, but he's also guarding against being taken down, because every single video he makes goes behind a paywall that he controls. And he does that because if YouTube decides tomorrow that conservative debate channels are no bueno and you can't do it, or they're going to demonetize it or whatever, he is not out of business overnight. And we have to think this way, guys. We can't get into it. We can't fall into the I want to be another Fresh and Fit. I want to be another whatever. We have to be way smarter. And Andrew is really showing the way. He is the funnel, in my opinion. He's the funnel by which smaller creators can enter that stream and come out the other side as more effective and larger creators and reach bigger audiences. And we have to. And one of the things that really annoys the fuck out of me is the backbiting and the parsing that we do internally amongst conservative, red pill, whatever, all of these different shows.
I think we have to be careful not to blend red pill with conservatism.
Well, I'm just using that as a descriptor of a big area, right?
Yeah, a lot of placeholder terms.
Anything to the right of the aisle. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, I can say right, but whatever.
But are we really saying red pill is right of the aisle?
Well, remember, like, this is where red pill gets kind of, goofy, is when we're using it in like these terms of blue pill and red pill, when those are placeholder terms, as Rolo says, right? And it's just a metaphor for uncomfortable truth versus comforting lies, right?
Yeah.
So that taking a page out of Andrew's book, right? I agree with both of you, Glenn, what you said before, and I'm sorry I didn't catch your name, sir, with the hat.
Grid one. You're on his channel. How you on the channel? You don't even
on
know
your channel. I'm on your channel.
No, you're on his
libertarian, I would say.
I'm dual casting.
He's restreaming my stream.
Yeah. Well, I'm just making sure that I address you by your proper name.
It's Grid One.
Grid One. Okay. I agree with both what Glenn and Grid One said, is that we do need to move smarter. This is part of actually my specialty behind the scenes at Fresh and Fit. I'm the OCD anal retentive motherfucker that not only read the terms of service, but I also read the monetization contract and all the things that you can do to get demonetized, banned, striked, blah, blah, blah. I know all that stuff. And I agree with what you're saying.
Streaming.
Is basically the point is, yes, we need to fight smarter, not harder. Right now, you got a lot of guys, like you said, Glenn, a lot of guys are doing it to themselves. They're playing the game of whack-a-mole, but they forget that they're the fucking mole. And if you stick your head up, you're going to get your head smashed. Right. So you need to keep your head down. Right. And oh no, my free speech. Yes. Welcome to 1984. Now, are you going to just yell the truth, or are you going to learn how to express it tactfully so that way you can actually get a proper message out to people? Right. And that's where I appreciate what Andrew's doing, is because he's actually bringing back decorum to internet debating. Right. This is one of the things that pisses me off to no end, is all these people that say they're having a debate when all they're really doing is having an argument shouting match on the internet. There's no debate decorum whatsoever. Right. They just want to be like, as soon as you start saying something they don't like, then they're just going to shout you down and talk over you. Like one of the basic rules we have at the Fresh and Fit Discord, one mic at a time. When we get people talking over each other too much, they get muted if they don't take the correction. Right. Same thing on here. You guys, if I was talking too much, you'd mute me.
Yeah, you guys handle it so well in that Discord. That's literally one of my favorite places to have like just random discourse. Like sometimes I do it just like walking the dog, and it's just like you guys handle it well.
Thank you.
Yeah. See, I think like this is where I think the debate era has already been going on, especially with these panel shows, because that's really what they did. They brought these girls on and they've debated them, right? Andrew coming into the game does change it up a little bit, but it's not new. It's still a debate.
Yeah, here's the thing with debates is that it doesn't violate community guidelines.
Yeah.
Like, you can have Nick Fuentes on your stream if it's a debate. You're not going to be taken down. If you have it just to have him talk, you will be taken down. So if you invite the girls to dunk on them, just be the strongest one arguing and put it as a debate panel instead of, hey, we're dunking on girls tonight kind of thing. So I think, it's really going that direction, because there's this whole element of freedom of speech and Rumble that is coming in, and people are like YouTube was like, okay, like, we gotta figure something out because all those people are going over there, you know?
I think Rumble's like already haven't institute their own free speech, or their own TOS hindering free speech. They've already changed the rules multiple times. After Trump got on there, they had to change a bunch of rules and stuff like that. They're already more restrictive. And in cases like guys like Nick F that you're referring to, you can't even. He's one of those people. He's that shall be not named, and that can happen in YouTube as well. Right, that can even happen over in Rumble eventually. If you was say inciting violence and stuff like that, breaking laws, right? Those are free speech laws that can be enforced, right? Freedom of speech is not free. This is what a lot of people get. Like, they talk about freedom of speech in terms of like a concept, and anybody should be able to say anything. Free speech doesn't really say that. That's the thing, is that there is restrictions. You can't yell fire or bomb in a crowded space, lying about that shit and inciting panic. You might be exercising your freedom of speech, but they're going to arrest you and you're going to go to jail for that shit. Right. Unless you're a leftist, and then they might allow you to do it. Right. Double standards and all. But the point is that
amount of double standards.
I always say, like, when I'm trying to say bomb in public, I go, you bomb, like I say you the first. So they can't say it. I get away with it. Trust me.
Come on,
if you make a habit out of it, though, they can still establish a pattern of behavior and still come after you. Once again, this is where a lot of guys in YouTube get it twisted, right? They think that they can use loopholes. There are no loopholes, right? That's the thing, is that if you think there's a loophole, like Grid One said, they will change the rules. It's literally in the TOS. They can change the rules for any reason at their discretion without notifying you or anybody. It literally says that. You literally give up your freedom of speech on these platforms, right? But when people come in and by even using the platform, you agreed to the rules. You signed the contract. It says it in the agreement. So the very fact that you're using it is an admission of that you agreed to it. Whether you understand it, then these people are like doing what some idiot would go to court saying, well, I didn't know it was only 45, right? I didn't know that was the speed limit. Like, well, ignorance is not an excuse under the law. Same thing with TOS and these sort of contracts, is that you do not have those freedoms. You have to monitor the rules that they have and try to adhere to them best as you can and play smarter.
That's right.
That's why I always said, like, it's not the Matrix. It's really not the Matrix. It's
because it's a privately owned company.
Yeah,
like it's their house. If you say take your shoes off inside of my house, well, I'm an American. I have the freedom to keep my shoes on. No, but then get out. Go somewhere else.
Yeah, well, and there's nuances like that. Like, one I saw on Twitter was that somebody was posting a picture about how Nick F blocked him. And like, oh, so much for freedom of speech. I'm like, there's a fundamental difference between you kicking somebody out of your house and you getting somebody kicked out of their house.
Yeah.
There's just a lot of things out there. Not only can they change the rules at any time, they don't even have to give you a reason why. It's our platform and we don't want you here anymore. Done.
Yeah, and if you establish a pattern that they view could be bad or
hurt their business,
yeah, it could affect the business model. Because once again, this is another thing. It's an ad platform, right? All these places are ad platforms. So if you're bad for advertising, you're going to be negatively affecting. That's why it's very easy to get demonetized. Like, Glenn, this is something that we're actually going to need to talk about behind the scenes on the Dragon ship, because there's things that have already been done and said on these platforms. And now that I'm part of it, I'm going to have to say something, because I'm not monetized yet. I'm trying to get monetized. We could all get demonetized with some of the shit that's been said. Right?
I know. I said it. My bad. Okay. I'll just be quiet more often. I won't speak my mind anymore.
Well, once again, it's not about speaking your mind. It's about, like, what you just said before. You got to be more tactful, right? Yeah. Guys bring it on themselves, right? Don't be that guy.
No, we do. That's why I say it's not the Matrix. The Matrix is not shutting people down. And this is why I hate when I hear guys say the Matrix got them, or the Matrix is out to get. No, no. These are the choices you made, and now you're facing the consequences of your actions. Just by saying it's the Matrix, you are
It doesn't
just
do anything.
signaling that you don't want to be accountable for your actions. And then here's the other thing. When I hear guys do this and they go, women need to be held accountable, y'all ain't even holding yourselves accountable. You're blaming
The
everybody
Matrix
else.
made me do it. It's like they talk about, Fresh and Fit always says, fuck the victim mindset. And these guys will be like, oh, the Matrix is banning me. Like, you guys are siding with the Matrix. And it's just like, no, there's rules and standards here. And if you violate them, you will get checked. Right. And if you just because you don't know what those rules are, maybe you should have done some more homework. Right.
Now, the other side of that is it's not just a business where you violate the rules and they kick you out. It's also very political and situational. If they just don't like what you're saying, they will go through everything you've ever put on YouTube. You could have said something 2 years ago that was not TOS at the time. It was perfectly okay. And they will find that and they'll say, you know what? You're done. You're done because of this right here. And you don't even remember doing it because it was 2 damn years ago. And that's unfortunate, but it is the reality of the situation. And that's one of the problems I have with a lot of people that do complain is that they are not facing the reality of the situation of being on YouTube. And then they say, we have a streamer that I work with occasionally that he only streams on Rumble because he feels like he needs to be authentic or whatever that means. But at the end of the
Also, that he has
day,
personal relationship with the people who own that platform. So there's that.
yeah, but either way, it doesn't matter because that platform, if it works for him, great. But I need, for what I'm doing, I kind of need to be on the biggest platform, and that means dealing with playing the game by the rules and understanding that those rules can change and can catch me out. And you just know that when you get involved. I like what Andrew's doing. He immediately deletes every video from YouTube and puts it behind a paywall so they can never come at him down a year down the road. They can't come back and say, you said Erudite was a fucking bitch, and that is a problem. And now we're erasing your ability to make money on YouTube. And they can't do that because he immediately takes the videos down and he puts them behind that paywall and they can't touch him. And it's a very good strategy. And it's one that most creators really need to look into doing because it's just the right way to do it. When you're live
now, but keep in mind, like what you said before, is that if YouTube does catch on, if enough people do it, they will say people are using this as a dog whistling tactic. Some of the terminology they'll use, and they'll be like, okay, so now anybody that does this, right, if they get flagged enough, they're going to be looking at, what are they saying on other platforms? That's another thing that I've been trying to, Mo and I have been trying to talk to Myron more about, is that Myron still thinks he can separate the Rumble space from the YouTube space, but then you've got like people like violating free use and streaming directly their Rumble streams directly to YouTube, which then can be used out of context to make it look like they're streaming this stuff to YouTube, right? And because it's just their stream and they just have a small watermark that could easily be clipped out and edited and manipulated, it looks like they're posting this stuff on YouTube. So, and then if you delete it and say, oh, I deleted it, then they're just gonna be like, okay, well, you're doing this and we think it's bad for business. Boom, done. So just beware. Like, I agree, it's a good tactic right now, but the game is always changing.
See, this is why I said, like, it needs to come into a form of like cinematic entertainment, because you can have underlining themes that are in there that teach the principles. That doesn't have to be so in your face and like obvious. And I mean, that's exactly what the liberals have done for years with film.
90s X-Men. 90s X-Men cartoon was a good example of teaching about racism, right?
Yes.
They're using mutants as the stand-in for race, right?
Yep.
And it teaches those very same principles. I mean, even Star Trek with the people that had half white, half black, half white faces and stuff like that. That's the old message, right? The new message is the problem, because the new message is just like boom, slapping you in the face with it and not letting any nuance or subtlety exist for the sake of entertainment. Right. And I agree with you. That's what needs to happen. I believe after this election cycle, I would be very interested in what you would be doing with the space, as well as guys like the Savo brothers.
Yeah,
right.
no,
They've been trying to do that as well.
We've been talking about stuff for a while now. We're waiting for the right timing for a lot of things, but a lot of it, see, the thing is to do it right, to do a good cinematic, project correctly, there has to be a backing there financially, and that's the problem. It's like, okay, everybody likes this stuff in the space, but they're not willing to put into money into a project that they can't see, but they'll do it for a show, like Fresh and Fit, or whatever, or actually whatever, like whoever their favorite content creator is, they're willing to do it there, but not put it into a fund to help produce a great project like that. Because I know the Sable Brothers has a good script, and I definitely have a good script, and there's other people, content like red pill people that are in the entertainment industry that would love to do something, but the funding is not there for it. And it's like, that's why we kind of get shot in the foot, because one, really, like, look at what Daily Wire does. Daily Wire is so smart that they have cartoons, they have comedies. Like, I love Matt Walsh being the judge, like that show where he's the judge. Good. Like, they have used all forms of media, not just the talk show type of stuff and the interviews. No, they branched out, and they are attacking young kids. They're doing the cartoons and the books, the kids' books. They have all different types of programming, giving out their message. They're ahead of it.
Yeah, they really are ahead of. They figured it out early on.
Yeah, and so if the red pill, or if this information wants to make it to the next, evolution, it's going to have to adapt, and people are going to have to work together. And that's where I don't think the content creators really are going to struggle with this. Like, wait a minute, I'm going to have to either give up my funds that they're sending me, and allocate it to putting it in a project. I don't know if I want to do that. I kind of like the money these people are giving me, Yep. So there is a sense of like people not wanting to share the pie.
Oh, and Rumble has like the worst discovery algorithm I've ever seen.
Yep.
So forget growing on there. You pretty much have to bring your audience over from another platform, which, if you already have an audience, you can do that. But if you don't, don't rely on anybody trying to grow on there. They still got to do it on YouTube. Therefore, they still have to censor themselves. So what's the point,
Yeah. Now, I think that what, and I said this about over a year ago. I think I told you this, Viking, that the content creators in this space need to create their own like server, right? And have everybody have their own site where everybody could just upload and live stream their own stuff and put it on like a subscription plan, like
Yeah, but who provides that service?
I'm already looking into doing that.
Yeah, Andrew's doing that exact thing. That's exactly what he's doing.
And it's like everything is off grid. Then you only use YouTube and Rumble, whatever, to push your shorts or your highlights or your promos for your show, just to draw people in, right? And then, or you can do the same thing on X or whatever social media, and it funnels them to this private website that has the server where all your live streams and everything is up, and they pay a subscription fee and they have access to it. That way, you don't have to worry about TOS. You don't have to worry about, ad revenue so much, because the content creators are going to be, getting money from the subscriptions that their subscribers buy, and they'll get a percentage of it for themselves. And then the percentage of it would go to maintaining the site and hosting the site, right? Covering the cost for that. But that would also, again, require these content creators actually being able to work together enough, in order to do so. And there's so much division in this space as it is between just the creators. It makes it difficult for them to all get together and work together. Because this is like one of the, it's so funny because that's another thing about the space. We all have the same issue with feminism. We all know what the same problem is. But damn, could we actually get some peace in this space that actually, be able to not be beefing with each other to the point where like we can't even collaborate enough to actually.
I think there's like three issues here, right? Like, first of all, we have to stop being as fractured, because that's exactly the leftist, feminist, whatever you want. It's exactly the left's process is they just fracture,
divide and conquer.
fracture. And the more they can divide, red pill from these guys from those guys, that you don't agree with me on this one little point, so now you don't think the way I do. The more they fracture, the more ground they gain. So that's rule number one. We got the fracturing. We just have to see past that. The second thing I think is, I think for creators, it's going to have to be a version of what Andrew and Tim Pool have blueprinted out, which is, and Daily Wire to some degree, where you're using all of the social media platforms, X, Instagram, Facebook, maybe to a lesser degree YouTube, to drive traffic to your server. And your server can then be tied to other servers. That's what Max K was talking about. He's been building live streaming services we've got people out there that do that. And then that ensures that you can say what you want once you've driven the traffic to your outlet, right? I mean, you can't. It will not. I do not see the future being the same as it is now on YouTube, and it's much like.
There's another issue.
You guys don't remember this, but probably. But a few years ago, YouTube demonetized all firearm channels. Period.
Yeah, I remember that.
Cut their dicks right out from under them. So what a lot of those channels did short term is they went to Pornhub and reopened their channels there. They reopened their channels there because there was no censorship. They could do whatever they wanted. And it was a joke in the firearms industry. It was a huge joke.
When you say you're looking for the big bang, it's not going to be
right. It's wrong, big bang. So, but short term, that's what they that was their alternative, right? They were going to do that. And then they decided that they would make their money other ways and deal with YouTube, because there was no way to drive the traffic where they needed it to. There was no servers that they could go to. And I remember not, I wasn't a part of any of these channels or anything, but I had videos up from my matches, and my little personal YouTube channel that was meaningless. It had like 10 views per video. It was just my friends. Was literally locked down because I was shooting on it. And they've relaxed a little bit. It's better now. Clover now has, he'll say he's been on 7 years and not been demonetized. And that's, I think now you can be okay. But it's been rough for those kind of creators, and they had to find other outlets and other revenue as well.
But here's also the issue where
I can boost your volume, Josie.
Well,
this is the first time I've ever had to ask that.
Yeah, right. Maybe it's
the
automated.
Real quick before we get too much further. One of the other issues that comes up is that even if you were able to invest the money and build your own data center and your own websites and all that stuff and push the traffic, the issue that you're going to run into, and this is something that's been talked about, is payment processing, right? And is that as soon as the payment processors get reported, like, oh, yours, PayPal, Stripe, whatever it is, as soon as they get tattletaled on, right, then you're going to lose the ability to take money from people. That's why a lot of these content creators aren't doing that, is because it's a lot of money to invest in a data center and maintain it and run it correctly. And then what ends up happening is you lose your payment processing, the rug's been pulled on you. So once again, what are the solutions, right? I'm not going to complain about a problem without a solution. The solution is crypto, right? Integrating crypto into that system so that way you can take crypto payments if that does happen to you. So there is solutions out there, but building the infrastructure for it takes time, money, and know-how. And I happen to know a few people that can make this happen, like Glenn, though, and in terms of his movie stuff, I'm just building my business and building my revenue, right? Building my network connections. And once again, like I always say, you need to play smarter, not harder, right? A lot of guys are trying to play hard, like, oh yeah, we need to tell them, you need to tell them this, and we need to tell them that, you need to do this, you need to do that. It's just like, no, those are all should, would, coulds. You need to talk about what is. What is the game is rigged, but if you understand how it's rigged, you can still play.
Yep.
Yeah, but here's the thing too with is my mic better, by the way?
Yeah, much better. Thank you.
Okay. The problem with that is that just like a server, like you want to create a server, okay, but how do you know who's providing that? They're the same people. So they could shut down your server, and if you want to go all the way back just to just own your own host, well, you're gonna end up with like a giant crypto mining farm in a field somewhere, with solar panels.
To build a data center, that's like an actual warehouse. Like you actually got to build a warehouse, then you got to power it, you got to secure it, right? Because then otherwise, if somebody finds out where your hosting center is, they could just send, a hacker in there to shut the whole shit down or compromise your system, something like that. Like it leaves a vulnerability where you have to secure those centers. And like I said, this all takes time, money, and know-how. Right,
and
knowing
the cost of a server too is much higher than just a website. I mean, Bluehost offers both services, and the price difference is huge. Like you can host a website for like $3 a month, maybe.
Yeah.
Versus the host, the server is like the cheapest I think is like 15 or 19.
But you have to host a server that can provide enough for live streaming, for holding all your previous streams, like that's a big project at hand. And again, it would require everybody in this space to work together. And I get it, like we need to not fracture grid, but the problem is the content creators benefit from the fracture.
Yeah, drama sells. That's the problem, and that's right now a lot of people are riding that drama wave because they're making money.
There really is a selfish aspect of it, in the sense of no, unity sounds great for the collective.
I don't believe there will ever be unity.
No, well, I mean, like unity enough to where like we could do something like that. We may not have to like each other, but to even just try to get along enough to be able to do something for the greater good of the space, right? No. People are too selfish. The content creators are too selfish.
I mean, I 100% agree. I just believe that. I'm just gonna. This is a hugely fractured space, and it's just like, and it doesn't take anything. I mean, just look. We were having a pretty calm discussion earlier. Viking heard like 3 lines of it and instantly triggered, and he's ready to go. And now we're all buddies. We're having a great conversation, and we can do that. But for every interaction like this, there's 20 where people just say, "Well, go fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. I don't even ever want to hear from him again."
Well, it's because not everybody lets you hop on stream too.
That's
which
true.
Is the thing.
I am not...
like if you talk shit and you don't let me jump on, betcha the first thing I'm gonna do is start my stream and start talking shit.
Well, and if I was just a normal guy that Glenn didn't know, and you don't know me, I could have just been some Yahoo on the internet just rage typing all day long.
I would have still
invited you up. Just the toast.
And good on you. But this comes down to a key principle, right? Can we have a conversation? And even if we don't agree, can we agree to disagree? A lot of people, they have this, you're either with me or against me attitude, where if we disagree on one thing, all of a sudden we disagree on all things, even if we agree on most things, right?
Oh,
it's
I know.
divide and conquer.
Viking. It's like, do you want to be right or do you want to win, right?
I wonder who said that. I wonder who came up with that.
I don't know. Somebody somewhere on a server. I don't.
No, I mean, you know, oh, what's up, Nick? Girl in the top left corner, Cat, got a pretty face. Don't tell her husband that. Like, don't watch yourself.
She's old
boy.
too. I'm
Okay,
just
you better
telling
watch
you.
yourself. Don't become a victim. I approve. Good job getting her on. I didn't. Don't be blaming on me. That had nothing to do with me. That's all grid. Don't get me in trouble,
man. Yeah, she's old though.
She hit the wall.
She hit both walls.
She hit him twice.
Well, that sounds mean when I say it like that.
Yeah, it's just fucking random, especially it's not like it would be me. Like, I'm kind of like, the way I talk, I'm kind of asking for it, but she's quiet as fuck. So, like, what's up with that? That's just out of fucking nowhere.
You saying that suspect? You saying that sus? Is it really sus?
A little.
Are we using the word sus again? Really?
Semantics over here. Don't try to dodge. You're trying to run away from my comment here.
Who?
I'm not.
You.
I ain't running.
Me?
Grid. Better watch out. Remember, Claymore.
Did I miss a comment?
It's like, Kid has been quiet the whole time and y'all just taking shots at her. Like, leave her alone.
Hey, Grid, remember, boom.
I know. There's no leftist around.
Where's the
I am
EOD?
ruthless, actually.
Where's the EOD?
Where's the political guys? Let the women talk. Men, shut up. Let the women talk.
I have a policy. You guys don't know this. I have a policy. I don't ban hecklers or rude people. I keep them around so I can make fun of them, and I will bring them up on stage, because there's nothing that shuts a fucker up like being in front of other people having to say their shit.
Yeah, like I said, if they're from my audience, we're gonna have to ask for parental consent.
Yeah, see, we can't have any of Josie's people here. I'm not even sure they're allowed to be up at this hour. But anyway.
Yeah, so I mean, I just think that, like, this space is not going to survive, one, without finding common ground and be able to work together on a greater scale. Because, I mean, what we really need to do is just take a page from the opposition's book. I mean,
back each other no matter what, no matter how fucking degenerate and twisted we are.
Well, not to that degree, but like, you know,
not when you say it like that.
No, like we could have our differences, but let our infighting be private. Let that be behind, you know, not public. Let's not air out the laundry. You know, let's deal with our differences behind the scenes, not make everything clickbaity and red meat for views and a couple of you know, ad revenue dollars, because that just keeps it more divided, right? Like in the long run. And you know, no, we don't need to be lockstep in you know, towing the line for everybody. You could have differences, but you don't need to make war with it, because that's what we're going to be. We are our own worst enemy. It's not the feminists. It's not the leftists. It's not, you know, YouTube or anything. It's us. It's our refusal to be able to collaborate and join together for the greater good, you know, in the sense of what our movement is doing or whatever we're trying to do here, you know, to help to advance male, you know, self-improvement, or you know, whether it's, you know, working to eradicate feminism or whatever the different groups here are doing. We have to put down the swords at times and not fight each other, and actually work together enough to actually where we could withstand the blows from the people trying to get us. Because why do the leftists need to attack us? Why do they need the NGOs need to do anything? We do a really good job at destroying ourselves, you know, like
Yeah,
but
it's
here's
a
the
lot of
thing
the
too.
dudes from the black pilled communities and stuff like that that'll sit there and say that Fresh and Fit are posers and all this stuff. And shout out to Myron. I'll let play and let you talk, Josie. But shout out to Myron for with that situation with Fresh. He dressed Fresh down. I guarantee it. He told him off, but he didn't want to make a spectacle out of his friend's fucked up situation, right? And instead of like dividing their show in half, you know, cutting the baby, you know, shout out to King Solomon, you know, cutting it in half, right? He's just like, you know, well, you might have to do that, but let's not do it as a public spectacle. And this way people can actually learn from it rather than trying to sell the drama. Because he could have, like, they could have made with all the attention they were getting. If Myron told Fresh off live on air, right, he could have made a fuck ton of money off of that. They both could have, but he didn't.
So now I don't remember exactly how they went down. I would have said like, because I'm not sure if this is how it went down, but for me, I would have been like, okay, if I was in before we even talked about anything, I would open up with, just so you guys know, I did have a conversation with him.
Yeah, Myron said that.
You know, I
even reiterated it 2 or 3 times.
Knee deep in his ass. Like when he farts, it's like a whistle right now. It's, you know, like there's no clinching. You know, like I would have made that very clear, and then would have done it systematically.
That's actually a really good point.
That's what I was saying. Is that that's why I have a lot of respect for Myron Glenn, is because he did handle that like that. He said it. Well,
that's what I'm saying. I don't remember if he started off with that like that, because I remember him in the middle of the stream saying something about it. Right?
He didn't lead off with it because
that's where I said I would have been different. I would have led off with it. So then that's already there. It's already documented. Like, hey, I got in his ass already. Me and him already had words. Okay, we don't need to go into it. Men don't need to air out, you know, each other's. You talk to your buddy or you talk to men behind the walls. You don't need to make it public. That doesn't do anything. We had words. He already knows. Now, with that being said, let's get into this. Okay, like, so that way it's done. It's not seeming like if you did do it, you're doing it just because everybody pushed you to do it, you know, or expects you to do it.
Well, this is the point that I'm making here, is that he didn't lead off with it that time because he's already said this so many times. He probably thought he'd just be repeating himself, because he's always said, like, we're not going to air out the drama live on air. Like even back in 2022 when I visited, they had a heated thing where Fresh was hosting the show. Like everybody remembers that. Everybody's like wanting to know what happened with that. What's the story behind that? Well, they had a disagreement, and Myron said, well, fine, you run the show for a night and see what it's like. Right? We're not going to air it out on air, but you know, he like you said, he's talked about this. I'm going to hold Fresh, Mo, Chris, Bills, anybody on the team gets held to account behind the scenes. We don't try to air out the dirty laundry in public as a public spectacle, because that's just bad form. Right? So yeah, I agree with you, but I think what you missed there is just that Myron he's consistently done this, and that's why I have a lot of respect for the man.
No, I'm not saying he hasn't. And I'm just saying maybe he didn't announce it in the beginning, and like you said, let off with it. And you're right. He may have, you know, he thinks that just because he's done it, everybody should know by now how he works. That's an assumption I wouldn't give the audience to know, right? Because people forget TLDR, right? People.
Well, also Myron's not trying to appeal the lowest common denominator when it comes to the show as well.
I'm not saying that he should. I'm just saying that it would probably have gone over a lot better. That it wouldn't have seemed like he was deflecting from, you know, what Fresh did, and just trying to like trash, you know, Daisy or then whatever her name is. You know what I'm saying? That's just my opinion. But that's just, again, I'm playing
perception is reality. So, well, like you said, because people can't see the full picture, right? They don't always, you know, like Grid said before, like we need to have a bigger picture mindset. We need to have a bigger vision of the future and the overall perspective. A lot of people are hyper fixated and focused in on the small things, and they're not willing to have an uncomfortable conversation to try to get to the bigger picture perspective. Right. You know, and that's, once again, shout out to you guys inviting me. I had a hot take in the chat because I heard something that set me off. And now I'm here having an awesome conversation. That wouldn't have happened if I hadn't opened my mouth, but it also wouldn't have happened if it wasn't reciprocated, where we're like, okay, this guy disagrees, so let's have a conversation about it. And we're having a good back and forth now. And we're not circle jerking, but we're also, you know, getting somewhere with the conversation and talking about some real truth.
I still think you're a big baby.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't have to. Look, here's the thing, and I think that I know Glenn will get this because he's been in the military. I went to a military school, and I've worked on teams all my life. I don't have to like you to perform my absolute best with you, and I mean, like, so I use this analogy a lot. Like when I was especially when I had when I got into my own race team, right? Like I owned everything, and this is my entire life in front of me, and I wanted to beat every other competitor on the track. That meant if I had to give you anything out of my trailer to make sure that you got on track, you had it. We were at Mid Ohio one year, and I cut the windshield out of my spare car to give to a competitor that had rolled their car so that I could go whoop that ass on the track, because I'd never wanted to beat somebody on the sideline. I think that's the most pissant, gay, faggoty ass shit on the planet. If you want to beat somebody on the sideline, if you don't even want them to let them in the race with you because you're that fucked up in the head, well, first of all, I don't need you around me at all. First. Second, it's the wrong outlook. If I want to be better than Fresh and Fit, I need to make sure they have space to be there, and we go head to head. Even if I don't like the fuckers, I'm going to back them. Right? I said I don't agree with them. I've never said a word against either of them personally.
You did,
I don't know
actually.
them. Huh? Did I?
Yeah.
What'd I say? I said I don't like them.
We can go back.
Yeah.
You said that they were phony. You said you pretty
No,
much
I didn't say they were phony. I said that I don't like them. I don't like the way they do things, and I don't like the way they express themselves. And I'm totally okay with that. Anyway, but just because I don't like them doesn't mean that I don't want them to be in the space with me, right? It's like Base Oracle last night. But he came after me. I shut him down. We still sat there and talked. I didn't get mad. I didn't keep going after him. I didn't do anything like that. Right? Is that fair assessment, Glenn?
Yeah, I didn't watch it.
Yeah, no, I agree.
No, Glenn was there. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. That was a good. That's a fair assessment.
He came
I've encountered Based Oracle before, and he'd use the Destiny tactics of as soon as I say stuff that's triggering to him, he just shouts me down. And then when I called him on it, right, he's just like, well, you're rambling. I'm just like, well, it's kind of hard not to ramble and get sidetracked when I get interrupted 3 times before I can finish a thought.
I had to literally tell him to stop talking over me like 5 times. I'm like, I'm not going to say anything until you quit talking.
I wonder if that's like a tactic.
It is a tactic.
Yeah.
It is a debate tactic. Yeah, you break your opponent's train of thought by as soon as they say something, you just assert your point. That's why in a formal debate, you have a time Based Oracle. You have a time to actually say your piece, and then the other person gets a time to respond. There's a reason why that's in debate decorum. But in internet world, right, it's free game. It's a street fight. Yeah, it's a blood sport. So it's whoever can interrupt the most and yell the loudest that ends up winning.
And I just wouldn't engage on that, as Glenn knows. He actually, what did he accuse me? He accused me of something, and I'm like, Glenn, am I doing that? Does that sound right? I'm not doing that.
It seemed like he alluded to the fact that you called him a liar at some point.
Well, his tactic was for me to admit that I had never called him a liar, and as far as I knew, he had never lied. And then by that fact that he was making a claim about Andrew, it had to then be the truth.
Yeah, and that's where I think I called that out. I was like, that's a stretch.
Right. And I remember I told him, Michael Phelps couldn't make that stretch. I mean, he's got a fucking wingspan, and he couldn't make that fucking stretch. And but that's the kind of thing, right? Like but once he settled down, we had a great conversation. He's not going to take a run at me, and me just sit there and roll over. But at the same time, I don't feel the need to bludgeon him about the head either. So, you know, that's the thing. And I think that most people need to comport themselves in this space like that. Not everybody can, you know, we have different personalities, but I firmly believe that that's where we need to get to. We need to start counseling our peers to, hey, I know you hate this fucker, but just be nice for 10 fucking minutes, right? Just be cool.
You
And
know,
then
like I'm going to have a very difficult time, I think,
I
moderating that debate.
I know, Glenn. I know. I
couldn't even, like, just the hour that I had them on my channel, both of them, and trying to get them just to agree to a date, you know, and all the details. If that's going to be a little preview of what the debate's going to be like, this is going to be like a 12-hour debate.
Dude, I think I may come up there.
That'd be cool.
I was pretty serious about that. I mean, I don't have anything going on the 28th that I'm aware of. So, you know, there's I have no, I mean, I have a lot of air miles I need to burn up. So, you know, fly right up there.
Where would you go out there when you can call in remote?
No. I was invited to be there in person.
Mm-hmm.
I have been guaranteed a steak dinner if I show up.
Why?
I'm going shooting.
Because I'm me.
It's just kind of weird, don't you think? Don't know. Conceal carry, that's just my advice.
You're too far away from your mic again. We're all like this.
Yeah. Conceal carry, that's my advice.
I never leave home without it. Matter of fact, I never leave anywhere without it. It is literally right here. So, as a matter of fact,
I am a weapon.
And before we get too much further, going back to real quick to what you guys were saying about, you know, this space and, you know, you got to pick your team wisely, right? It's the same thing with like vetting relationships. One of the things that a lot of guys, I agree, that doesn't get talked about in this space is vetting your business relationships. Like we're talking about women a lot and stuff like that. We talk about all the backstabbing and the backbiting and all that stuff. But the thing is that we got to learn, you know, like having conversations with the opposition is one thing, but getting them on your team and letting them backbite you when you know they're a backbiter, that's another thing. A lot of people like open themselves wide open. One of the points that Andrew made is like never get involved in a relationship with any of these female streamers. Right? They're always gonna fucking like stockpile ammunition for you, and then as soon as they can, right, they're gonna let loose the volley, and you're gonna be screwed, right?
Yeah, but like I don't blame the man. I don't blame the man for bringing that. I blame the woman who ruined it for people who legit just wants to have like a business or like friendly acquaintances. I think that's how it's called, because I wouldn't call it friendship, but more like a business relationship. I feel like a lot of guys are very they just kind of try to avoid dealing with women altogether, and it's most women would be like, oh my god, who hurt you? Whereas more, well, look at all the freaking 304s who ruined it before you, you know.
Well, that's why it's important to vet the people that you work with, right? The people that you work with personally. There's a couple of things that I give guys as tools, right? Is I tell the guys that I look for two things in the people that I do business with, as well as my relationships in general, is I look for outcome independence and an abundance mindset. Because if you're lacking, like if you've got a scarcity mindset or you're outcome dependent, that's when, like, see, if I was outcome dependent before, I would have gotten triggered. And then rather than hearing you guys out, I would have stuck to that and been like, no, you're wrong. And just been completely fixated on that outcome.
You would have stormed off and complained to the manager, hit him with your purse.
Yeah, I'm going to go talk to your manager, you know. But that's the thing, is that that's what I look for.
Write a stern letter.
You write a stern letter.
Stern letter, yeah.
So I have, you know, that was actually the first words of advice Andrew gave to me, was not to have a female on the show as anything more than a guest. And I had Josie for a long time as a recurring guest, and I bring her on all the time.
I've helped you start your channel too, but let's just say that I'm kind of a 1%er.
She helped me. She's not only helped me out, she's had the opportunity to really screw me, and she hasn't yet. And so far, I don't see any signs of it. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Kat doesn't care enough. So, you know, this is playtime for Kat. It's
that's perfect, right? Because, you know, the opposite of love isn't hate; it's indifference. So that's good. Like
indifference is. I'll take indifference every time. Because she just doesn't care. She doesn't care. It's
Oh,
a
I
ball
could
and
have
a
screwed you
string, and
over
she's okay.
so hard. Like I was thinking, like, man, there's like so many ways. He's like, is any concern about that? He's like, he probably knows I can't shut up. Because here's the thing,
No.
I could
Most
screw
people-
people over so hard, but I just can't shut up. So like, I just don't.
Most people
know?
can't see more than like 2 or 3 steps ahead, right? That's the big issue.
That's
They
true.
think that the drama is so valuable because it's the only thing they can see, and they don't understand that the loyalty that you'll gain by having integrity with people is worth so much more than selling that drama. Right? The relationships that I have now with friends and business, because I had a lot of friends. I have very few of my old friends. I used to have hundreds of friends. I used to do all sorts of stuff. Back in the day, I was like a Yu-Gi-Oh judge, traveling around different states, judging tournaments, and I knew thousands of people, right? And I was friends with quite a few of them. I don't know any of those people anymore, right? But the people I do know now are a much smaller number, but they're people that I know aren't going to sit there and be giving me handouts when I'm begging and shit like that because they know I'm not a beggar. They know
What is
that
a
I'm gonna do
Yu-Gi-Oh
the work.
judge? What is a Yu-Gi-Oh judge?
Yu-Gi-Oh is a trading card game based off an anime, and a Yu-Gi-Oh judge is somebody that knows the rules, and I was a top tier judge. So I
Is
was
it like Pokemon?
asked.
Is this Pokemon?
It's like Pokemon, but more competitive, more like Magic the Gathering.
Hmm.
But I was a Magic the Gathering and a Yu-Gi-Oh judge, but I was so good at what I did that the game store owner basically hired me on to go around to judge different regional tournaments in like the state area or whatever that was in. So that's where I first learned the value of networking and also being able to work with teams and even be able to work with kids, right? And teach them video, like not like game rules and stuff like that when they're just like, well, the anime said this. And I'm just like, well, that's not how the rule book, you need to read the rule book. It says right there. That's how it goes. Anyway, I digress, but yeah. Good times.
All right.
Times.
Yeah. Yeah.
Got Alex in the chat. Great, your
I
friends
saw
in the
that.
chat.
He wanted to know if you got his ex.
Yeah, I did.
He
It's all
sent you a
good.
message. He misses you.
Yeah, no, we
He's,
want to debate about Andrew's situation.
He wants more. He wants more abuse from you because he beat his ass last time.
That was pretty lame, actually. But
I mean, lame for him.
I hold
but you
myself to
beat
high
his ass.
standards. I was pretty
mean-
tired too when I did that. That is just like I was just doing like lame internet debate circles all over with as much of a crazy face as I can. People always love that shit. What's the point of having a fucking good argument when you can just pull out the crazy eyes and people are like, give me more?
Round and around we go. Where we stop, nobody knows.
It was
Like,
really
yeah.
funny because I didn't actually get to see it. I had to watch it later because I go to sleep when I don't actually like stay up all night doing this shit like some of you guys. I actually go to bed. But I got up the next morning and I don't remember who sent me the link, but you were on VOPod with Alex
Yeah.
and you just tore him up. I thought it was hilarious. And
The banging on the desk was pretty fucking good.
and unfair, honestly. It was really unfair. Alex needs to probably look into doing something other than internet debating.
But we're gonna do a 2v2 actually, and you know who I'm thinking about setting him up with? You know that giraffe guy?
Oh, really? But they're on the
Yeah.
same side.
Yeah, exactly. That's why 2v2.
Oh, 2v2. Okay.
Yeah.
Who
So
are
it's a panel
who are
for
you gonna?
people, 2 liberals, 2 right wing.
Oh, Giraffe was actually not bad. I mean, he just he called me a liar and didn't admit when he was wrong. Which
I'm sorry, his debate, I mean, he knows his debate tactics, and I thought for somebody that, like, he didn't ask me any questions, and he just hopped on, not knowing what to expect. I respect that.
Yeah, he did. He did. So who are you going to be paired with?
Yeah.
You don't know yet?
I'm blanking. What's his
I'll be
name?
her debate partner. We'll win.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
Glenn
I'll
Lawrence.
just let her say all the shit, and I'll just be the
Guy,
muscle.
what's his name?
She
I'll
is
be like,
so brutal, man. I'm telling you. She's like a Claymore mine.
You
Point,
just gotta
bullpen.
be like, it's try to like do a Wes Watson impersonation, but like rooting for me in the back.
Yeah,
That would
that's all I
be
gotta
so
do.
dope.
Make sure you wear your wife's white pants.
Leggings.
I think that's where I draw the line, though. You know, I can only
that
do
where
the
you draw the
impression
line?
so much. Like,
Okay.
I can't wear
Yeah.
skinny jeans because that's gay.
Yeah. Okay. So for the guys that do not know what we're talking about, Siege D is like, I have no fucking clue what's going on here. So what happened
Actually,
is,
hold on.
I'll let Josie
If we're
tell
here,
it.
if we're here talking crap, I think it's only fair that Alex be in to defend himself, because I'm a person of integrity. You see.
You want him up here with Glenn and me? That would
Offering him the opportunity is the bare minimum, don't you think?
Well,
I mean, I
hang on,
think she's right. I think that there is
Yeah.
a level of integrity there.
Send him the link. I'll put him up here. It's gonna be really bad. So people that don't know, look at Josie's happy now.
I know she's like, hey, I'm gonna do it all over again. Watch, guys, watch. I'm gonna blow him up.
So
we're gonna do something.
Yeah, all this talk about working together with people and vetting good friends.
we're
fuck all that. We
we're
need some
working
drama.
together. Well, so he's a leftist. He's a leftist. So he's fair
anyone
game.
I pay attention to, like, if I legitimately don't like you, I'm just not gonna pay attention to you at all. So like.
Oh, and now we have
like, there's a bit of love in that.
another Alex who wants to be in, who has already confronted the other. We're going to have a lot of people here. This is going to be fun. I'm going to be able to just sit back and watch, and which is something I never actually get to do. Yeah.
What are you talking
Alex
about? You do that every time when you watch whatever.
Leftist, this should
you
all be
watch
very
whatever, and that's what you do. You sit back and watch.
So Alex L, I will. Okay, he only said one sentence to him on it. Did he cry when you said it? Does anybody have? Oh wait, does anybody have the film footage of him spurging out? Like, I think that was after Josie went to bed. That was hilarious. All right. So, Alex L, I'm going to go to VO Pod right now. I'm going to send you the link. I think I still have it in my thing here. Where are you at? You're not on. All right, you got the link. You have the link, sir. All right, so and we have the Viking guy up here too. It's just totally.
Yeah, Viking. Thanks for coming. I was like, I saw you on. I was like, Viking.
Alex, you have it in Discord, I believe. Alex L. Alex Kirsch.
I'll send it to him. Don't worry about it.
Josie will send you that. I don't have any of your contact information. Kat, are you having fun?
Kat, that's supposed to be your job.
What? What am I supposed to do?
Are you having fun? Kat's just like watching all of this and making weird.
Yeah, you're supposed to be the one like sending links to people and stuff, not me.
Oh my goodness.
Oh no, Kat's.
Look at all the work you got me doing over here.
Kat doesn't
defending you now. This. I'm just kidding. I don't care.
I think Alex needs 5. Alex L needs 5 minutes. He's probably still in his pajamas. He's in Singapore, so he probably doesn't even have pants on. So.
As long as we don't only see his face, what's the matter?
Orbit's so cute. Who's Orbit's? I don't know who Orbit's is. Oh, here we go. Somebody just... there he is.
Well, this is going to be fun, isn't it?
I didn't block you, Base Street Racer. What the fuck are you talking about? I don't block people. Like, I never block people. I'm like, I embrace the trolls. Like, I want them to come to me.
Yeah, I don't block people either. Well, I block Kat, but that's because she's weird. Kath, not Kat. Kath.
Well, Kat will come knock on your door and try to fight you.
No, another cat.
No, it's another person.
Wheelchair cat?
Wheelchair Kath. Josie was trolling. Josie wanted a fight. She's literally waiting until she could troll somebody up and get a fight going on. I told you.
I know. I get
told
like
you,
a
Glenn.
little
I
adrenaline
told you.
rush from.
I told you.
Come on, man. Bring Kirsch on. I need some blood.
All right. So what is this debate thing like?
I don't know. Alex. So Alex had a lot of apparently he had a lot to say about Andrew. I don't know. Andrew doesn't like him much. I wouldn't put him on last time because Andrew was here, and as a courtesy to Andrew, I did not allow Alex take the stage. He got very angry with me and called me names, and then which I don't care about. And then apparently later, Alex Kirsch went on Project VO Pod after I went offline, and Alex and Josie had an exchange which did not last apparently very long, and she bodied him hardcore. It was
Which
it
one?
was ugly.
Which one? The one on
Alex
the left
with
or the right?
Alex with the headphones.
I would say she didn't bother me whatsoever because thing is, like, I was talking to like 5 different people at one time. Let's put it that way. But here's the reason why I was so upset, because the fact of the matter is because Andrew said things about me were not true, and I was not allowed to defend myself on your podcast. Now, here's the thing. If Andrew said he didn't want me on, that's one thing, but he made disparaging and dishonest claims about me, and I was not allowed to defend myself. That's why I got fucking pissed off, okay? But I'm not going to go into that too much because I told Josie she and I would talk about that. That's why I got a little upset about it, because let me put it this way. If somebody made disparaging comments about you and you weren't allowed to defend yourself, would you be a little upset about that?
Yeah, that's what I had told them
That
to
literally
let you
happens
in
to me
here.
every day.
Well, but would you be upset about it, though?
Yeah.
I would be.
Me?
I would be fucking raging. Grid knows he doesn't let me in there. I blow his fucking phone up until he lets me in.
Yeah, but that's my point, though. Like,
tired.
if Andrew just said, hey, don't bring Alex on, and just left it at that, I wouldn't have had a problem. I wouldn't have said shit. But the fact of the matter is because he actually said things that were not true about me. That's where I get a little upset about, because I could not defend myself, essentially. But that's the reason I got upset about it.
I personally, I don't care.
Can we just?
Fine, you don't care. But the thing is,
if you want to, hold on.
I mean, can we just say that that's
water under the bridge?
Not just that,
it's
but
not water under the bridge, because I still haven't been able to. But anyway, Josie and I will talk about that, though. So
couldn't you?
I mean, you guys can talk about it since it's just gonna be.
I could,
Since it's just gonna be you and I, you guys, you and Grid can maybe talk about it, and we can just go further into it. I'll save the sugar for tomorrow.
Josie, you and I will talk about it. I just came on because, like, I guess we were talking about something else, I guess.
Yeah, but bro, the whole thing was that you needed to get your narrative out. We already gave you a platform on our side for you to say whatever you want, right? So, like, if it was, I don't understand what the issue is.
Yeah, I don't
get you need to get closer to your mic, brother.
I don't understand what would be the reason that you needed to get your message out on that platform when there's multiple platforms you could have done it on.
No, because it's not fair to talk shit about somebody, but like you don't even let them in to like give them the tiny bit of opportunity to defend themselves. I think that's unfair. And don't do to others what you don't want others to do to you. So I hate when it happens to me. So I try to just let people in.
Fucking unfair. So,
But at the same time, like if it's
Kat,
not already scheduled a debate, like if it's not already scheduled, oh yeah, we're gonna bring you both on and
night, Kat, have a good time.
It's not the time, like right? Like there's a time and place for these things, and it's not always when you want it to be.
Poor girl.
Kat's awesome.
She seems pretty nice.
She sits
amazing. There. It doesn't talk. I'm like,
I like her because she's quiet. She really took that part of the Bible where it says women learn in silence. Yo, she took that to the heart. I love that.
She learned from my mistake, I guess.
She will talk. She's come out of her shell like a lot lately, but if she doesn't really have anything to add, she just doesn't say anything, and which is awesome.
She is seen and not heard.
She's seen and not. Yeah. All right. Okay. Well, Alex,
yes,
and Josie, have at it. Who's leading off?
Josie, go ahead, man. I'm I'll see.
I thought
where
men
the
were
wind
supposed
takes
to
me.
lead.
Well, fair
Ooh.
enough, bro.
Ooh.
Fair enough. Fair
Right
enough.
out the
Fair enough.
gate.
Kush, give me your
Hot
gripes and your
take.
complaints, and I'll address them right now.
About what?
Turn your mic up.
Better.
Yeah, you're
better.
still a little muted.
Oh, for
Gripes and
fuck's
complaints
sake.
about what?
Got the what?
Better. Testing.
Yeah.
No, that's
All right.
better.
Yeah. All right.
Gripes and complaints about what?
Well, I mean, like, bro, you've been chatting shit about Andrew, and then you were complaining about how we didn't bring you on or whatever. But I don't.
I don't give a shit about Andrew. Here's the thing.
I will stand with him on that. However, because I do agree with him, it does suck when people talk shit and you're just sitting there taking it and you just can't even have like say a word. It really fucking sucks. I know the feeling, so I'll stand with him on that. But that's about it.
Yeah, but dude, like, my whole thing is that if his thing is that he didn't have a platform to talk and explain the situation, we provided him the platform immediately after. So I don't understand. It may not have been on Grid's channel, but like.
Here's the thing. You got to remember though, like after that show took place, when I jumped over onto Jake's show, he asked me not to bring that up, and I, out of respect for Jake, I said, "Okay, I won't talk about it then," because he said he didn't want to discuss that. So, out of respect for him, I didn't do that. I pretty much forgot about the whole situation, but the only reason I remember is because Josie said I told Josie that she and I would talk. Whether it was about like Trump versus Biden or about the beef between Andrew and I. And that's what the question I asked for her. That's the only reason I brought this up.
So
it's
okay. So let me get this straight, man. So your only issue now is that you didn't manage to talk about the Andrew thing, whether it was on this channel or our channel.
Well, here's the thing. The reason I got mad is because he said something about me that is not fucking true. Okay? That's the thing that I have a fucking problem with. And when I'm actually like here, let's put it this way, okay? If I was to bring somebody on my platform and they started bashing the fuck out of you about something that's not true, and you're watching that, and you say, "Hey, can I come in and defend myself?" and I say no, would you be a little upset about that, Alex?
I mean, not really. Dude, it's the internet.
Really? You wouldn't be upset about
the internet? Is it your first day on the internet?
Bro, people are gonna share
I gotta step in here, man.
No, stop it. I would be raging my fucking ass
Josie,
off,
you're a girl.
okay?
I'm sorry to tell you, but you're a
the
girl.
thing is like, it really depends on the context, because people actually said, "Oh, well, this guy sounds like a fucking piece of shit." I mean, normally I wouldn't give a shit, but the thing is, like, I've got people saying, "Well, fuck this guy, fuck this motherfucker," when nobody actually understands the full context of the situation. And he made some shit up about me that is not fucking true. So why the fuck should I, like, most people say, well, why should this guy fucking worry? It's because it's people are making assertions about me because some fucking guy made an assertion and said, "Hey, this guy's a piece of shit because he was harassing my family and I," which I never fucking did, actually. It's fucking total lies. So,
bro,
but anyway.
Okay, I mean, like,
you know, okay, look, that's all cool. But I let you on so that Josie could body you on your leftist beliefs. I don't want to hear any more about Andrew. I don't give a fuck.
That's fine. That's fine.
I will drop it
like you're not
the laundry.
Like,
I didn't bring it on.
You're literally not the only person that you felt like that somebody has lied on platform, on stream. I mean, trust me, I know what it's like. I have had a big content creator, I'm going to keep him nameless, that has done the same thing to me and that I used to work with recently. So I didn't whine and cry about it. I just went on my own platform and talked about it and got the message out. And then people end up reviewing the video and all that other stuff. So there's other means to do it. It may not be the way you want it done, but you can get it done. And
Okay, hold on. Wait. Stop. Okay. So here's the thing, okay? When that issue came up, right? When Andrew said the things about me that were not true. No. Stop. Okay, first things first, okay? When he said those things about me, Grid over here says, you and I can talk in private about it. So Andrew's allowed to bash me in public, but I can't say shit in public. A little bit hypocritical. I can do my own channel, but the thing is, like, why is it that he's going to allow one person to bash me on his channel.
He doesn't have to explain it. He doesn't have to explain it.
See, that's my fucking point. Okay, we can drop it. We can drop it. It's fine. We can drop it right now. I didn't even bring this shit up.
Fair though, life ain't fair. So what?
No. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
No,
tell me if life not being unfair. You can tell me about life being unfair. Okay, that's fine. Okay,
it is. It's not fair. You didn't.
I get that. Nobody can tell me anything about life being unfair. Okay, but anyway,
dude, we were having a great conversation. It was entertaining.
I didn't even bring the Andrew shit up. Okay,
it's boring the shit out of me.
I didn't even bring the Andrew shit up. Okay.
Debate Josie on something that's worth talking about.
It does sound like you're whining on it. Shit. Just saying, it sounds like you're up here whining like a girl.
Yeah.
Life ain't being fair. And I'm just saying, like, it doesn't really
boring the shit out of me.
Literally.
Yeah, that's
nobody. Guy. All right. Go ahead, Josie.
I'm gonna tell you the
all right, I'm gonna listen.
Josie,
I'm not being mean. I'm gonna mute. I'm gonna let. Who wants to go first? I need to know who wants to go first.
Hit me.
What the fuck?
Alex L is going first. Hit the button. Go.
Right. Gosh, I'm gonna
tell you boring the shit out of me.
That no one knows. Yeah. Okay. So basically, before Jake and I embarked on our whatever to do VO pod together, we were actually in collabs with another channel, and this guy would just constantly spit out the most vicious lies, the untruths, calling us racist, calling us whatever. Jake actually told me, believe me, I've been in your position, so I understand. Right? This guy was making up lies about our family, things about our character, calling us racist, calling us incels or whatever, the nastiest things you can think of. Jake was actually the one who told me not to bother about it, okay? Because over time, when you speak on stream, your integrity and your character will show for itself. So it doesn't really matter what these outsiders say or whatever. If you are who you say you are, people will see that, right? So I'm just telling you, because I actually like you, I don't have a problem with you. I don't have history with you, right? Just drop it, man. Just drop it. Just leave it. Forget about what. Yeah.
Okay. I can drop it. I'm not the one that fucking brought the drama up.
I mean, it seems that you're still getting pretty upset about it, man.
I'm not
upset. I brought it up.
Hey, Alex, you're missing my point, dude. But I'm gonna drop it though, because like I've been asked to drop it. But like, why is it I'm the one that's the bad guy here when I'm not even the one that brought the shit up? I mean, I was told that I'm gonna come on here and get bodied by Josie, and I'm just like, okay, let's go talk, Josie. But like, everyone's just like,
talk to everyone but Josie.
Let's go talk, Josie.
I've said what I need. Glenn, Grit, up to you. Carry on.
People are saying like I got bodied by Josie. Well, like I thought Josie and I were having a conversation like the other day. So, Josie,
do we have a video of this? Do we have a video?
Josie.
I might have got a little. I might have got a little animated, but that's just how I am. I was a little shit faced at the time, so maybe.
Bro, you slammed the table, man.
I did slam the table because, like, okay. So here's the reason why: is because we were talking about like how Biden started the war between Ukraine and Russia. I'm like, what war did Biden start? And they were kind of like, whoa. I'm like, what war did Biden start? Is that exactly? He didn't start any fucking wars because let's be honest, Russia invaded Ukraine. Biden didn't force anybody. It's not semantics. It's fact. And like,
you really think that war wouldn't have happened if Trump would have been in office? Let's just face it. Okay.
Well, how do you know it wouldn't have started?
Unpredictable.
That's not a good thing either, honestly. Because
really? Why did nobody do anything about North Korea and we know really well what's going on there? Maybe because the fucker in charge is unpredictable as hell?
It's because Trump likes Kim Jong-un. It's actually documented because like they actually hung out together.
Shut the fuck up.
You really don't think so? Trump loves authoritarian people. He actually talked in the book, The Divider, at the very end of the chapter, at the very end of the book, Trump denounced everybody that are his detractors, people that don't like him. He denounces Mitch McConnell. He denounces Nancy Pelosi. He denounces but guess the people he did not denounce? Authoritarian dictators like Vladimir Putin, Kim Jong-un. Why?
Have
Because
you
he
thought
actually
that
likes
maybe doing
authoritarians.
that as a person who has security clearance and is considered a member of government, that it could have caused conflict, that could have triggered, I don't know, wars? Have you thought of that?
No, that's not the case. That's not how geopolitics works, actually. Like, you can actually denounce other geopolitical
But
dictators.
propaganda, social propaganda, that's how it works.
No, what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Oh,
Propaganda.
you know very well what I'm talking about.
No, I don't, actually. You're not making an argument, actually.
No, I am making an argument here.
What's your argument, then? Try it again.
My argument is that you say, why didn't he talk about all of those dictators that are in other countries? Well, maybe because he's seen as a person of power into politics, he represents the United States, and maybe that it could have been used as a propaganda against the people. Have you thought of that? You can't talk shit about other world leaders in books like that, especially when you're like a figure in politics. You can't do that.
So he can talk shit about people in his own government, but he can't talk shit about other political world leaders?
For fuck's sake, Daisy couldn't talk shit about China on the whatever podcast. Hello?
Who the fuck is Daisy?
Okay, never mind.
Girlfriend.
Who the fuck is Daisy?
Precious ex-girlfriend.
Rest in peace, baby.
I just scanned the video. Like, I just scanned the video.
Wait, is that like fresh and fit bullshit?
I was going to say I just scanned the video.
Who the fuck cares about that? What the fuck?
Kind of got a little animated there, bud.
Who the fuck cares about that? That's not like big deals. Nobody goes to fucking Fresh and Fit for geopolitical advice. I'm sorry.
I didn't go to Fresh and Fit.
It was an observation, just to
an observation on what though? Holy shit.
An example, because you weren't understanding the statement that I was making, so I gave you a concrete example of a recent event that didn't require much brain cells to understand.
To show
wait, okay. I'm sorry. Okay, so I'm supposed to take into consideration a woman by the name of Daisy who refused to denounce the CCP. I'm supposed to take that into consideration.
Imagine you can't even Andrew Wilson when. What do you think of Taiwan? What do you think of? Shut the fuck up when I'm talking. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, when Andrew tells Daisy, "What do you think of Taiwan?" and she sits there like, "I'm not gonna talk about that," because she wasn't even allowed to give a tiny bit of opinion on a small scale podcast, not even national television, a small YouTube podcast. She couldn't even say that because we goddamn freaking know how they treat people who talk bad about their government abroad. So you can only imagine a figure as Trump talking crap about either Putin, Xi Jinping, or Kim Jong-un, how it could massively impact whatever, just the propaganda, how you start propaganda and how you just build people against a nation. It's with tiny bites like that, and like in a whole book where you write things about it that need to be described and explained. That's a very dangerous thing to do. And you wonder why he didn't do it? Are you fucking dumb?
So he can denounce other world leaders. He can talk shit about Angela Merkel. He can talk about other world leaders. But don't you dare disrespect Kim Jong-un. Don't you dare disrespect Vladimir Putin. And why the fuck should I give a shit about some girl that goes on some stupid ass podcast like the whatever podcast? Who the fuck listens to this shit? Seriously.
Dude, it wasn't about her clout. It was to demonstrate how the Chinese government has a stronghold, a grip over its citizens. It's not about
the Chinese government does have a strong rule over citizens, but what the fuck does that have to do with some broad that ends up on fucking the whatever podcast? She is not the president of the United States. Like, here's the thing. Here's what we need to understand, okay? Donald Trump, again, refuses to denounce authoritarian leaders like Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un. People that are strict authoritarians, like Vladimir Putin poisons his own detractors. And Kim Jong-un, if you even fold a newspaper of his, you will end up in a fucking camp, essentially, a fucking labor camp, just for being against the Kim Jong-un government, essentially. He refuses to denounce them because he actually likes authoritarians. We're talking about a guy that even said that he will be a dictator only for one day. But everybody knows that nobody, if somebody says, "Oh, I'll be a dictator for one day," once they're a dictator, once they have that absolute power, you really think they're going to give that away? Absolutely not.
First of all,
bro,
you missed my entire point.
Sorry.
Second,
okay.
First, you missed my entire point. Second, find me the bits that he says I'm going to be a dictator that wasn't actually fucking sarcastic because Trump is an entertainer, dumbass.
Oh, he's an entertainer, right? Okay, so I shouldn't take anything he says seriously?
No, not what I said.
Oh, okay. So what should I take seriously then? Tell me that, Josie. What should I take seriously?
Use your own judgment. You can use your own judgment.
So I can use my own judgment then, right? Okay.
You're not autistic. You can tell sarcasm from a real statement, can't you?
Oh, so he's only being sarcastic, right? Even though there's people actually say we need a dictator in this country, right?
What does it have to do with it?
What do you mean? What does it have to do with that? There are people that actually believe in everything he absolutely 100% says. There are people that actually to this day that still believe that the 2020 election was stolen. They actually believe 100% that the election was stolen with no fucking proof whatsoever.
The election stolen is a very vague statement that could mean that
it's not vague. People believe that.
It's kind of like almost like people thinking that Biden is actually cognitive to do the job, right?
He's doing okay right now.
Really?
Is
he sure is.
Okay, we actually have a doctor in the audience right now. Beautiful Melissa, aka Arthrodia. If Arthrodia wants to come on to as a anesthesiologist, actually come to tell us about the signs of dementia, I'm sure Grid will be happy to have her on. She's always a delightful guest to have on, actually.
Oh, I can only go on for like about another 15 minutes though, so the paper Glennis.
Oh, she's fast. Don't worry about it.
Giggity.
Not to like boost Josie too much here, but you're insane to think that a president can talk shit about a world leader that's currently in office. That's dumb as fuck. For you to even say that illustrates how completely moronic your position is. I can't even believe that I had to listen to 5 minutes of you spurging out about how fucking stupid you are and don't understand.
Okay, no, don't do that shit.
Make an argument, Grit. Instead of just talking about how stupid, make a fucking argument, you fucking jackass.
I don't need to.
Okay, you're getting emotional now.
I don't need to make an argument. I'm the fucking moderator, and I'm telling you, wasted 5 fucking minutes.
You're a fucking idiot, Grid. Make a fucking argument. Just tell me how stupid. Tell me where I'm wrong, Grid. Tell me where I'm wrong, Grid. Grid, tell me where I'm wrong, sir.
I just told you where you were wrong.
You didn't say I'm wrong, Grid. You just said, "Oh, you're a fucking idiot." I can't believe I listened to you spurt. That's not an argument. Tell me where I'm wrong.
I said not that I want to back Josie's point here.
That's not an argument.
Because that's not actually what I'm supposed to do.
That's not an argument.
Let him finish, for fuck's sake.
He's not making an argument. He's just fucking, I fucking like this guy, so let me just tell this guy he's a fucking idiot.
I'm just going to do this.
Alex.
Here's the deal.
Let him finish. Grid, go ahead.
Here's the deal. I muted him. I'll give him his voice back in a minute. Here's the deal. You're an idiot for thinking that a man who may be president again and is a past president can criticize in a book a current sitting world leader. And then to claim that, jack shit about geopolitics, man. Josie didn't even have to go there, but I don't know why. I mean, seriously, are you that dumb? I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt, bro, but damn, son.
Great. Sorry, can I just add something before you?
Yeah. I'm gonna unmute him again. I just, he didn't even hear anything I said, so I had to repeat.
I didn't.
Repeating myself.
You're right. I didn't.
Can I just because clearly this is going nowhere, right? So let's just grant you, okay? Let's say Trump does denounce who are the world leaders that you mentioned, Putin, Xi, and Kim Jong-un, right? The current state of the US. The US isn't necessarily liked by many countries. What do you think would happen if he pissed off, I would say, 3 major, well, I don't want to use the word superpowers, but they're definitely Most of them are definitely quite big in the geopolitical space. What would you think would happen if if Trump pissed off all three of them?
Who's that asking? Who's he asking?
You.
I think it was you.
He's asking me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
maybe.
to you, bro.
Okay. So you're asking. Okay, so you're saying that like nobody should denounce any world leader. Like, are you asking like what would we gain by denouncing a world leader?
No, I'm saying that you have to play the political game very carefully, especially when you're the head of office, when you're basically in charge of an entire country. You don't just go around chatting shit to every single world leader and not expect any consequences. America
What
isn't
consequences?
that well liked now.
What consequences? Are you saying we're going to be attacked by just disrespecting fucking Vladimir Putin or Kim Jong-un? Is that what you're saying?
You said it yourself. You explained
what consequences, Alex? Alex, what consequences should we expect by holding leaders to account?
Who has Biden held to account?
If you want to talk about it, come on.
That's not a good argument, regardless.
I just was curious, like, who has Biden held to account?
Doesn't matter. We're talking about Trump here. Listen, you cannot go talk shit about other world leaders when you have the type of clearance that a former president has. Even worse, if you're a president, a former president, it puts the national security at risk. Do you understand that?
Not necessarily.
Yeah, it does. Period. It's not an opinion, it's a fact.
Based on what?
Based on what? Okay, there are military, how do you call that? Sorry, my English is slipping now.
It's okay.
If you are in the government and you have access to certain things, certain documents, there are things that by law or regulations you just cannot do. Sometimes you're on some fly list. Sometimes you have restrictions that normal citizens don't have because you are an important person, right? Okay, talking shit about other world leaders is something that you shall not do. You may not get in trouble for it right away as breaking the law. However, it's basically if you don't let a pregnant woman, if you don't give your seat to a pregnant woman, let's say, as she walks in and everybody looks at you and you don't get up, most likely nothing is going to happen to you, but it's kind of like, don't be surprised if something happens. That's just common sense on that one. But also that there's a clearance that what could actually happen if a former president talks shit about world leader. Does anybody know? Is there any impeachment for that?
There isn't. So here's the thing, because people are consistently trashing, especially with the No, there's people in Congress and the Senate that are consistently bashing Zelensky, calling him a dictator, essentially, within our government, essentially, and no sanctions have been. Okay, he's a dictator. Okay, but Putin isn't a dictator.
Putin did not come to power in a coup. Zelensky did.
Okay, who's poisoning who's fucking dissidents?
I don't give a fuck. I'm telling you the fact.
Oh, now you don't give a fuck. You know what?
Greg,
thank you so much for proving my point.
You
don't give a shit. Fucking crybaby, Greg. You know what? I'm the fuck out of here because you're a fucking crybaby, okay? I'm the fuck out of here. I've got no time for your platform, dick ass, okay? See ya.
Get the fuck out. Easy enough.
That's easy.
Nobody likes facts, bro. Nobody likes facts.
I mean, can we say bitches are non-binary too?
Bitches are non-binary. Bitches are non-binary.
I think we have threats and bitches so far are both non-binary. I think we're good with that.
What really is stupid is he's like, well, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, well, Zelensky came to power in a coup orchestrated by Obama and Biden.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I don't back the Ukraine. I'm sorry. I'll admit it in public. I don't back the Ukraine.
In Minecraft. In Minecraft.
But
in Minecraft.
Zelensky right now, today, is not legally the leader of his country. He's not.
True.
And he came to power in a coup. He's now determined that there are no elections going to be held.
Allegedly.
Why are we backing this person? This is dumb. You don't want to start debating me on fucking politics, brother. I fucking rule at this game.
Isn't that because Biden had a little?
Well, we don't have a leftist on, so you might want to stop talking about that.
I don't have anyone to beat.
Wasn't like
so I'm gonna be the opposition until you stop talking about that, because I don't want all of our channels to be taken down. Okay. So I'm gonna make shit up. Oops, sorry, I just stole
guys,
it again.
That right there was a perfect example of how a man doesn't behave. Okay, there was a whole lot of emotion there. He couldn't keep himself together. A little bit all over the place. He didn't woo
constantly moving the goalpost. Constantly.
And that's why bitches are non-binary.
I 100% believe that everything that Andrew told me that guy said, I believe that guy said it 100%.
Yeah.
Should we invite Andrew on to tell us more about that?
Andrew is on
Verbal Combat
Speakeasy right now.
I think he's streaming now.
Yeah.
He's on what?
He's on Speakeasy's Verbal Combat.
He's not done yet?
I really wanted Josie just to body that guy out, but he kept moving around too much. I'm sorry, I had to step in a little bit there.
Oh, no, that you were great. You were making a great point. I wanted him to let you finish, but he just kept talking over you so that you couldn't talk. And you're the kind of guy that gets annihilated like that because you talk slowly with like the convincing tone of voice. But if you're in a debate where people can interrupt you, you're 100% sure you're going to be interrupted.
Well, that's okay. You should have seen me with Based last night. Based tried to talk over me. I told him to shut the fuck up. Stop talking over me.
And I'm telling you that it's like, if it wasn't like, it'd be good. Like, they have those debate in those rooms that it's like written, it's like you can either do a text to speech or like written down, like through chat. You would actually do really good at that, but when it comes to like one-on-one, when like you can be cut, like you're like the tone of voice, like how you speak, you're gonna get cut off like every freaking argument. It's like
no, they'll just rage
and it
quit.
sucks, and it sucks because I know that like people like you have like super good argument, and then like you hear like those little bitches just cutting off like every freaking 2 words. You're like, shut up.
That is pretty funny, Chief Wahoo. That was pretty. I just couldn't take it anymore. I was like, this guy's just like spurging out everywhere. But the weird thing,
I laughed so hard. I was like,
were you on there, Grid, when we had that Jay Prince on there?
Yeah. I bodied him.
I just kept on muting him. I was like, mute. No,
I told him. What did I tell him? I'm like, I called him out on something, and he shut down, and he went and got a sandwich or something, and came back.
It was funny, like at the end, everybody was like trying to be like all like politically correct and nice. I'm like, yeah, I still think this guy's a piece of shit,
Yeah, fuck that guy.
Like, I think he didn't show anything about masculinity here today. If anything, he just showed me how much of a victim he is, and it kind of sounds like a woman. So, like, I mean, everybody was like being nice and being like, good debate. He was a good sport for staying. I'm like, dude, you look like a bitch the whole night. A racist bitch. That's all you look like.
Yeah, I mean, people do try and talk over me, but I have a loud voice and I can just get louder and louder. So
yeah, but you're not IRL. That's what I'm saying. Even IRL, I think you would do better because the sound. I know because I have a strong voice too, and I get into the same issues online.
You should have been around with the Based last night trying to talk over me. That was pretty fucking funny.
She showed up after that. Oh no, you showed up before that. Which one was it?
After that.
After that?
Yeah, because I'd already gone to bed. I was like,
oh, okay, that's right.
Yeah.
Yep. She got mad. She got a little feisty too about, don't talk about makeup, guys. Makeup is off the table. It's not face paint.
Because he called it because fucking Incel called it paint face. I'm like, it's not like you've got any bitches to fuck. Who the heck are you to talk about makeup? It's not like you have it all over your pillowcase, bitch.
Now you know what he did? He bought some Sephora and he put it all over his pillowcase just to show you.
Or on his face, and then put his own face in the pillowcase to make it look more realistic. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, see? Got these bitches over here.
I got mods, Grid, if you want. I can Where's James?
Yeah, I don't know. That was really interesting. I know that Alex is still lurking. And I'm sorry that I hurt your feelings there, pal. But you were wrong. And when you're wrong,
Well,
you
he
need to be told
left.
you're fucking wrong. He didn't leave. He's still out there. He's still out there. There's no way. There's
Why are you
no way that
apologizing for hurting a man's feelings? It's not your responsibility his feelings got hurt. Those are his responsibility. Those are his feelings.
that was
Did
really
you kick
funny.
him?
He's like, you
controls
guys were
whether or not
talking
they're
about me, and
hurting.
I couldn't say anything about it. I'm like, what the fuck does that matter? It's like,
How could you be sorry for him choosing to let your words hurt his feelings? That's a personal thing.
It is personal. They're his feelings.
Don't
not mine.
apologize for something
My
he has
feelings are
control
fine.
over.
Yeah, it's very interesting. So that was cool. That was a nice little change of pace there. I could only take it so long though, if he was just kept it was Josie would give him a point and then he'd be like, "Oh no, that doesn't matter," and blah blah blah. And I'm like, "Yeah, whatever." And then Alex kind of had a couple of points there, but I had to
Did he though?
get in there.
Did he have any points? I didn't hear him.
Yeah, I don't know that he had any because everything he said was just bullshit. It's like it didn't like
Tone policing,
well,
basically.
Trump didn't write in his book. He didn't condemn these guys. I'm like, okay, you know what happens when a guy who might be president again writes in his book bodying fucking world leaders? Well, that's a bad look. And
I can tell you what Hunter Biden wrote in his laptop, though.
And in China, so here's the thing: China holds a bunch of debt in the U.S., and if they call it, we're fucked. So that's one reason why you have to be very careful geopolitically dealing with China. The second, so insulting Xi Jinping, not a good plan.
It may be the right thing to do. It may be what you really think, but you don't got to make it public.
No, but I mean, like, you just don't do that. Like, especially as like a former president, you just don't talk shit about other world leaders that are currently in power. That's just that puts the national security at risk, literally.
Well, it's also etiquette,
Yeah, I mean, it's just it can be used against the U.S. in negotiations. It's bad form all the way around.
You just don't do that, like.
And whenever we need to have
red, he get I don't know what is that dude. It's like watching a fucking cartoon that just like I expected steam to come out of his ears. I don't know what the fuck, but
he's the kind of dude that punches holes into walls and like slaps women, but like stands up for like feminism on the weekends.
He's the kind of guy that slits his wrist the wrong way just for attention and not actually trying to do something about it. Does that make sense? Like, you get it? Like,
man, like dudes who do that are such fucking bitches, man. I just like, I've had like guys text that to some of my friends, like they were like panicking, and I was there reading the text messages, fucking laughing my ass off, like, what a fucking little bitch. What the fuck? He's not gonna pull the trigger. You're fine. He's just being a fucking attention whore. And I'm just like, it's such a turn off. You read that, you might as well just kind of go like, okay, go ahead, do it. Not game. Do it. You're not game. Do it.
Yeah,
bet you $20 you ain't gonna do it.
Dude, Josie bodied him when she was half asleep. Like there is no chance. He has no chance at all against anybody else because she was like literally half asleep.
What a fucking backhanded compliment that was, Grid.
You beat him with half your brain.
That was so backhanded.
That's a badass compliment.
I said that was so backhanded.
Whatever.
I can't tell if I got roasted or not.
This too bad Kat wasn't here. She could have jumped in too. She would have insulted him with such elegance. He'd have thanked her for it.
Yeah, see, Viking. I'm glad you didn't go full that mode. That would have been bad.
Yeah. It's interesting because it's what's interesting to me, and this is going to sound like really probably small brained or whatever, but it shocked me that a guy that has apparently been like making videos for a long time, he's only been able to keep like 150 subscribers, and he's going after Andrew fucking Wilson.
Well,
like, that's just not smart.
Well,
There's a lot of things on the list of smart things to do.
Well, that could actually be smart. I
Actually,
could
it's
see
kind
it
of
as a
smart going full
strategy.
kamikaze. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, the reason is like you're gonna make a big bang at some point, right? Either you crashing in and destroying yourself and trying to like, do you see what I'm saying? Like, you will get noticed. Now, surviving, that's a whole different story.
Surviving, yeah.
Yeah,
You know,
if you gain clout too fast, you're gonna lose it as quickly as you gained it. You know.
Well, I mean, like, and going after Andrew is actually what a lot of people want to do. He's sitting at the top right now. You know, the person that holds
that
the
dude takes
crown.
his game seriously. Like that dude. I mean, say what you want. That dude takes his game seriously. He is in it to win it. He is the killer right now.
Oh yeah, and because you know whoever holds the crown is the target.
Hey,
I mean, respectfully, I like Andrew, but as far as like holding the crown in that debate sphere, you're forgetting all the Ben Shapiro's and.
No, I'm talking about in this red pill
Bloodsport.
manosphere debate sphere. Andrew holds the crown, right?
Like motivational ish debate.
Like like red pill, you know, religious, you know, Christian, you know, sphere, conservative sphere, and in that small sphere, he holds the crown. I'm not talking about the Ben Shapiro.
He really does have a way of preaching that just gets to people regardless of their beliefs, which is what I think really is strength in a way. I mean, he's a really good debater overall, but really where like there's a lot of good debaters. Really is that he can make an argument without being a Bible thumper, and it just really gets to people emotionally. Like,
I love that. I love that when Andrew's like making an argument, and they'll immediately say, "But it's not about religion," and he's like, "I didn't say anything about religion. I'm not appealing to religion."
Yeah,
and it just like completely destroys their entire plan.
And I love how he manages to like sneak his sources inside of his argument so that anything that he says on like a blood sport debate could even work within like a mock trial structure, you know, like mock trial how do you say that, guidelines, sorry. Like he manages to sneak his sources in there too, like subtle, which I think was like on point.
It's almost like he does it subliminally. It's almost like he does it subliminally. Yeah.
So subtle, and it's not like annoying. Well, this page cited by this person, and then like Ben Shapiro on ×2, you know?
Yeah. I mean, Andrew is the GOAT. I mean, well, I hate saying GOAT. We shouldn't say GOAT, but Andrew is the class act of the field, and he's just going to stay that way. It's the way it is. And
he's nobody
preps like that guy. Nobody puts the effort into it like that guy. He's killing it, man. It's the way it is. And, you know, I can't believe that what is Alex? I can't believe that Alex thought that he was going to be anywhere near on Andrew's level. Like that's
no,
crazy.
But dude, you got to remember that Kosh has pre-existing history with him.
He couldn't even debate me, and I just got tired of listening to him spurg out, and I ended him in like 2 minutes, and he quit. He fucking rage quit in under 2 minutes, tapped out, just because I just couldn't take anymore. You know?
Did you kick him or he left?
No, I did not kick him.
Okay, he left. Okay.
I was talking to him, and he's like, blah, 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 and click, and he hung out. And I was like, fucking seriously? Like,
oh, yeah.
That was nuts. Like, he has no chance against anybody. Like, and here's the thing. I don't like to debate, mainly because I always go for the jugular, and it pisses people off, and they get mad at me. But I can do it. I was planning on going to law school. I did learn how to argue. I have a degree. I minored in philosophy. I did a lot of shit. Just because I say I don't like to do something doesn't mean I'm not capable of doing it. And I prefer not to do it. But, if the need arises, then, I'm not afraid of debating. I just don't like to.
Yeah, I just don't like arguing with people that long. I'm like,
Andrew wants the link.
Say my point.
Nah,
say my
it's the
piece.
Crucible Limited. It's not Andrew.
Well, guys,
Wait, is it?
I'm gonna get going.
You're gonna get going? Well, you've been on stream
I'll probably hop on on a stream a little later tonight. I have to get some stuff
Andrew,
done.
if that's you, DM me on Discord. I'll send you the link right away.
I already sent him the link.
So, if anything, I'll probably hop on later on the night if you're still up. But Grid or Josie, if you're still on later, I'll hop on. But I gotta get some stuff done.
But Enzo has to approve of you before that.
Who, Andrew?
Enzo.
Oh, Enzo. Oh yeah, you're a killer dog, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't need that killer to come get me.
He's a misandrous. He hates men.
Oh.
Welcome, Andrew.
What's up, bud?
Hey, it looks like I'm going to have to change my name. I think they changed it on the last stream I was on. So.
Yeah, change your name, buddy. Change your name.
That's right. I was like, what's a fucking guy got to do to get a stream link around here?
Dude, I sent it to you. Like the minute I saw it, I sent it right to you. I was like wondering why you were what was taking so long.
Andrew, why do you piss off all these people all the time? Just out of curiosity, why all these people come on want to yell?
Your buddy Alex Kirsch project was just here. I had to smoke him into the dirt after.
Do you want me to bring him back? Maybe.
He's not coming back.
I don't even know. Like, ultimately, whatever issues I had with Alex you're talking a long time ago, maybe 2 years ago, maybe more.
He's still smoked about it, bro. He is still like his shorts are on fire about it. I don't know what's up with him.
I just called him a retard. I don't know what he's mad at.
People. Well, that's the thing, man. Is like I'm telling you, the Wilson derangement syndrome is a real thing.
He came in. I goaded him into a debate with Josie. He spent 5 minutes spurging out about how it wasn't fair for me not letting him address you on the stage for you making false allegations against him. And
what were the allegations that I made against him?
I don't
that he's
know.
gay. I don't know.
Yeah.
But hey,
I
got a jet. I'll be
all right. See you, Glenn.
Get the fuck out of here, Glenn. I'm sick of you. Sick of you, Glenn.
You know what?
I'm fucking sick of you.
I can't wait to put my feet on your couch.
Smack your ass.
This is a fucking alpha male move right there. The feet on the couch, dude. That's how it goes. That's right. All right, man. I'll see you.
Yeah. So yeah, Alex came in. He spent a bunch of. So I put him up on the stage to debate Josie. He spent like 5 minutes spurging out about you. I told him, "Hey, man, that's not what I brought you up here for. Either debate Josie or shut the fuck up and get off the stage." He then half-assed debated Josie. He kept moving goalposts and denying, whatever. And finally, I got involved. He quit. I think in chat, help me out here. It was like 3 minutes from start to finish before he rage quit. When I
halfway through your second sentence, you like.
Well, I don't have any problem with Alex. Alex just needs to go do his own thing. I've never bothered with Alex. But yeah, he's been on fucking Twitter threads talking shit before. So
he's mad that Trump didn't talk crap about Putin and Kim Jong-un in his book. And I was trying to explain to him why he shall not do that, and he didn't seem to get it.
Yeah, dude, Alex is he's pretty milquetoast in his political takes. He's more of a centrist, but I don't care. Alex isn't worth talking about. So
yeah, no, it was funny. It was great humor for me, and that's what was important at the moment.
Apparently, he claimed that Andrew was harassing his family, how he was acting. I think it was true, but maybe Andrew can tell us the truth.
I have never harassed Alex's family ever.
Well, I think Alex said that Andrew claimed that Alex harassed him. And Alex was saying that he never did that. I think
No, he did. He was all over different fucking. I think I have some of them which I screenshotted where he was like, I was never not anything but nice to Rachel, but now I'm gonna fucking go at her hard, and he did all kinds of shit. So no, he's full of shit. He did.
Yeah,
but that aside, I don't care. Ultimately, you know what I mean. I've never tried to get in the way of these people building their podcast or doing their own thing. But at the same time, if you ask me about them, I'll tell you what I think. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have any trouble doing that. That guy was around when I first started on the internet, so I've had some engagements with him. That's the only reason I even know who he is.
Yeah, and it you know, that's fine. You know, it was just funny that it literally took me, I think, maybe 3 minutes to make him rage quit. It was very hilarious.
So Jake Rattlesnake, he sent me a DM with a little. It was him giving me cheers because he says he thinks I got the viral clip of the year so far with the Wes Watson thing.
Oh, Wes Watson. Oh yeah, absolutely.
He says he thinks it's the viral clip of the. It might be. I don't know yet. You know what I mean? For some reason, I think it's going to get trumped by like, you know, a baby crying or like a kitty picture or something. But still,
it's hard to beat Wes Watson's wife's jeans. It's really hard. I mean, Wes Watson and his wife's pants is hard to beat.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. But yeah, anyway. So yeah, I don't ultimately care. There's always going to be a trail of haters, and there's nothing I can really do about that. So.
Josie fell out. Well, she's still there. I don't know. She pulled herself off. I don't know. Yeah, man. You've been busy. I haven't had much time to talk to you. I've been a little busy too, but you've been like really busy, man. Crazy busy.
Yeah. I always am. This guy, if you don't mind me addressing your chat, his name is Bay Street Racer.
Yeah.
He said, thanks for responding to my Catholic questions on Instagram. I appreciate it, even though you don't give advice. I don't give advice, but I don't mind. I try to respond to every DM. And that's actually really difficult to do because I have to set aside like 2 hours in the morning while I'm drinking a cup of coffee to respond. But I want to always try to do that. You know what I mean? It's I think it's a good idea ultimately. So. No problems there. But yeah, thanks for sending the DM. So I've always said it's my privilege to have fans, not your privilege to be a fan. So it's my privilege, not your privilege.
That is awesome.
But anyway, how are you guys doing this evening?
We've had a great show. It's been really good. Glenn came on pretty much right after I started up. We had a really great conversation. You know, it's been pretty good. Pretty good tonight.
Good. Are you heading up for the big Oracle debate?
Hey, seriously, I'll come up. I'll come hang out with you. We'll go shooting.
You should. Yeah, you should. Yeah, you should. I don't know how far you are away from Michigan, but
I'm in Tennessee.
Well, that's not far. Shit, we made that trip. It was only, I think it was only 6 hours.
Yeah, I told Rachel said that you guys were thinking about maybe looking at relocating
property. Yeah.
And property.
I want to get her out of the Michigan winters, dude. She just, I just don't want to, you know, because it's just like me. I get a little bit of that like seasonal depressant shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But this last year, it didn't affect me as much in the winter because I was doing a lot of traveling to places which were a lot warmer. But you know, poor Rachel, she's basically got to be stuck in the fucking, you know, snow-covered Arctic Michigan, and I just want to get her to a place where it's warm all year round. You know.
Well, I told her my lake house is rented until September, but after that, you just let me know when you want to come down. You're welcome to it. It's fully furnished. You don't need to bring anything but your lunchbox, and you guys can stay as long as you need to.
Well, that's awful kind of you. But yeah, I think we'll be looking there. I was also looking at Florida, some property there, but I don't know. We'll see. it's I don't know. I'm not in like any big rush to go anywhere just yet. So, but anyway, tomorrow, man, big pizza party. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys have ever seen one of the Crucible pizza parties, but we buy the audience pizza. So that's what we do.
That's slick.
Essentially, if they make us laugh from the chat, we order them a pizza. So, and a 6-pack, because I don't feel like you can have pizza without beer. I don't even think that's correct, right? So
yeah, I I was supposed to shoot a match in the morning. I don't think I'm going to be able to make it. I've had just my schedule's gotten changed for tomorrow, which sounds weird, but it just things happen. And I'm hoping to be around for the pizza party, but we'll see. I've got to drive over to Knoxville. My son is shooting sporting clays this year, and he's outgrown his old shotgun, so I had to get a new one, and I'm supposed to pick it up basically in Gatlinburg tomorrow.
Semi-auto?
No, it's an over and under. He's shooting my semi-auto now, but it's
Did you get him a Ruger Red Label?
No, do you have one?
I do have a Ruger Red Label. Yeah.
Do you really?
I do.
We'll have to talk about that when I come to Michigan.
Oh, it's not for sale, bro.
No,
that's my Ruger Red Label. You can look at it. You can look at it, but don't touch it. It's my Ruger Red Label.
So my son is 13, so so he's had a Fausti, like a low end Fausti, and that's been a great gun. But I couldn't bring myself, because he's a 13-year-old kid. So I got him a CZ canvas back, which is I think they've discontinued now. So this is like a new old stock gun, but it's just a really basic over under sporting clays gun.
You thought about getting any of the Benellis, maybe?
Sorry,
a Benelli.
So I have a Benelli M2, and I told him he could have any of the semi-autos he wanted to use, and he wants an over and under. He's shot an over and under. He just loves it so much, and he likes that classic look.
Well, some of the league rules will only let you use a double barrel anyway.
Yeah, so there's that.
It just it always depends on what the league rules are and what's going on. So, but anyway, good luck. Good luck to him, man. And somebody asked in the chat if I have any. I have no information on this debate, because my rules were I'm not going to do anything. I'm not lifting a finger. I'm not going to set anything up. I got a date. I got a time. I got the cash. Whenever he gets down here, that's it. I'm just showing up. I'm not lifting a fucking finger for this guy. I'm not lifting a finger.
I don't think he will need to.
Yeah. I'm not. I'm just not going to. So I'm not going to help anybody set anything up. It's a great excuse for me to see my friend Glenn and take him over to an ortho church. It's a good excuse for us to maybe hang out for a weekend.
Sure.
But I'm not lifting a finger to assist this guy in any of his bullshit attacks. So all I'm going to do is just show up to the debate. That's it.
Yeah. Well, I think that's all you're going to have to do, because I can't picture a winning argument based on the topic. So
no, it was a very poor topic to choose. Very poor topic to choose. Very high, very, very difficult to attack with that topic, because I'll always have more information than you do. Like always, even if you comb through everything I've ever done, I'll always have more information than you do when it comes to the topic on. And this particular topic is really kind of silly too, because it's, are you a grifter and a liar? Those are that's the topic. So the grift portion, I don't even know what the frame of attack will be on that. And then the lie portion, I think the best you can come up with is possibly an inconsistent position or contrarian position or something like this, which is fine. You know what I mean? Nobody's perfect when it comes to consistent positions all the time. So that might be a line of attack. But other than that, I don't even know what the line of attack will be. But that's a really hard position to make an affirmative case for. All the debate topics, that was probably the worst one you could pick.
I mean, it's basically impossible to make an affirmative case for it.
Well, you can make an affirmative case, I think, on lies. The grifting, I don't know how you could even, I don't even know how you go about that, because you're not going to understand any of the things that happen behind the scenes like I am.
Right.
So that's bizarre. You can make an affirmative case for what's that?
He came at me hard last night when I was on Glenn's show.
Oh,
yeah.
Who, Oracle did?
The tomato, yeah, he did.
Oh yeah.
You had gone off by then, and I was up on the panel, and it wasn't Glenn's show. It was, Glenn was moderating it because Sarah had stepped away, but he came in hot for me. I don't know if you watched it, but he basically came in and he basically out of the gate accused me of saying that he had lied. And I'm like, well, you're going to have to prove that. I've never said anything about you lying. And he's like, okay, so you agree that I don't lie.
Well, you have to understand that anybody who says anything kind about me or gets my back on anything, for a hater, they're just going to be a ball licker. That's what they're going to call them.
Yeah.
They're going to call you a ball licker. And what it is it's a shame tactic. The shame tactic is you can't be objective, and you're basically a piece of shit. You just think that your bread is buttered here. It's a shaming tactic. The thing that's really funny is well, here's what's funny, right? Who's a bigger ball licker? The guy who will defend me if he thinks I'm right, or the guy who's literally flying all the way out here and giving me $1,000 to have a few minutes of my time? Who's the bigger ball licker?
Yeah, it's interesting.
I mean, that's like putting my whole sack in your mouth, dude. Yeah, and you're paying me for it. You're paying me to put my whole sack in your fucking mouth.
One time,
and like calling a
prostitute. One time.
Yeah, you're paying me to put the whole thing in there just so that you could gargle them for a few minutes, and then call me, or call me whatever it is you're going to call me, right? Not being broadcast to anybody. Yeah, he's going to gargle them, not being broadcast anywhere, right? Because I never agreed to stream it. You know what I mean?
True.
Never agreed to stream it, and I don't see why I should give anybody my fucking platform. I mean, it sounds to me, I mean, how can you ever call anybody else a ball licker? I mean, this guy basically, he's taking the whole thing down the throat, man. Sorry, but...
Andrew T. Baggin Kuma.
That's awesome, man. That's very funny. He came at, well, what he was trying to do is he was trying to get me to say that since he doesn't lie, and since he had said that you were a grifter, then obviously if he doesn't lie, then you being a grifter must be true, which is like the worst fucking logic ever. And
yeah, we went off last night about that, and I was not having it with all.
Okay, well, yeah, let me play devil's advocate if you don't mind.
Sure.
Grid 1. To your knowledge, am I a liar?
Nope.
Okay, based Oracle is gay, so by that logic that I'm not a liar, then that makes that true, right?
That's what we called him on. That's what we were like. You can't. I mean.
No, I'm sorry, but is that not true according to that logic?
It must be true because you do not lie.
Yeah, right. It must be true because I don't lie.
Right.
Yeah. So therefore, true.
Yeah, it's very funny. It's very interesting though, and he came at me pretty hard, and he wouldn't let me talk. He tried to talk over me, and I'm like, no, I'm not having that. And then he settled down. It was really strange because once I denied his argument, once I shut him down. And I started actually going after him, saying, hey, I don't understand what problem you have with Andrew. Obviously you have one. What is it? He kind of diverted off, and everything calmed down. Everything was great. And then,
well, it's just, if the problem is he went down I was explaining this the other day, it's the fan to hater pipeline. And so people go down the fan to hater pipeline, but in this particular case is really stupid because, he really didn't need to. Like, there wasn't any real reason to. Me and him really never had any conflict. Like there wasn't really any there was no big like there was no like throwing him out of the chat, or there wasn't really a catalyst. Just one night he was talking smack on his stream, and I was like, dude, what the fuck why are you doing that?
Well,
and so I hopped on, and he lost his mind, but there was no there was no catalyst event. And so it's really kind of stupid because now he's in a position where he wants to prove, right? So he wants to prove it to everybody. I'm gonna show everybody that I'm right about this. You know what I mean? I'm gonna take my principled stand, and if it costs me $1,000, it costs me $1,000. If it costs me all this travel costs, costs me all this travel costs. And it's like, but ultimately, what are you proving?
That he's pretty much, I mean, I think it's just, the typical hustle.
It's interesting.
Clout, I think.
It's interesting because a couple of weeks, maybe 3 weeks before I guess all this happened, he did a stream. I watched a stream because I was going to go on his show. And he kind of was like calling out Rachel on some like minor thing, and he was like, "I'm sorry, this is blah blah blah," in his in the voice he uses, in a very pedantic tone, and and it was very interesting because he was like, "Well, I'm sorry, I have to call you out on this and something," and I'm like, "Okay, great," but it was weird that he didn't like. I would have thought that he would have talked to you about it first. He would have, done if he had a problem with Rachel, why put it in his stream? And it just seemed to me at the time, it was an extreme form of clout chasing. And then he went after you, which I did not understand. I still don't understand it. I don't understand the problem he has with any of you guys. You've done nothing but be kind to everyone that I've seen. And when you are,
except backbiters,
yeah,
we're not nice, right? So it's like, in some of these people's minds, it's give us the scoop so that we can criticize you for the scoop, right? So that's a lot of what it is. Like, tell us the inside baseball so that we can criticize you for you telling us the inside baseball. They're like, they feel like we should be able to criticize you without having any sort of pushback for it. Yeah. And it's like, no, you're not. That's not. Fuck you. I just allow you to just criticize me with no pushback. You're gonna get fucking pushback. But you have to remember too that again, most of the time, and this is there's gonna be a lot more of this because I'm just too busy to fuck with it, right? But most creators won't confront these like little guys, and I enjoy doing that because I want to change their mind, right? I want to go on and change their mind. I'm like, dude, you're just wrong about this, and take a better position here because you're just not correct, and they just freak out. It's fucking stupid. This whole thing, totally avoidable at this point. It's just pride. This is just pride.
Yeah, that's right.
And even that,
who the fuck would fly out to another state and do a debate with a guy who they claim they agree with most everything they say and pay him that kind of money? It's not even broadcast, nothing, right? Why would you do that unless there was a point of pride? There's a point of pride going on. And it's just like, dude, why don't you spend that money reinforcing and reinvesting it into your channel and into your reach, into making good connections with people so that you can grow? And a lot of these guys also have the same cope where they're like, oh, I don't want to have a big channel. Yeah, you do. Shut your fucking mouth, lying sack shit. Of course you do. Of course you want to have a big channel. Of course you want to grow. And the thing is you haven't, so you're coping. Life is never important to me anyway. It's like, yeah, it's fucking important to you. If you didn't want the reach, why have the channel to begin with? Don't you want to reach more people?
Exactly.
And it's just stupid. And it's like, why would anybody believe that? It's just nonsense. So it's actually kind of unfortunate because there just really was not even any reason for there to be conflict to begin with.
I don't know. I went on the Raging Tomato last night, and they were also talking about that, and I just I got irritated over but he's a grifter because he does this and that, and I was like, and even if he did, is that even relevant in this case?
Yeah, but I mean, so but think about this, right? So, like, what would my incentive be to ever go back to Sarah's show? So I go on, I do this interview with her, right?
Oh, the Sarah didn't talk shit. Sorry, that was the people that were in there.
Yeah. No, I know, but like, think of this from my perspective, right? So she reaches out. She's like, "Hey, I'd like to do this interview with you." And I said, "You're going to have to actually wait because I'm booked up. I'm probably not going to be able to get to it for like 30 fucking days, or more." And she was like, "Okay, no problem." So I actually scheduled it like 30 days out to make sure that she got the slot, right? Make sure she got the time slot. So, so we got it all scheduled out, and then, I met the commitment that I made and went on and allocated that block of time to her. Like, whatever block of time you want, it's scheduled for you. Whatever the Q&A is, this and that. Bunch of traffic was driven over to her channel, and we didn't even advertise it, right? Because she didn't ask me to. She didn't ask me if I was going to stream it or. Well, I think she asked me if I was going to stream it, but she didn't ask me to stream it, right? So, so anyway, but we still drove traffic over there and this kind of thing.
Yeah, she was,
and it was really, it was really good for her channel, this and that. But then the second I leave, right, I pop back in, and there's like fucking 6 people on there talking shit about me. So I'm like, well, what would my incentive be then to go on your channel in the future if the second I leave your channel, it's just a bunch of motherfuckers are going to come on and talk shit? Like, what would the incentive be for me to ever do that again? You know what I mean?
Well, was it her?
No, of course not. No, she wasn't saying anything. But the thing is like, who cares, right? Why would you go?
She has a platform where everybody can debate.
Sure. Yeah, that's.
Discourse.
I'm not telling her not to. Sure, I'm not telling her not to. I'm not telling her she shouldn't. I'm not telling her she shouldn't do whatever she wants. What I'm saying is that think about it from an incentive What is the incentive of a person if they have like a larger audience that you want to tap into, and you go over to their channel and you drive that audience over just for a bunch of people to come on the panel and start talking shit about you? What's the incentive of the creator to do that? That's my point.
Yeah. Okay. True.
It's not that Sarah did anything wrong. She's not doing nothing wrong, right? That's her show format. She moderates panels like that, this type of thing. But people never think past the idea of, well, but wait, this is the kind of show I have, and I was nice to you though. And it's like, yeah, that's nice and all, right? But what would the incentive of the creator be to go on, drive an audience over to then watch a bunch of people come on and talk shit about him? What's the incentive there?
Yeah.
And so I'm just saying, people don't ever look at the whole picture. They only look at the micro, never the macro.
Yeah.
Ariak and I had your back though. We were beating down all comers.
I had your back too, but at late hours.
Well, it's not, but I mean, and thank you guys. I'm just saying, I'm not even bitching, right? She should do whatever. Yeah, she should do whatever she wants. I'm just saying, if you look at things from a content growth perspective, why is that a smart strategy? That's a really stupid strategy. You know what I mean? I just don't get it. I don't understand. Yeah, I just don't understand it. It's just stupid. Like, what would the incentive be then? So let's assume she's like, oh, I have this other creator I want to get on. And then they'll usually do the name drop, right? They'll be like, well, I've had this guy on, that guy on. So she goes, oh, I've had Andrew on, I've had this dude on. Someone goes, oh, send me the Andrew episode. That sounds great. And they send it over. They watch it, and then they watch a panel form after of just a ton of people talking shit. Why would they want to go on?
Yeah.
Because you're basically guaranteeing that they're going to platform your haters in front of your audience.
Right.
Right? That's like, so what would the incentive be? That's the thing I don't get, right? From the content growth standpoint. Now, for me, I don't give a shit, right? Because I love blood sports. My audience loves blood sports. They don't fucking care. They don't care if you bring a bunch of people who talk shit about me on. They don't care about that. But ultimately, I'm just saying, I think that people just don't think about this shit. Like, what's the incentive back? What did I gain? I didn't gain anything. Nothing in it for me, right? So
So it's just like, so I'm just doing you a favor essentially, so that a bunch of people come on talk shit in front of my audience. Does that seem like it's smart? So that's just kind of my two cents on it. Of people looking too much at the micro and never at the macro. You know.
Yeah, I thought it was a good interview though with her. I thought that she asked good questions and you gave excellent answers, and I thought it was a really good interview.
Yeah, I think like her channel is going somewhere. I like the format and all that. So I was like, oh, that's kind of too bad that, you know, from your perspective, that you're expressing how there is no incentives. I was like, yeah, that would have been cool to see you back on there.
Yeah, Adam 87, my audience. When I say my audience, what I'm referencing is people who would not have been on the channel if I wasn't on the channel. It doesn't mean that I own them and that they're slaves and that I crack the whip and they call me massa. It just means that they would not have been on the channel absent me being on the channel. So that's what people mean when they reference my audience. You stupid bastard. Just letting you know. Just letting you know that any time one of you makes a stupid comment, I'm going to correct it. Because it's good for you. It's good for you.
It builds character.
Yeah, it's good for you to take those fucking L's, Adam. It's good for you. Yeah. Right. So this guy says, yeah, like me, he was only there for Andrew, and then when he left, I was bored. You know? So I should make a stupid comment? Yes, you should make a stupid comment. That's just super funny.
We've had some good audience tonight. They've been really good. They've been really sharp.
Well, the audience over here is always good. You know what I mean? The Crucible crew audience is always good. Even most of the haters on the Crucible side tend to follow like the kind of rules of the format. You know what I mean? So they don't come on they disagree with me heartily and they'll even talk some shit, but they kind of keep to the flow and the format of what's going on. You know what I mean?
Cheeks.
We have a Kuma in the.
Oh my god, a fucking Coomer, dude.
Kuma.
Yeah, I did a show with him earlier today. I got onto him. I thought he was going to boot me off of his show, but he has more character than that. So
what kind of fucking Coomerism are you doing, Chief?
I got onto him. I told him he needs to go to church and find a good woman.
Grid was giving him father figure advice, the father figure that he complained that he never had, and Mr. Coomer just kept arguing with him like a woman, like a single mom, basically.
Oh, Josie!
I said it in his chat. That's if he had me on, I would have said it to his face, but he wouldn't let me on to, so like.
Yeah.
You've got to listen to Grid, Cheeks.
It's great to have Andrew's opinion. I told Beaten Cheeks that he was never going to find the perfect woman. He had to meet one and mold her into the perfect woman after she submits to him. And he disagrees with me. He thinks he's going to find her in Colombia or some other place, not in America. So I don't know.
Somebody called him Cheating Beaks.
Cheating Beaks. Wow,
Cheating Beaks.
That's brutal. Brutal, man.
That's pretty funny.
That's brutal. That's brutal. Cheating Beaks.
Yeah. Cheating Beaks.
Oh man, it's a good thing he has such thick skin. Send me. So you want a link too? Everybody wants a link tonight. All right, I'll give you a link. You can't complain that you didn't get it though, because everybody else has been saying they haven't gotten it. But I'm just being funny or trying.
I forgot Enzo outside.
All right, it's sent. It's in your inbox. Chiefs. We'll get Kuma up here, and then Andrew can just destroy him at like last time. And
I didn't really destroy him. We were just chilling, right?
Yeah, no. Well, I mean, by destroying him, you got to tear him down to build him back up.
Cheeks, how come? Oh, because you had a date. That's why he's up.
He did have a date. I'm shocked he's back. He told me he had a date.
It didn't go well.
Apparently, maybe it went really well, and he just finished early.
No, That doesn't happen like that, Grid. It's been too long since you were dating, I think. That's not how it happens.
Cheeks moves fast. I'm sure.
Yeah, when it goes well, you don't hear from him.
For like 2 days.
Yeah.
There's Akuma! All hail
Hey,
Akuma.
can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, shit. Yeah, I'm on my phone. That's why.
Oh, okay.
Mr.
Oh, damn. 5 hour fucking live. Goddamn.
Yeah.
What's up, Andrew?
Yeah, you've been here for 1 minute and you're already complaining, dude.
What the fuck did I complain about?
1 minute and you're already complaining. Like, you can't just, the second you get on the stream, start complaining, dude. What's wrong with you?
What the fuck did I complain about? I didn't say shit.
You're complaining right now. You're complaining right now about me telling you that you're complaining.
Man,
it's
fuck
just
this
like,
shit. Man, fuck
that's
y'all,
it,
man.
dude. Okay, where's Josie? Josie, you can be the HR lady. Can you explain this to him?
Fuck
you can
outta here,
be human resources, and you could be like, now you can even do it with the accent, right? You could be like, now listen, beaten cheeks. The thing is that you are not helping with the team building, right? We could do that.
Listen, okay, beaten chicks, okay? Like, you're not helping with the team building here, okay? Yeah, you need to stop.
Fuck your team building.
You have a bad attitude. The entire team is very upset about how bad your attitude always is.
Then you're all fired. You're all
and you're
fired.
fucking complaining.
I'd be like the worst HR.
Output is suffering, Cheeks. Output is suffering.
Oh man. How's the stream? I just got on and I was like, damn, all right. Grid is still on with Josie and fucking dipshit Andrew.
Everything was fucking perfect, and then they brought this little like short Mexican looking dude on here. Now I'm not so sure about this fucking stream. Everything was fine. Everything was fine before when I knew everybody was an American, and then suddenly.
Oh yeah. Hey, what the fuck? This is like. It's fucking cold right now, bro. God damn, I like it. I love this shit.
The second he fucking hits it, dude. Just like just talk
this
shit.
Is fucking
By the way,
awesome.
did I tell you guys that Cheeks took me and Jim Bob out for like a wonderful steak dinner at a really nice restaurant. Yeah. But what I didn't know, there's a steakhouse right next door to that, right? Yeah. That we went to one night, and we were just like, well, this has got to be like the subpar one, right? Because everything was cheaper. Yeah. The steaks there were actually better than the steaks at the better steakhouse. Even though the better. Yeah. Now, those steaks that we went and got were fucking delicious. Let's not kid ourselves. But the one next to it, I'll send you the name for the next time you're in Miami, because it was even better, dude.
Damn, I have to check it out. I only went there because I don't live in Miami, so I was like, man, this guy doesn't want sushi. I mean, typical. I mean, I don't eat sushi that much either. But fuck, man, I can only have so much of it. But I saw that one, got a reservation, and said, all right, fuck it, let's do this one. You know, it's like a known one, and I don't know very many steakhouses in Miami usually. You know, I usually am getting cooked for, and someone else takes me to the fucking steakhouses that I'm not even familiar with. So. Yeah, man.
Yeah, no, it was that was great though. I mean, we really appreciated that. Never get that twisted. That was very kind of you to do.
Hey, actually, let me ask you this. How was that bottle I gave you? Did you guys polish it that night? Are you still saving it? Or what's going on with that?
Polish it off the next day.
Holy shit. Dude, that's like a really fine tequila, man. You're not supposed to like drink it all immediately like that, man.
Why not?
Did you like it at least?
Yeah, it was great.
Oh man. Well, I mean, it's a good tequila. You're not supposed to take shots of it. You're supposed to, it's a sipper.
That's why I was still half out of it when I was on Fresh and Fit. I was like, I think I'm still drunk from 2 days ago.
Oh, no wonder.
That makes sense. On Twitter, you had a hangover.
Yeah, he fucking openly admitted that shit.
Are you even Irish?
Well, I'm Irish. I'm Irish and English. Yeah, it's the English side that was hungover.
Like a hangover? Nah.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a fucking hangover. Well, I was arguing with Tim Pool. I woke up and I had the worst fucking hangover because I was celebrating. And I woke up and fucking Tim Pool was talking shit. So I was gonna ended up in a 3-tweet war with him. And we were gonna keep going with it, I think, but I was just like, oh fuck this, dude. I'm too hungover to argue with fucking Tim Pool this morning. I was just like, fuck it, I'm done. I don't want to fucking argue with this guy right now. I can't even make sense of what he's saying because I was just. So then that night, I woke back up and I was like, okay, now I feel better. You know what I mean? And
now let's get back to the Twitter war.
Now let's get back to this war. But at the time, I was just like, I don't fucking care, dude. I need some fucking orange juice and some greasy food. I'm just like, I don't even want to fucking argue with this guy right now.
God damn. Yeah. I don't even know what I don't remember what that was about, but dude, oh man. When are you gonna be on Tim Pool's Timcast, man? I'd love to see you on there and throw down.
I've got 2 shows I think scheduled over there now. So
okay, that's nice.
Next month we got them both. The thing is, I don't ever announce that kind of stuff too early because it changes so much.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? The schedule changes. The schedule changes constantly, so I can't always be. So I'm always just really cautious because now you're to the point where if I say, oh, this is going to happen on this day and it gets rescheduled, people get pissed off because they take time out of their day to watch that stuff, and I'm like, dude, I can't always, unfortunately, keep my word because circumstances change constantly. Like they just change constantly.
I need some advice from you. I've tried to get some liberals to get on my show, and they agree to it.
Why do you want to do
just
that?
to shit on them a little bit.
Okay.
So I like to have a diverse crowd, but they turn me down and block me immediately. How the fuck do I prevent that?
You send me do it for you. I got the bait.
Yeah, you send
the liberal on my show.
You send her do it for you, bro.
Yep.
Man, I'm gonna have to do that, man.
That is the
send
worst
her
in English that I've heard today.
Yeah, send her do it for you, homie. That's all.
Send her do it for me. All right, I got it.
Send her do it for you. I just want to let you know that Canadian's not a race, but you're a woman, so I'll excuse your ignorance. So.
Thank you. Speaking of,
oh man, did you guys see the Hodge twins just fuck up Destiny?
No, somebody sent me something on it, but I haven't watched it yet.
I don't know how that fucking kid does it. Oh my god, this kid is just. I don't know how he does it. I don't know how he can withstand such a brutal thing, and he just sticks up for Biden no matter what.
Andrew, please tell Queen Rachel she was absolutely phenomenal on Tim Pool from me and also from the chat. She did amazing. Just let her know.
Yeah, I'll let her know. She's still traveling because she'll be on whatever the next 2 episodes. So
can't wait for that.
Oh god, yeah. I hope there's some feminists on there. I
think they got I think Brian got some good panels going because she's what's amazing about it is I finally get to showcase that she's much better than me. She's a much more skilled.
Brutal.
Yeah, she's a much more skilled. She's a much more skilled debater than I am. The distinction between us, I debate a much wider variety of issues, but on the narrow political debates that she does, I say this without without any disclaimers. She might be the best anti-feminist debater in the entire world.
I would agree with you on that. Yeah.
I need to see that.
I know she's solid. I would give it a 10 out of 10, and I'm not somebody that gives 10 10s to everybody.
Yeah, she's really fucking good. And the only thing that happened, a lot of that Tim Pool episode got diverted because it was Pearl and Chen talking shit to each other.
Yeah.
Which Chen was going to come on. She was going to come on for the pizza party, but she's in Mexico. So.
Yeah, I was kind of disappointed at that like they just kind of all made it about Pearl, and Rachel had been able, she's been able to put her word here and there, but I just thought that out of all the time allocated to that show, like so little went to her. That was kind of disappointing.
Well, it was a medium for Pearl and Chen to hash it out, and it looked like Tim Pool kind of jumped on the anti-Pearl wagon a little bit. He's not really bad about it, I guess, but they're definitely punching at each other, and I'm just kind of staying out of that one. I'm like, I don't even know what you guys are arguing about.
What he said to what's her name, Chrissy? What Pearl said about that on Twitter?
Chrissy Mayer?
I think.
Yeah, well, I mean, I totally support it. I mean, I remember Mayer had Rachel on, and they had like this great conversation. And Chrissy Mayer said that, Rachel's she's brilliant. I agree with her about everything she says. She's awesome. And then wasn't 2 days later, she had this great big panel where she let a bunch of women come on and just trashed the shit out of Rachel. That they spent an entire show doing it.
Oh.
And then Mayer goes, well, it's all good though, because Rachel can come on this next show and defend herself. And I'm like, why would I let her do that? Why would I waste my time feeding these dumb troll women this fantastic content and let Rachel go on your show? And she's like, so Rachel's just going to do whatever you want? And I said, yeah. Yeah. That's exactly what's going to happen. So her going at it with Mayer, I'm like, yeah, I was not like displeased about that by any stretch of the imagination, but
I gotta ask, hey Josie, why the fuck are you Canuck fucks, jumping over to the American border to fucking fight our politics when your politics are way worse than ours?
Because yours are more fun.
Because ours set a precedent for them to follow.
Because yours are more fun.
Well, they went full fucking socialist retard though. That's what I'm trying to say. Like I had,
which province?
There's this one red pillar dude that married a fucking ex hooker. Now she started attacking me, and then she blocked me. So I was like, okay, that's really cool. And then
hey, I'm from
obviously
Quebec. We don't claim the rest of Canada, okay?
And then Lauren Southern, she fucking agreed to fucking be on my show. Then she found out that I'm friends with fucking Andrew, and immediately talked shit about me where I couldn't defend myself again. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Like, I'm just gonna fucking delete Andrew from Twitter so I'm not associated with.
Yeah, dude, it doesn't pay to be. Listen, look, I'm not gonna lie, man. It doesn't pay for a guy like you to be my friend. I'm not even gonna lie. It would actually pay way better for a guy like you to shit on me, and then you get way more of these guys to come on your show.
First of all, Andrew, I don't give a fuck about the fucking money, dude. I care about the fucking rule of, authority in regards to shitting on these goddamn fake conservative women. They claim to be conservative, and they're like the lowest tier of people to ever, for anyone to even listen to. And so what we're trying to do is basically, out them out. And then as soon as we do, they can't really defend their stance, and they did fucking block me on Twitter. And why the fuck would I shit on you? You fucking helped me out when I fucking least expected it, you of all people. And you and like some other, other content guys. And I'm just like, why the fuck would I ever fuck someone over like that? You're not
fucking anybody over. I'm just saying, it might behoove you. It might behoove you a little bit to be because the thing is that especially my Twitter.
I know what you're trying to say.
My Twitter's you know what I'm saying, right? But my Twitter especially, it's so polarizing, dude. Like, and the thing is there because there's no, like, you can't get my tone or tell if I'm kidding or things like that.
Correct. Yeah, and I already know. I know your tone.
Every fucking thing that I say. Seriously, like one chick was like, all these conservative men want is a woman chained in the stove popping out babies, and I just
I saw that.
I retweeted her and I was like, good.
They all lost their fucking minds, dude.
My favorite ones is whenever you respond,
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, they were all on that big fucking train of it was Jordan Peterson's daughter, and she took this fucking pic of her in a sundress where the fucking straps were down and her boobs are all pushed up, and they all came out and were like, "There's nothing wrong with this. It's just showing a beautiful woman holding her. Like, what's the actual problem here? Nobody can articulate it." And I would retweet it and just put and I had like 15 of those in a row of well, not that many, but I had a bunch of them in a row from these different prominent accounts, just retweeting them with that picture going, shit, yeah, okay, yeah. There's nothing to see here. There's nothing to see here. You're right. We're overreacting. She was just taking a night, because we don't know that women will literally spend an hour to get the perfect selfie before they release it. Right. We don't know. We know that that's not true. They just take them willy nilly. And then they go, "Oh, that one's great. I guess I'll just put that." Yeah, fucking right, dude. It's all of it is completely contrived. So I'm just like, sure, whatever you say.
My next target is Hillary Crowder. So I've been trolling the shit out of her, and she's gonna go down. $25,000 a month in alimony. Get the fuck out of here. Jesus Christ, poor guy, man. That guy got shit on so bad for like the wrong reasons, and then the only woman defending him for so long, and I kind of knew she was full of shit. And what kind of precedent does that set, for future women, that want to get married as a virgin, right? So she's extremely hypocritical.
They're just the truth is most of them are just scum. Like, most people, you have to understand, especially inside the online space, most of these people have no real world experience. They never worked a day in their fucking life. They're just professional degenerate scumbags. That's all they do. Yeah. Everything is totally calculated. Like, going on a stream like this, content creators would say, "Don't do that. What if you could say something that could blow back and hurt you, and it's just not worth it." Blah blah blah. And it's like, dude, shut the fuck up. Because ultimately, this is supposed to be fun, and we're supposed to be interacting with people and talking with people who we enjoy to be around. That shit should matter way less, right? But everything is 100%. It's so contrived, dude. It drives me crazy. I'm just like, fucking stop it, enough.
Yeah.
I agree. Everything. What infuriates me the most is this whole game among the trad thoughts. Literally, that they're like, who's holier?
That's what I've been calling out.
Like, they're so annoying. It's like, well, he's a grifter because he used to that. Like, fuck off. Who the fuck cares? Like, it doesn't, like, look in the present tense, your present moment, like the product that you get, the content that you get. Why the fuck does that take anything out of the content that you're getting, bitch? Like,
when I was it was really it's funny when I first started like doing online debates and shit like that, I'd go over to Twitch, and Twitch at the time, YouTube didn't have the function of sending like an entire chat over. Twitch did. They would do these like Twitch raids, and I would hang out on the tiny channels that had like 10 or 15 people, because I could actually interact with the host. Like, I could say something in chat and they would actually respond to it, right? Because it was a smaller channel, and I was like, man. So I usually hung out in the small channels. I thought that shit was way funner, you know what I mean, than being in the giant live streams where your voice is just basically drowned out. I loved that shit. Loved it.
That's how it was with whatever. Whenever I started, interacting with Brian, when it was, when he was just beginning, and that's how he got in touch with me, or I got in touch with him, and
that's how it
became cool. Huh?
That's how we met back when the TTS was like $5.
Yeah, that's when I was like throwing those $2, $5 TTS.
Davon Jackson and
Yeah,
Mike Davis.
and no, my favorite is Zentience. He's all over the big channels. But me, him, Mike Davis, we would roast all these girls, and then I was like, why the fuck am I targeting women here? I should be targeting these fucking simps. So that's when I started attacking all this my simpedemic, which I'm proudly the founder of. But yeah. But anyways, long story short, yeah, it's I know I agree with the whole getting into the smaller spaces. You do get a better interaction. And Brian had this running joke, Mike Davis, the Burger King guy, and that was the Arby's guy. And I was like, what the fuck, dude? Well, Arby's, give me at least Taco Bell. He didn't know my name was Berto though, So yeah, we just went with the Arby's thing, and then he would just lie to the panel like, Beaten Cheeks has 50 Arby's on the East Coast. You do not want to mess with this man. I was like, oh shit. He just started this shit up.
Yeah, I was like, dude, you don't need to lie about that shit, right? He's like one of the top cybersecurity guys in the country.
Guys, I've got to jump off the stream,
Sure, man.
And it's not because I hate Grid One or I hate Josie. It's because I really fucking hate Beaten Cheeks. He's like the worst scumbag. I just loathe the fucking guy. I can't stand
I
him.
talk so much shit about you too,
Wait,
Andrew.
what's that? Wait, what were you saying?
Oh, that is cold, man. That was cold.
Oh, dude.
Man, straight up.
Oh, I know we love you,
Yeah.
Cheeks.
Man, fuck him, dude. And the fucking holy Colorado, that bitch. And I'm just kidding. Nah, I'm just kidding, dude. Andrew's so fucking cool, dude.
Yeah,
But
it's been a great show tonight, man. It's just been awesome.
how'd it go in the beginning?
I was good. Glenn was on, and we had really great discussions. And we got I got a guy to come on who Josie actually bodied this guy in a kind of a debate the other night, last week actually, after he insulted Andrew on the show, and then tonight I literally I couldn't take anymore. He was kind of going back and forth with Josie, and I just couldn't take his nonsense anymore. And I got him to rage quit in probably 2.5 minutes, maybe.
I would say
3.
what we did was the pickle jar thing, where when the man can't get it, and the chick opens it poof. Besides on reverse rolls, I just kind of did the whole thing, and you started talking, and he went and poof, so he left.
Yeah.
He snapped at you.
It was really hilarious because I'm I even explained it to him in plain English. I'm like, this is why you're wrong. I'm not even defending Josie. I'm not trying to help her out. This is why you're wrong. You're just wrong. Try another, just do something else. And dude fucking spurged right out. And he's like, no, all this kind of shit. And I'm like, just shut the fuck up.
Oh yeah, that wasn't even an argument. That was just he was just imitating passive aggressive,
Yeah, he was just it was funny. It was great. So got a good rage quit out of it, which I'm all about the rage quit. The rage quits are prime sustenance to feed my inner beast, And
your inner patriarchal your inner patriarchal fucking stance. There we go.
Yeah, that's it, man.
I'm gonna charge him a $5 penalty every time he snaps for being emotional on the debate.
Oh, we should. That'd be great. And then so Glenn and I were talking. We're having a great talk, and this guy about red pill stuff, and this guy Paradox Viking, I think was his name, something like that.
Viking paradigm.
Paradigm Viking, maybe, I don't know. Anyway, Viking. He came in,
just call him Viking.
And he was in the chat, and he's like, "That's a straw man. Those are all straw man arguments." And I'm like, "They're not straw man, buddy. If you can prove it, I'll send you a link, and you can come on the show." And he's like, "Yeah, okay," because Glenn knew him, right? I wouldn't have done that if Glenn didn't know him.
No, I like Viking. He's super chill. Viking's a good guy. He's super chill. He's the type of guy that you can hit him up and
pretty interesting energy. Viking Paradigm, there he is. He had pretty good energy. He's still here. He's still chilling. He's hanging out. And he came on. We had a great conversation for another hour or so, maybe 2.
He
he came on. He was actually really cool, and He's still here.
Well,
there he is, right
Chatter,
there.
I think you're just another average Canadian, okay?
Yeah. Well, Jack, just another average Canadian. Jack is he's cool. He's wound a little tight. He's cool. Don't worry about it. And
hell yeah, all these softies over here. Hell yeah. Yeah, you won't handle my fucking rumble.
Chronic Abundance, Nicholas. Spurging is kind of a catch-all term. Either you are being exceedingly pedantic about an argument that you know you're going to lose, and you're just trying to prolong the push off the suffering as long as you can, or you just start talking really, really fast, like that's going to somehow save your ass.
Any other way that cannot win a debate with arguments? Any?
I couldn't hear anything you said. You're like so far away from your mic. You're in the next.
I said any other way that can win a debate when you ain't got no arguments.
When you ain't got no arguments, that's almost American.
Ain't got no arguments. Sorry, I did live in South Central for a little while.
Nice South Central.
Well, yeah. I'm gonna get going. I'm fucking tired.
All right, man.
I did some mini golfing.
Actually, we've been on for 5.5 hours. That's about where I normally tap out. So we'll be cutting her off here shortly. A lot of my normal folks have already called it for the evening, but it's an interesting dynamic. When we're when I do these weekend shows, especially the people that come in really add to the program. I'm actually really glad. They really do. I really liked having the Viking fellow on. He worried me a little bit because he had like a lot of energy, but he came in and we were able to like make the points, and he listened, and he made we had really a good conversation about it. Boston Bree, whatever. Glad finally caught alive. You guys are fun to watch. Yeah, we try and be fun, and we get a lot of guests through here. We get, and I'll put almost anybody that's known. I will. I'll put them up.
I'm not known. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm a nobody. I like it.
You're not known. You're infamous. Infamous. There's a word. It's fucking infamous.
Infamous. Anyways, hey Joe, before I go, Josie, you were talking some shit. Let's squash this shit. The fuck you want to say to me now?
Turn your camera on.
Oh,
I'm on my phone.
He can't. His hair's messed up.
He's naked.
I'm not fucking naked.
It's probably his hair's all mussed from.
You came home early.
Various
women.
Came home early. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. 2 o'clock in the morning here.
You didn't spend the night. She wasn't that good.
Oh,
what makes you think I was even fucking her? I would, dude. Why made you guys think?
Well.
Damn, that was mean.
What do you expect me to fuck girls upon the first time meeting them up on a date?
I don't know why I'm expecting that, Cheeks. I don't know.
History.
I promise you, I was being just chill. It went well.
I don't know why I expect that.
I don't expect that shit. What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know.
Did you pay for the date? That's funny. Did you pay for the date?
Nah, man. I left my wallet at home, so she picked up the tab.
Brian G, because you're a coomer. That's why everyone thinks that. Man,
dude, I'm a self-proclaimed decent guy. I don't fuck on the first. I try not to fuck on the first date. I should say.
First date, though? Okay, fair enough.
Progress is being made.
I met her during one of my meetings a few weeks ago, and so I decided to ask her out. Fuck, man, she's kind of pushing the age limit of past my 25. But yeah, she was nice. She's
But did she party a lot? Did she party a lot? Back then?
No, she didn't. No, she doesn't seem the party type. She was definitely cool with me not fucking drinking and shit, and I set my boundaries immediately. I don't want to be with a party girl and anything. She's like, oh, that's
no, but
perfect,
I'm just saying that. I'm saying that because when you're in your 20s, it affects the aging a lot, whether you party during your 20s or if you're taking things quietly, it affects your fertility as well, so some women that are 32, they have the health and stamina of late 20s, you know. So
Nah,
there's
she's
that to take into
27 years old.
consideration. Take that into
Nah, she,
consideration if she didn't party, you know, because like a 32 that spent the 20s partying is not gonna be a 32 who didn't.
no, that's fine. I understand that, but no, she's 27 years old. She's doing some IT classes, and she doesn't want me to help her because she wants to do something else. I'm like, I can help you with what you need, but it's gonna cost you. And she's like,
Well,
oh, yeah, what's that gonna
duh.
cost me? And I was like, it's gonna cost you, at least a dinner, on you. And I was, I was joking about it. She's like, oh, is that it? And I'm like, well, what do you expect? She's like, and
Bro,
she
lame
lays one
ass
on me.
line.
Huh?
That was such a lame line.
I'm not a fucking pickup artist. Jesus Christ. I'm just being my goddamn self. Besides, you're not even there to see the interaction. So I'm just being very I'm just, yeah, I'm not gonna fucking give you the play-by-play, but she laid a kiss on me before I left, so I was like, God damn it, I guess I have to see her again.
Yeah, you're obligated now. You've swapped spit.
Yeah, like the first date is kind of a tricky one because like you don't want to be that chick that just jumps. Like you kind of want to be sure. You kind of need like a take two because if it was great.
Nah, she was giddy about me, man. She was really talkative tonight. It became a little bit of an annoyance, but I just shut her the fuck up kind of immediately when I got annoyed by it. And I can tell she's never been put in her place properly, and she liked that. And and then she just we started walking around. We went mini golfing and shit. Nice. And then I fucking suck at mini golf, but
at least she's not
pretty
boring,
cool.
right?
Well, I make it not boring. It's me, my plans. I do things on a whim. It's called being spontaneous. And here in Orlando, there's plenty of things to do, that doesn't involve getting fucked up.
But it's cool to be with somebody
easy.
that can make the bare minimum interesting regardless of the circumstances. Like what if one day you lose your voice, I don't know, like you can't really talk. Like she gotta make things interesting. And I can tell as a talkative person, like, I mean, like there's a power that can make this shit interesting here. Like
No, she was cool. She wasn't like, a piece of shit, talkative person talking shit about people or nothing like that. She still had, she has a very good relationship with her father, that's good. She has really nice teeth. She's not fat at all. But yeah.
What was she doing?
She's
in IT?
She's in IT, yeah.
What are you doing? Text her back.
No, she's not ready for my IT realm. But no, yeah, well, it went well,
Good help.
I guess I'll see her. Huh?
She might be the one.
Fuck that.
The one.
Why?
But you know what she said? Whenever we went out, when we were just having some coffee, and then she was like, I'm surprised someone like you asked me out. I was like, why is that? Well, the way you spoke at your conference, you seem, very well established within the community and in IT, and I want to get in cybersecurity, blah blah blah. She's kind of like kissing my ass a little bit, and then she goes, "So what are your things you see in a woman?" I was like, "Well, personally, I have a good relationship with with your father, be a Christian woman, woman of faith, and don't let yourself go. And also, I don't want my future woman to be out partying and shit." And she goes, really? She she paused for a little bit, and usually that's when I go to for me to get the fuck out. But she intrigued me a little bit, so I'm like, all right. And I was like, if this is gonna move forward, you got to know my boundaries. She goes, all right, I understand, and she just texted me actually. So it went well, and she understood that shit, but that's the thing that is very difficult for me to pick out all these the fake pick-me's and the real pick-me's, right? She sees something,
could tell you from the text messages.
Huh?
I could tell you just from reading the text messages.
I'm not saying you heard goddamn text messages.
You don't need to include the phone number. You can just hide shit.
Don't dude, I don't really like text back much. I'm just like, all right,
It
yeah,
doesn't matter. It's
I'll
not
meet you over
about you.
here.
It's about her. It's the way that she types shit. Like I have a fucking radar.
Dude,
I'm
I
really
mean,
good
she
at
wasn't in.
picking up patterns on text. Just saying.
Sure you do. I do just fine with that. So yeah, she wants to see me again this weekend, and I think I'm gonna see her on Sunday when I'm in St. Pete. I'm gonna meet up with some buddies there, and she was down. So I was like, all right. So I'll see you.
You didn't tell her about like your childhood yet, didn't you?
No, why?
No, just checking.
Why the fuck would I do that? What do you want me to fucking tell my whole life story immediately upon meeting someone? Fuck that. No. She'll know if she's really interested. I'll be testing her out a little bit here and there. So she did ask me one interesting question. She brought up, an ex-boyfriend that she broke up with, which I hate it when women talk about their ex, but this one in particular, I had to listen to because she dated a guy for 8 years, and he was raised in a single mother home. I'm like, oh fuck, that's me right there. And I'm like, she's like, are you and your mother close? I'm like, oh yeah, I bought her a house, so yeah, I would say we're pretty fucking close. Bought her a house, and she doesn't pay any bills for the rest of her life while I'm alive, at least. So yeah, she's like, oh, you're a mama's boy. I'm like, I mean, I am the only son, so yeah, I would say I'm a mama's boy.
Hispanic. Like, what is she expecting?
Yeah,
like,
well,
dark skin, you can expect that. If he's not, it's because the mother is dead. Like,
I mean, Hispanic homes with a strong father presence, trust me, they're actually better bonded with their fathers. It's like a nuclear family would
be. Hispanic dudes, they be like buying shit for their moms. Like, oh my god, it's insane. Like, my friend had to he bought like a TV to ship it to like.
Did you forget? I bought my mom her house, and her car. But yeah, but anyways, that's besides the point. I mean, there's really good nuclear family dynamics in Latino culture as well.
Latin culture
just the ones. But unfortunately, my father was a fucking, deadbeat that went out for cigarettes and never came back from 7-Eleven. Typical black shit.
No, I think it's super nice of you, the way that you take care of your mom. Like, for me, I would say that's in the list of good stuff,
I mean, yeah, that's a red flag for a lot of women, actually. But it's not like I asked my mom for.
They're fucking whores.
Well, because I don't know. Like, it's whatever, it doesn't bother me. And if she wasn't interested, I'd be like, all right, well, I only live like fucking 5 minutes away, thankfully, Oh, dude, another thing. Yeah, I think I told Grid this, but I don't think I told you this. I don't have a car, right? Like, I don't have a car at all. I haven't had a car in like a few years. And
you just Uber everywhere.
I Uber everywhere because everything's close to me. And then I don't need a car. And then I asked her, do you have an issue with a guy that doesn't own a car? She's like, what? You don't have a car? Who the fuck doesn't have a car? I'm like, well, I run remotely my business, and I showed her, and she's like, oh, I guess that makes sense. I'm like, I just never met a guy who doesn't have a car. I'm like, well, now you met one. So
now I met a few actually that don't have cars.
I never met any other guy that doesn't have a car, but yeah. And then I was like, yeah, but don't worry, I can always get my mom's car, and I can drive us around. I was joking about that, and she's like, oh my god,
car that you bought.
Yeah, that I bought, right? Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I mean, like I said, everything went well. We'll see how it goes. I'm just getting tired of these fucking American bitches, dude. Hopefully she's not one of them. I'm just taking it step by step. No fucking, no big high hopes. Just
relax. Bro. Relax.
Oh, I'm pretty relaxed. Trust me. And then, meanwhile, I have a Colombian girl fucking texting me and wondering where I was at all night. I was like, oh,
single dude problems, bro. Single dude problems.
But the Colombian girls, like, I mean, dude. You're literally I'm gonna be honest. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. Okay, like straight up.
I don't fuck hookers, dude. You need to get that shit out.
Don't get all inflamed. Okay, But
I'm
you're
gonna
such a
tell you to
good
cut that shit
guy.
off.
You're literally such a good guy, and I would say like such a like you have like all the whatever chicks like high value and like you're super chill and everything. But man, like the whole Columbia hookers ruins the fuck out of it for you.
Dude, I didn't fucking dude. I told you I haven't done that shit in years. I don't know why the fuck you keep pointing to that shit.
You went to Colombia like a few weeks ago. What are you talking about?
Do you think I go to Colombia quite often every fucking year? Doesn't mean I'm out there fucking hookers all the time. Do you forget I speak the language? I can speak it so well that they think I'm Colombian, so I don't need to like talk to hookers. Like, do you not realize that, Josie? You like when people travel like me, I don't have to pay for shit like that, and it's so fucking cheap.
Coping and sealant.
No, it sounds like you just fucking hate Colombian women or hate men that fucking keep going down those countries. And you are the jealous one because you are not getting that attention that you want. So come on, Josie. You don't need to be going there with me about the whole fucking hooker shit.
Coping and sealant. Sorry.
Uh-huh. But anyways, yeah. I think Colombian women are I think Latino women are still my favorite, so
okay, now I feel like I hurt your feelings. You're no fun. I'm just saying, like, stop
tired,
being like
dude.
such a coomer.
He's had a long day. He's tired.
Yeah. And he's been talking coomer. Base Street Racer, I didn't block you. Like, I don't think I've ever blocked somebody on YouTube.
And I don't have my feelings hurt ever, so I don't know who the fuck you're talking about.
Well, you sound butthurt.
No, I'm fucking tired, dude. It's almost 3 a.m. here. I'm not in California time.
Yeah, you're right. It's past your bedtime. Go to bed then.
Yeah, all right. I'll see you bitches later. I mean,
it looks like they're wrapping up verbal combat over there, so they're voting or some shit. So
oh, that's where Andrew was, right?
I think Andrew may have been over there earlier, but that's fine. What's up, Bill Hicks?
All right, well,
good to see you in the chat, buddy.
All right, see you guys.
See ya.
All
Take
right,
care,
hey,
okay?
see you, Cheeks, man.
I'll pray for him. Pray for Cheeks, guys. DL saying, I really want to know podcast. Is this an open panel? If you want it to be.
It's not really an open panel. I just pull people that I know up. It's I think this could be a problem. Several viewers who claim I've blocked them, are nowhere in my block list, so there's apparently a glitch that happens. I've actually had someone say that I blocked them, and I never block anybody.
You're just Base Street Racer. You're just being a boomer about technology right now. It's not me, it's you.
DL Saint, do I know you? Can you why do you want to be up on the stage? Is there some something?
Let me do the vetting real quick, okay?
Yeah, just do Josie's gonna vet you really quick, so just chill out. DL is cool. All right.
Send me your SSN and the DL.
Glenn Lawrence is back. We're gonna add Glenn up.
DL Saint's cool. He's a homie.
He's cool.
DL's
All right.
He's cool.
He's vouched in, man. I'll throw him a link. How do I get you a link there?
I'll send it to him. Tell him.
Go in the Discord, copy what you sent me.
Tell him I'll send it to him on Instagram.
Yeah. Glenn's gonna send it to you on Instagram.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, he's cool.
Yeah. All right. Cool, man.
He works with Fresh and Fit.
Oh.
Does he? All right.
Well, those are his people.
Oh, that's who you're. Okay, I know who he is. Yeah. Have him in. It's gonna be fun. I'm gonna go grab a candy real quick because
candy.
Yeah, my blood sugar's low.
Oh, okay.
That's why you were all testy with poor Cheeks.
No. She was just like that was the aftermath effect for that
Last
Alex
night
guy.
I was so hungry. Like I ended the chat. I didn't realize how hungry I was. That's probably why I was fucking butthurt about everything.
That's funny. That's funny.
Grid gets hungry too.
Actually, I don't necessarily get hungry, but I will just suddenly just hit the wall.
Yeah, you get all cranky once you hit that
I get
wall.
cranky. I get really cranky.
You get so butthurt about everything. I try to poke at you, and you're just not laughing, and I'm like,
Yeah.
Oh,
I do.
he didn't
That's a real
laugh.
thing.
I'm
Because I
like,
just forget
oops.
to eat. I just, I'm just like, fuck it, I don't need to eat.
You're like, stupid ass bitch.
I do actually say that. I mean, not in a mean way, just saying.
More fat, less carb, keep that sustained energy going. Listen, I think I'm doing okay on that. Yeah, food.
Go get yourself a fucking Twix, okay?
Yeah, I'm BRB. Like, I'm just running.
Look, here's the thing. It's not that I hate BMW. They're just taxi cabs. They don't make particularly good race cars anymore. It's unfortunate. I ran them for a little while. I do own 3 Mini Coopers, which are technically BMWs, and they're a pain in the ass.
So are they like Mini Coopers from like,
Yeah, 02 up. Yeah, I have a 2 Mark 1 or 2 Mark 2s and a Mark 1.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, not really. My wife likes them. So
did I miss Beaten Cheeks?
You did. He just did a flyby. And Andrew was on for a little while.
Well, yeah, I remember I left like right before.
Yeah.
I left when Andrew got here. So
yeah.
I had to eat, man. Well, I had to go get food. How about that? I didn't eat quite yet, but I had to go get some food.
Yeah. When we had we didn't really have that much trouble out of the last BMW we had, but it wasn't a great car. So when we went to replace it with another sedan, we got the C350 Mercedes, which is a much nicer car.
Would you say Audi over BMW?
In warranty?
Sure.
If it's in warranty, yeah, Audis are awesome cars, but out of warranty, they will nickel and dime you to death.
Well, isn't that like with all imports?
Yeah.
I mean,
it's all cars, period, really. But Audi they're so hard to deal with. They're just really not meant to be worked on anymore, really. So, yeah.
Then I'm glad I never decided to go for that Audi R8.
So I've actually been. So actually, I'm gonna. Actually, hang on one second. I saw this. Apparently, you banned you blocked somebody. I don't know.
I didn't block nobody. See, I don't block anybody. My moderators do that. I don't do
that. Yeah. Well, I mean, everybody. We never paid drivers. Drivers paid me, so it's hard to race for free. We got DL Saint popping in. How's it going? You doing good tonight?
Pleasure to meet you.
It's good to meet you, man. It's good to meet you. I'm sorry, I'm just in the middle of a little bit of a conversation here, but yeah. So here's the thing: the Audi sedans are a pain in the ball sack. I've owned a few. I like them as long as they're in warranty. They're great. The only Audi I would own out of warranty that's relatively current is I like the R8 V10. It is a great car for the money. They're really, they're expensive, right? I mean, they just are. But they're basically the same as a Lamborghini Huracan or Gallardo, depending on what year you buy. They're the exact same car. They're just bigger inside. If you're a little bit bigger guy, or you just like to maybe carry somebody with you once in a while, or you just like some elbow room, the Audi is just a much better car, and they're easy to drive every day. Personally, I really prefer the Gallardo if I were going to buy an exotic car to drive every day, I'd buy a Gallardo. They're bulletproof. They're just, that V10 just runs and runs and runs and runs and runs. It's a great car. And the cost of maintenance, it's still expensive. You're still going to feel it. Your wallet's going to hate you, but it's not bad. It's not bad. Yeah, that's a problem with the Audi sedans, man. The engine's in front of the front axle. It's just a pain in the ass, man.
As long as you feel like it's worth it at the end of the day, like it's not like.
Yeah, I don't like it.
You know what I'm saying?
I've had a few. They're just, they're okay. But for a street car, they're not a bad car to drive every day. I almost bought one this time. I just didn't.
First Audi I ever had, man, 1989 Audi Quattro Coupe.
Yeah, that's a
Pearl
good car.
Essence. Yeah, inline 5, man. Manual. Oh, I love that vehicle, bro. But you're right about the maintenance.
The reason that the Audis are, it's not that they can't be worked on. You just they pack the engine together so tight that you literally have to take the fenders, the front bumper. I mean, you got to take half the car apart to get to anything. And really, the engine needs to be removed for service. Now, in some cars, like a 911 Porsche or a Ferrari, that's no big deal. It's meant to come apart to be serviced. Yeah. And so it is what it is. But on a fucking sedan, it should be, look, an Audi, working on an Audi sedan should be the same as working on a fucking Ford Taurus. Right? It should not be that you have to take half the fucking car apart to get it to anything. And so I just don't like them. I had an opportunity to work with Audi on a different program, and the only car that we would deal with was the Lamborghini Gallardo, which were actually made by Ryder Engineering in Germany. They were not built in Italy at all, and they were great cars. But that was the only car that we even considered running from Audi, and I just decided not to. Yeah, the old 5 cylinders, which is what my man DL had here, those things are fucking tanks, man. They would just last forever. They were great. So it's just different stuff, man. It's I'm really opinionated about cars. I've blown up a lot of shit, man, and. I've had people pay me I'm retired. I retired at 45 because of automobiles, and
That's what's up, brother. Congrats.
Thank you, man. I didn't take a vacation from the time I was 20 until the time I was 35.
You on vacation now?
Yeah, I'm on permanent vacation.
That's what's up.
That's not good vacation.
That's what's up.
I mean, I tell people I never did have an adult job, right? Like I tell people all the time, man. I had business to run, I had things to do, but I went to work every day. It was a fucking adventure, man. It's one of those things. It was just I kind of fell into it. I was racing. I got out of military school, and I should have gone into the military, but very fortunately for me, I had because my military school, we had a lot of ex-military at the school, shockingly. And one of them was this fellow named Colonel Tim Spain. And he was retired. He'd been in Vietnam. He'd been blown up. He was a badass motherfucker. I mean, he was real deal shit. And he was still really respected, even though that he was retired and everything. He was still really well respected amongst active. And so I went down to the recruiter office. And of course, they loved us. They loved all the military school guys. They wanted us in their officer programs and all that. And when I went down there, I talked to the guy, and the guy's like, I'm like, hey, I want to do something cool, man. I don't know, maybe fly helicopters or jump out of fucking jets. I don't know. I just want to do something cool. I don't want to just, I don't want to work in a kitchen, right?
Yeah.
The guy's like, oh man, I got you. What I did, and what he knew, which I did not know, is I have a ruptured eardrum. I got in a fight when I was a kid, and I took a closed fist to my ear, and it ruptured my eardrum. And back then, right now, that would not be a disqualifier. If I were 20 again, I had a ruptured eardrum, I could go in, and they'd take me, no problem. The standards have changed. But back then, if you weren't fucking perfect, you just forget doing anything cool. You're the best you could hope for.
Yeah, you would need a waiver for anything, and if the waiver that you got, it would be more like the most general, what was it?
Yeah,
general services, or general stud or squad or whatever, where you're just doing like bitch shit.
Right, and that's exactly what so Colonel Spain went down there with me, and the guy took me aside and he said, "Look, man, I would not tell, because this fucks with my quota and all that, but I'm just going to be honest with you. You're here with Colonel Spain. I want to tell you the truth. You sign that paper, you will never do anything cool in this man's army. You will be a cook. You'll be a clerk somewhere. You'll run in supply. You'll run a motor pool, but you will never do shit that's cool. The best you could hope for is a rifle company guy, at very best. And then and we're talking, you know, you'd be a guard somewhere. You wouldn't even be like active, like out in the field. So I'm just being.
I used to think like the supply guys had it rough or like had a shitty job. Man,
Well,
they got all the fucking cool gear. They were swiping shit left and right.
Right. Well, but you know, I wanted to be cool, man. I wanted to be high speed. I'm at this point in time, man. I was coming out of military school. I weighed 180 pounds. I could run 5 miles a drop of a fucking hat. Like I was highly trained to be highly trained, and I wanted to go. I wanted to go do cool shit. My classmates were going and being fucking SEALs and shit.
Yeah, that recruiter didn't tell you. He didn't tell you the truth, man. Especially for the Army. I needed a way just to go to airborne school, bro. Even if he told you you're gonna be a cook or in a motor pool, and you're high speed, like you said, you're a hua type dude. You could have went to the You could have went to the regiment. You could have got yourself a scroll and went and played with the Rangers, because everyone there is hua, from the cooks to the mechanics to the truck drivers. Yeah, you go to the 75th Ranger Regiment. They send you to battalion. You still got to go through the toughest schools. You got to go to Ranger school after you go through. Well, for us, it was RIP. Now I think it's called something else to some other, but you had to go through RIP. And
every 5 years, dude. Just
Oh, way back in the day, they still would have had you. You would have been hood, bro. You'd have been there back then. Your beret would have been black like it should be. This tan beret shit, man, whatever. But now you could have been hood, bro. But it's good. It's good. You retired. You don't have any limps. I don't think. Maybe
I went the opposite way, man. I went to college. I wasted 4 years of my life fucking around in college, and worst money I ever spent. Guaranteed, 100%. Worst money I ever spent in my life.
Did you have a good time though?
Yeah, I did have a little bit of a good time. I got out of school. I went almost straight into racing, almost directly in. And I spent the next 20 odd years playing with race cars. And along the way, I owned a paint and body shop, which is a license to print money. I owned a tuning shop, a service shop, a bunch of other shit. And, you know, that's how, and the race team was that was the only thing I cared about. Everything else was just to support the race team. I didn't give a shit about any of it. It could have all burned to the ground, and it wouldn't have made any difference to me. But it was good business to have it, and so I ended up when I was 45, I was going to punch out when I was 50 anyway. So there was politics in my in the series I ran in, changed the rules. They fired the president of the series, who was a personal friend and really helped me out and made it possible for me to make money in the series. And, you know, we were sitting down and we're looking at it, man, and the economics of racing are hardcore. Like they're not for the weak of heart. And the
economics of racing. I mean, yeah,
the economics of racing are not for the weak of heart, brother. Like, not for the weak of heart.
So like my dad is his good friend, like named Marty. I think it was like his old boss at one point. They became really good friends. Marty went and worked with Lucas Oil when Lucas Oil started getting off the ground.
Okay. I know the Lucas family.
Oh yeah, so do we. Like they actually flew my dad out to Indianapolis when they opened up the Colt Stadium.
Oh nice.
And yeah, so he's been out there several times. And we get tickets to every drag race out here in California. Like, when they're doing their drag races and like they start in like February, I think, end in like November or something like that. So we get the first race and the last race, out here.
That's cool, man.
And we go like almost every year. It's been like since we were kids, we've gone. And man, I like just seeing how much like damage gets done. Like you could blow out an engine doing the quarter mile. Like if
I'm road racing, right?
Yeah.
So like we're doing and mostly I did 3 sprint races a weekend. They were 58 minutes each. About 23. I broke down about 23 laps. And I mean it was a fist fight, from flag to flag. And I mean, I basically considered the bumpers and the fenders were consumable items. I carried spares because we knew we were going to get hit. And there's got a ton of stories about stuff. But when they changed my series, man, I had to make a choice of retiring or retooling completely to stay competitive. and still be able to make some money. And it was going to cost like a lot, like I don't know what you consider a lot, but it was a lot, and it made me pause. And it was interesting because the timing of it was so interesting because we actually had some money that needed to be reinvested somewhere to avoid a bunch of taxes. And it was just like so tempting to just go ahead and plow it, just basically to move forward. I was going to have to sell everything I had and then retool.
Oh,
right.
man.
Like, which would be, so like, and we would have to go to FIA GT3, which based Street Racer, he raced similar cars, and he'll tell you they aren't cheap. Three FIA GT3 cars. I mean, just count on $500,000 a copy. Although the Ryder Engineering Lamborghinis that we wanted to buy, or that we were going to probably buy, they were like $670 a copy, and the spares package was $75,000 each. That was basic spares, and that didn't include an engine program, and that didn't include a transmission program. Those are extra. So figure each car would have been, say $800,000, and you need 3. You'd have to have 2 team cars and a backup.
Yeah.
And then we'd have to go back to a semi, because I gotten out of semis for a few years because I needed to run a semi. You really need to have a truck driver, and a truck driver at that time was basically like $350 a day every day, even if they weren't driving. So when they were sitting there at the track, not doing anything, polishing the truck, that's what they did at the track. I was paying them to stand there every day, which was, that's pretty terrible. I mean, they had a good gig. I mean, they didn't have to do anything, but so I had to, pay truck drivers. The semis were expensive. I had to buy a new semi, which was, I would lease the truck, and that's like, I don't know, like $40,000 for the year to rent for the lease. But at that time, a new semi was like, I don't know, like $750,000, $800,000.
Damn.
Yeah, the trailer.
Yeah.
Not the yeah. So the trailer is like, and then, I mean, it just, by the time I figured everything out, it was going to be somewhere between 2.5 to almost $4 million, depending on which cars I bought, and if I could work any deals, and truck and trailer and everything else. And I just couldn't. I mean, dude, it was like it was hard to make that disconnect, right? Like, because basically at that point, to make money, I have to have at least $150,000 a weekend to show up and race. 10 weekends a year. And usually what that means is I have a pro driver that's bringing about 50, maybe 60 grand in whatever money he has, whether it's partnerships, sponsorships, or personal money.
That's a whole lot of fuck you money to have,
Yeah, and then I have a rich guy who pays me $100,000 or whatever for the weekend. So I have a total of about $150,000 for the weekend, and my cost for the weekend was somewhere between $50,000 and $75,000.
Damn.
Yeah, those are checks, man. Those are checks. And so when I tell people that, I tell people I made a living in racing, and I just have a very weird outlook on business and money and all of that. They don't really get it until I start explaining it, right? Like, it's hard to understand the numbers, and it's really interesting. Like, just to get my season started, before I even talk to drivers or anything, I would have to go out and find $250,000 from various partnerships. And you just think about talking somebody into giving you $250,000. That's pretty good. That's and not being Hollywood. Now, if you're in Hollywood, that's probably not too bad.
Look, I would like to have $250,000 just to shoot a low budget film,
right.
Y'all dropping that over a weekend.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's all relative, my brother, because you could be in the aviation space. Right now, you got to add zeros. Right now, you got to add zeros because I come from the aviation business. I'm retired as well. I'm a retired air traffic controller, and them boys was playing with some real money. Like with some big zeros. Like, yeah, I'm about to go out and buy myself, a F5. Like what? Yeah, I got a good deal on the F5. You're gonna buy an F5, bro? Buy a T-38. What?
Yeah. So that's interesting you say that because one of my best customers had come out of Reno Air Racing, where every time he started that airplane was like $10,000.
Yes.
To start the fucking airplane. Like they didn't start it very often, obviously, but it was like, and that's what he measured. That's just how the accounting worked. I actually fly planes now. That's my hobby.
What do you find?
I have I have a bunch of experimentals. I have a Sonore 2, which is a low wing 2-seat sport plane. I have a Long Easy, which is a Canard, and I have I have 2 Long Easies, and then I have a 1946 BC-12D Taylorcraft, which is a little airplane.
How many times your nose gear fuck up on you on the Long Easies, bro?
Not yet.
Not yet.
But last year was the year of it because I knew like 3 guys in the space of about a week. They're all like, "Hey, does anybody have a nose gear they're not using that I could borrow?"
Yes, sir. I can't tell you how many times I've seen that shit. Man, we see a Long Easy coming, like, bro, let's get everybody off there. Get them on I worked at Van Nuys. I retired out of Van Nuys. So it's like, we got a Long Easy coming. Yeah. And if you've ever flown, I was in the business for a long time. So if you were flying in SoCal, you probably talked to me, bro. Small world, huh?
Yeah. So, and it's the expenses in racing that you don't think about. Like Cadillac. Now, obviously, they have more crew guys than I did, but Cadillac, their hotel room bill at Sebring one year was $18,000.
Damn.
They were there for like a week and a half or 2 weeks, and they had like 15 or 20 guys. And I'm like, that's fucking. I mean, I would be there. My average hotel bills were somewhere between. I mean, now, of course, this is years ago, right? So it would be more now, but my average hotel room bill was like somewhere between $3,000 and $7,000, depending on where in the country we were, right? My diesel bill, just get to the track, I could count on it being about $3,000, So, I mean, it's just the economics of racing. When you start putting all this shit together, it's just, it fucks with your head if you're not used to it. And, it's go garage fees. Yeah, so if you want a garage at the track and you don't want to be out in the parking lot, you're gonna pay on a World Challenge weekend, which is what I ran, is about $1,000-$1,500 for the weekend just to have your shit in the garage.
Yeah.
If you were and that's just for the race weekend. If you got there early and wanted to test, or you stayed late to test, or you had to fix some shit, oh man, it went up. I don't know what it was for the endurance race guys, because the endurance race guys have way more equipment than what we did. But it's and just the price of the cars. I mean, the cheapest cars we ran were about $120,000 a copy, and the the most expensive ones were about. Well, I mean, actually, couldn't be measured because of the amount of research and development that went into them, but I mean, it's just liquid money. You forget thinking about it as like money. It's just chips on the table that need to be moved from one spot to the other, and it's very interesting.
Facts. I've been listening to you guys. I saw you on Glenn's. He was like Simo stream or whatever. I'm like,
yeah.
I was listening. I'm listening. I'm just kind of sitting there and I'm listening. And you were talking about China a little bit, and I was like, goddamn, got to screaming at the TV. I'm like, I got to get on here and talk to this brother about China.
About what now?
You were talking about China for a little bit.
China,
yeah, a little bit about how much they owe our debt and all that.
I thought you were gonna pull up a Viking paragraph.
Brother Viking was up here.
Correct me again. No, I'm kidding.
Well, that was the thing, is that jackass just wouldn't realize that you can't just go pissing off people that hold our debt, man. They will fuck us over.
Well, they would try. I mean, I get what you're saying. Yeah, they would try. And I think China is making a play that that they're worried about. You know, you look at what they're doing with the hearts and roads or whatever that shit is they're doing when they're just, you know, going into all these third world countries and doing all this infrastructure stuff, and, you know, back in Russia on this Ukraine thing. They're out there. They're exposed a little bit. Especially with if they're trying to make a play on Taiwan. I mean, it's just a whole bunch going on. But I agree with you. It's like you don't want to go poking the bear when the bear is holding all their debt. Like they ask for that money, it could be a problem. But then America gets gangster on their ass. Like, you want your money, come get it, type shit. And then, you know what I mean?
That's the situation we don't want to get in, right? And that's why I was like, it was weird that guy did not understand simple geopolitics. Like, Trump can't in a book write Xi Jinping is an idiot, right? Or he's a short, sawed-off little fucking idiot. You know, he can't.
Trump could get away with that shit. Now that's Trump. He could, but the president shouldn't. Most presidents shouldn't say shit like that.
Right.
Well, I just don't think it would be good overall. It wouldn't be smart overall for if you're going to come out and try to do another re-election, right?
Well, he's a businessman. He's a businessman. I mean, it's not.
He's not going to do that.
Your country is your country.
Yeah.
You know, your country is your country, and he's doing it the same. You know, he's pretty consistent with the way that he used to do business, even on his show back in the days of The Apprentice. So I mean, it's consistent.
Hey, full disclosure, I'm not a Trump guy, but I'm not one of those people gonna go screaming. I'm a reasonable dude. I'm a reasonable dude. But sis, as far as his, you know, being a businessman, he is a businessman. I don't know how successful you could say, but he is a businessman.
I mean,
I've been following him since
he's had a lot of properties.
I've been following him since I'm in elementary school. I can say they're pretty successful.
And just keep it in 100. I got a lot of things I don't like about Trump, but one of the things I always say about Trump when I talk to my people, I'm like, look, bro, when he went into The Apprentice, right? Hollywood looked at him as really like a joke, right? That whole thing with The Apprentice.
Everybody looked at him like a joke.
Right. And he was making Carl's Jr. commercials, right? He was in a lot of trouble. He really had to come up with some bread because he lost the equivalent of $500 million. But guess what? He got it back. Man, I gotta respect that. I don't care what you want to say about the and so he got it back.
Like he hit $1 billion.
I mean, he sees a long game, right?
I mean, I think he hit $1 billion before he was president, right? Like in assets and
but he was born into that too. Like his dad helped him out a lot.
His dad gave him
a lot.
Millions.
No.
His dad was in the low income housing business, and he actually did a lot for the lower income and immigrant communities, which is like really great. But his dad was not only into the 100% for profit like Trump is. He had to pretty much reinvent the whole Trump name. And it's not because it was big into charity.
I mean, he gave him $1 million loan, and I know it's
Glenn.
It's not
a small loan. First of all, but it's not. But that's not all. That's not all.
Comparable to the money that he was given in the loan to what he was able to flip it to, bro. I don't know a lot of people that could do that. Like,
I'm gonna say their brother ground
going
above me.
Low income housing to hotels is pretty big.
Let's keep in mind that, and the chat's talking about the bankruptcies. Look. Remember when he started that development down in Florida and all of his partners tried to screw him and stick him with the bill, and he said, fuck you. He declared bankruptcy. He paid off the debt. He owned the property. Then he built it himself by himself. And he made $1 billion fucking off of where people tried to screw him. The same thing happened in Atlantic City with the casino, right? He went in there with 4 or 5 partners. The partners said, you know what, we're bailing, we're out, and matter of fact, we're going to leave you because you own the building. We're leaving you with all the debt. And he said, all right, fuck you guys. He declared he went BK there as well. I believe it was Atlantic City casino or the hotel, and he did a BK there, screwed everybody attached to it, including himself. But he was the one whose name was still attached, and he walked out of that deal, and he still owns the casino that he built in Atlantic City. So, you can say that, okay, yeah, he's declared bankruptcy, he's done this, he's done that, but every time he has, it's because somebody tried to fuck him. And it's like, if you try and fuck him, he just fucks you harder. And I respect that. Okay. And I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm not saying that I would have done it in that situation. I probably wouldn't have. I would have found somebody to buy my partners out, or I would have done something else. But Trump. You're not going to punch that dude in the nuts and him not.
He always finds a way to win. He always finds a way to win. Like when the odds are against him, he finds a way to win. Now you may not say it's ethical. Okay.
Hey, like I said, I'm not.
I may not say it's ethical.
I'll push back when when it's right, but like with someone like Trump, like good for him. I'm not a Trump guy for for various reasons. I know people in the chat were like, you can be a Trump guy, not me. I'm a military guy. I'm a warrior. I'm a vet. I can't get behind a draft dodger. That's just my thing. That's just my thing. I'm not putting that in for anybody else. And then if you go talking about us, that's when I really get fucking pissed. Say what you want about John McCain, but that was one of the greatest warriors this country ever produced.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? So I can't get past that. However, you know what I mean? When we talk about like Trump, I can't knock the man's hustle, bro.
Yeah.
Like to lose all that and get it back however you did it, I can't knock that hustle, bro. I just can't. It's like, all right, I see that. Would I want to get in business with Trump? No. I would not want to do business with the man. Would I network with the dude? Sure. Why not? I'll sit next to him and get that, get that Instagram shot and watch and watch the clout go up. I'll do that. But I wouldn't sit down.
I get the draft dodger thing, but he was better than presidents that didn't dodge the draft.
Here's my thing with that, bro. When I say the draft dodger thing, but here's the thing though. We've talked about this, Glenn. Yeah. In my world, everybody, lottie-dottie, every damn body was serving the United States Army for at least 4 years. Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, Space Force, whatever the fuck that is. Everybody was served for 4 years, right out of high school.
Hey, don't be fucking with the Space Force now, okay?
Hey, man, they might be zapping my ass now.
Aliens away.
They must be doing something. You know what I mean? So,
okay, I've got a question. I've got a question now.
Oh, go ahead.
So, if
I'm DL Saint, by the way. How you doing? Pleasure to meet you.
I'm Josie. Nice to meet you. Is
polite.
What Biden did for the country for the past 3.5 years also as unforgivable as what Trump said about John McCain?
Oh, I agree. I think what Biden did was way worse for this country.
I look at it differently now from a warrior perspective. Biden didn't go either. It's a lot of people that didn't go. One of the rules I would have is you can't be commander in chief. You can't be president of the United States if you haven't served in the military. That should be in the Constitution. I don't know why it's not. You know what I mean? Because it would change the landscape completely.
Well, the reason why they don't do that is because they didn't want a military police state as well.
That's why we got amendment number 2. But my thing is this. When it comes to what you just asked. Sis, when you're talking about Biden and Trump, they both, in my world, neither one of them will be president. With respect to what Biden has done and what Trump did in his administration, I hold them equally responsible for where we are financially in this country. They both outspent, they were spending like drunken sailors. Trump was, he was the one when the cough came along, and they made some bad moves. I'm not faulting him for that. He made the best decision he could at the time with the information that was given to him. Yeah. It was a lot of bogus information, but that does not give you the right to walk away and say, I did everything just fine. You didn't. We went into way too much debt, spending money we don't have. And then here comes Biden spending the exact same amount of money. Both of those guys are equally responsible for what's going on with America right now. We're in the opening stages of some very hard times. Us older people, we've seen this before. We might have been little tykes, but we remember the 70s, right? We remember, going into the 80s, and that's what's about to happen now. They're both equally responsible, in my opinion. Neither one of them should be running for the highest office right now, in my opinion. They're both shit. This is a horrible choice right now. That's just my take on it.
So who do we vote against is the question.
So here's the thing. I like what you said, okay? Because you said it in a very good way. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I want to just point out a couple things. Okay, Trump tried to slow spending. He was overruled by Congress. So when you say Trump spent that money, it's a little disingenuous because every single time Trump put the brakes on and said, "Hey, I got to hold you accountable for this. You fuckers need to not spend this much money." Congress said, "Fuck you," and passed it anyway. And he tried to shut down the government every single year. So I understand it happened on his watch. He's the man in charge, and he took the hit. He's never stood there and said, hey, this ain't on me. He took the hit. Biden, on the other hand, is a willing accomplice. He signs his name gladly to whatever fucking check they want to write. and he has his whole career, and he's been corrupt his whole career. Trump was in Washington for 4 years and did a lot of really positive things. Biden's been there for what, 60 fucking years, dude. That's longer than I've been alive, bro. And he has done nothing but fuck things up.
And he doesn't even remember half the fuck ups he makes up, and then he lies about it. Like,
come on, they all lie and they all forget. Come on now, Glenn. Let's keep it 100. Let's keep it 100.
Let's be honest. Someone with his public record should know that he did not walk with Dr. King. Someone with his public record should know what he was saying about segregating the schools. Someone with his record.
All I'm saying is this: you want to know who I blame? Hey guys, real talk, guys. You want to know who I blame, guys? You want to know who I really blame for all this? Sure. Hillary fucking Clinton.
Oh,
she didn't beat Trump the first. She didn't beat Trump the first time. Silly lady. It's her fault. That's her legacy. That's what I've been talking to all my Hillary friends, and some of them don't even talk to me no more because I answer the phone like it's her fault. How you doing? They don't even want to hear that shit. So
it was her turn, bro.
How many cracks?
Her turn.
I was like, son of a bitch. You know what I mean? And yeah. So the American political system is garbage. It really is. But guess what? I'd rather be in this system than any other system I saw on planet Earth, and I saw a few of them. Right? We can't, and I think we can fix these things. What you're saying about Biden, yep. Pelosi, yep. But also McConnell. Right? We should not have.
I'm not giving anybody a pass.
Thank you.
We didn't talk. We didn't bring any of those guys into it. We were only talking about Trump and Biden.
Yeah.
Look. My opinion is.
Oh, I hate those rhinos.
You cannot have career politicians.
That's
where we've gone wrong. Okay, yes. That's where we've gone wrong. We can't have career politicians. I don't care.
Term limits.
Term limits are 100%, and
and roll back Citizens United.
It's what really drives that difference between Trump and Biden in my mind. You can say they're both liberals because, let's be honest, Trump is not a conservative.
He's a Democrat, New York Democrat.
He's a moderate. It took us so real conservatism is hard to find in this country right now because it's so hated. It's so just. You got to hide your light under every bushel, or you will be hunted until you are fucking dead. So here's the problem with all of this.
Real conservatism hasn't conserved anything, though.
Well, but
let's be honest. What have the conservatives conserved?
Well, but hold on. Let's finish. Let's hear. I want to hear the rest of that.
I'll get into that. I will get into that. I do. I want to address a couple of things. So first, my problem with Biden is that he started out crooked. He's lied his whole career. There's so many videos of him lying about his education, about what bills he signed, what he didn't sign. He's the one that disarmed our schools and left them wide open to people coming in and shooting them up. It was his bill. He wrote that fucker. The Gun-Free Zone Act.
Careful with TOS here. Careful with TOS.
It's a gun-free act of safe space of 1982. That's fucking legal fucking shit. I don't give a shit. Fuck them.
Yeah, YouTube will definitely come after you for it.
That's the real thing.
Yeah, but like I'm streaming on my channel, and like that's what pays my stuff. Okay, so please.
Yeah, to mess her up. Yeah,
that's a real thing. He passed that. He rammed it through. He did that. Like he made everything less safe, and he has done this his whole career because he's a political animal. Oh, you know what? Hey, you're a political animal. Fine. That's cool. We've got a lot of those. We need to get rid of them. We all know we need to get rid of them. But at the end of the day, I would rather have the guy that served 4 years and did some good than the guy that spent 60 years in Washington, who's never had any other job ever. He graduated college at 24, 25, something like that, and he went right into public office. Never had any other job.
Yeah. Who's greeted by McConnell when he got there. I'm with you. My thing is let's get some real term limits. Let's do away with these professional politicians. Let's overturn Citizens United. Let's take the dark money out. You know what I mean? There's this whole thing that a corporation is a legal person and they can. I don't like that. Let's figure out a way to give the people, the representation that we are guaranteed and we fight and die for via our Constitution. So we got a lot of work to do now.
Yeah, on both sides. Now,
on both sides.
Look, so my mom is a Democrat, okay, a Kennedy Democrat. When we talked, we recently talked about the state of state of everything, you know, and so I'm talking about all this stuff, and she's like this and this and this. I'm like, well, you know, that's a Democrat policy, and she's like, oh no, there's no way. And I'm like, I show her where it is, and she's like, I don't even recognize my own party anymore. It's so far left of where she was, and I'm like, right now, with your viewpoints, you would be considered a Republican.
Well, see, that's where a lot of people are at. Like a lot of former Democrats, they don't feel welcome in their own party, and they're like, this is not my party. And they just seem to either go libertarian or they lean more to the right.
It's both sides, bro. What would Ronald Reagan be right now? Ronald Reagan be considered a damn Democrat. Right, he'd be considered a moderate Democrat right now.
Yeah, because the left has swung so far left. It's so far left. It's so far left that right is now left.
We're in the upside down for real, right? We're in the upside down for real.
That's no joke. That's no joke.
Let me ask you this, brother.
Now I can address what Glenn said. Where are the true conservatives?
Before you get to that, can I ask you just one question? And this is I'm thank you for having me on here, first of all, because this is a great conversation. Do me a favor.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tell me 3 things that the Trump administration got wrong.
Got wrong?
Wrong. Just 3 things.
His response to COVID was wrong. He acted quickly on bad information, and he should have slowed down and taken his time. That was wrong. Me personally, I believe he should have shut the government down twice. He should have stuck to his guns, shut the government down, made them balance the fucking budget, and do what we put him there to do. That was wrong. He did not do it. He said he was going to do it, and he should have done it.
Okay.
And he caved because of political pressure.
Okay.
The third one, I think he should have released all of the files on all of the FBI and other investigation services files on the incidents in Las Vegas, the
bump stock thing. We're talking about that one.
I'm sorry.
The bump stock thing. That one.
Yeah. He should have reduced. He should have actually stuck to the Information Act guidelines, and he did not, and that was a mistake on his part. I think now, of course, it doesn't matter, but and based on that, he was able to, or he was pushed into allowing the ATF to ban bump stocks, which has now been overturned in the courts. At the time, I thought he was playing the long game where he would force the ATF to to ban the bump stocks, and then it would be quickly defeated and overturned in the Supreme Court, which would call into question a bunch of other things, which it is actually doing now. That's happening now. It's just 5 years after. It's 5 years after when it should have happened.
Well, thank you so much for that, brother. Only reason I asked that because I asked that to all of my Trump friends, and most of them can't do it. Some outright refuse to do it, but the ones that even try to do it, they can't. And I'm like, now I need you to. This is what I normally tell them. In order for us to have this conversation about politics in America, you need to go and look at what he did and tell me 3 things you didn't like. I'm a lifelong Cincinnati Bengals fan, born and raised. I'll die Bengals fan. I can tell you 100 things they do wrong every fucking year. And I said when it comes down to the teams thing, I'm like, quit thinking that this guy or whoever this guy or girl is are perfect. It's bullshit. They did something wrong. But this is my whole point. We can have this conversation.
It's impossible not to find 3 things wrong with the Bengals.
But like I said, we can have this conversation, brother, anytime as far as politics, because I listen to you and I'm like, all right, this is a man who's really up on it. He cares about America. He cares about the Constitution. We can fucking talk. But the rest of them, you know who I'm talking about. You know what I mean?
I have my problems with those guys too, Like, I mean, but look, here's the thing though. Again, and I am not an apologist, right? You've seen that already, right? Like, I'm not going to apologize for anything. The man fucked up. He fucked up. But here's the thing. I can let a fuck up slide. You know what I'm saying? Like, we can let 1 or 2 go. We can say, okay, This shit happens, right? We move on.
You know, you never asked me my 3 things that I thought Trump did wrong.
Because you can't name them. Too late
I
now.
can name them. I can name all of them.
Too much time to think about it. Nope.
I can name them right now.
I need to get you right before. Nope. Now your mind had time to shift there, Air Force.
Number one, he said he'll grab a woman by the cooter. Okay, that's a horrible thing to do right out the gate.
We've all said that at least once. Okay, don't act like you've never said that about anyone.
Oh, I said it, but I'm not the president. Okay, so
damn, Shorty, you said that, Shorty. I need to. I need to go to wherever you came from. That's what y'all doing over there. God damn.
That's that French Canadian, man. You better watch out.
I did actually think it was low class. I think all of the attacks on since Trump announced he was running, I think all of the attacks have been so low class and so beneath our political machine that I can't even take it like it. I don't care what they put out now. I can't take it seriously.
Bro, that Marjorie Taylor Greene, AOC, and that one sister that was in the hollowed halls of Congress. I've been to DC a couple times, and I walk around in awe. Like I'm on these stairs with, they talk about my heroes. I'm talking about the people who you like live and breathe America. Like the things that to me that's like hallowed ground. And to think that they're in there doing quips back and forth about their makeup and their hair and their eyelashes. That was sickening to me, bro. My people were sitting there to me like, you should cover this on your platform. I'm like, I won't do it. That's fucking sickening. They shouldn't be allowed in Congress. They should be expelled. You know what I mean? I don't give a damn who started it and all that. If you're going to act like little kids, get you a timeout, go back to wherever it is you came from and go learn some shit and come back here. Because I'm with you on that. People aren't taking this shit serious. So many American men and women gave their life for this, our way of life now. And look at it. It sickens me, bro.
It's a game to them.
Sorry, I went on your rant.
No, man, you're cool, man. Look,
politicians
the
is a
amount
game
of
to them.
Information, the amount of everything that surrounds that's the last 8 years have brought us is ridiculous. I can't think of any time in history in the U.S. where it's been this bad, and it's really pretty terrible. Now, I owe Glenn.
Yes, I do want to understand what have the conservatives conserved the last 40 years? Give me something that they conserved.
They really haven't, right? Like
I know. So
problem is
conservatives.
Again, the big problem is it's hard to get a conservative on a ticket on anything higher than state representative.
Yeah,
you can't get a true conservative on a ticket. Now we've got in Tennessee, we've got some pretty based people, Scott DeJarlis and some others. But you're talking about a handful of people, right? Versus a bunch of people who are just showed up on the right day and kissed the right ass.
Yep.
And that's my problem with our government right now, to be honest with you. I don't really care which side of the aisle you claim you're from. If you only said that to get your name on the ticket, who are you really, right?
Like for me, I really don't agree with either party. I think both parties are one and the same. They just got different agendas. They all want to expand the government. They want, to really just blow money and not be accounted for it, and I think the last, where I drew the line with the conservatives is when they dropped the ball on the marriage. When they lost the marriage, fight, when they conceded, I was like, all right, there goes that.
I'm not a real religious person, so I don't really care about that part as much. But there's something to that. Well, the foundation of this country has been the nuclear family,
right?
And the church. Even though I believe in separation of church and state, I understand that this country was founded on the tenets of Christianity. Let's keep it 100, right? So I agree with you that has definitely hurt our society.
Well, there's nothing that says nothing says I'm not conserving marriage. Then, altered or just changing marriage together. I mean, marriage is like the microcosm of the government. I mean, that's the family. The family is, the smallest government. right?
But yeah, but here's the thing,
So
though.
if you just
the
can't
government should be out of the
conserve
marriage
that-
business. Well, they should be out of the marriage business.
Well,
I think the government should have nothing to do with it.
But they should never been in to begin with. But then when they did get into it, and these conservatives are supposed to be conserving something, and they don't conserve even marriage, but then they want to be able to tell guys go out there and get married.
Yep.
So you know,
confused.
This might, you know, I'm gonna throw out. So I have you know, of course, I've been married a long time now, right? And I only ever got married once. I haven't done a lot of divorce. But I'm you know,
You haven't been divorced.
I've never had divorce. I have no experience with it, so I can't speak to all aspects of marriage, other than just being married a long time. But our government really has no place in it at all.
Oh, I agree.
And I really feel like that, and I have felt this way for quite some time. And I probably should have asked this first before I went into this, but it's okay. The fact is that the agenda of feminists and leftists to push the doctrines that break up the nuclear family, which I never thought would work. To be honest with you, I think a lot of people thought there's no way this is going to work. It's, you know, this is hogwash. There's no way it could get that bad, whatever. We are seeing it indeed does work. And, you know, I don't know if you're a feminist, DL. I forgot. I meant to ask you before I launched into this. Like,
the chat already got on me about that. I talked about it real quick in the chat since you've been talking. That's the first thing they hit me with.
He's a big time feminist.
Okay, well,
no, don't listen to Brother Glenn. Don't listen to him.
Like
I'm a manist. I'm airborne. It's what I am. I'm airborne. I'm airborne.
So remember Jay Prince? He's like Jay Prince's cousin.
You know, at this point, you know, it's hard for me to say what the path forward is because there's so much damage. You know, it's like if you were to triage a bleeding guy and he's bleeding from both arms, both legs, his fucking belly, and his ass. What the fuck do you fix first? Right? Like, what do you do?
Yeah.
You know, do you fix the head wound? Do you fix the sucking chest wound? Do you fix his arm, you know, his arm being blown off? What do you do? You don't know because there's so much damage done.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you and that's honestly what I think has stopped a lot of the government agencies that might possibly be effective, which I don't think any are, but they might possibly in some weird way be effective, is this analysis paralysis of how do we fix this fucking problem?
Well, I would like to address is it Arthrodia?
Arthrodia. It's Melissa.
Yeah, she asked me a question earlier, like just a second ago, about like something about if I'm gonna be a trad wife, you know, something about security. Let me see.
You have to scroll. You'll have to scroll.
It's a little bit up there.
Just right, hey, Glenn, if you want me to be a trad wife and not have a career, I sure as hell aren't going to forgo marriage when I have no legal protection if you leave me.
Well, see, again, marriage should never be involved with the state in the first place. And I'm all about bringing a dowry back, you know, or a bride price. Like, I'm good with that.
Oh, yeah.
I'm good with that. Yeah, I think that, you know, there should be something there for women.
You know, Shapiro talks about that.
But here's the other thing, though. I think if the woman cheats, she don't get that.
Move them in.
We about to fall down a rabbit hole.
Talk about his marriage.
Yeah, I actually haven't heard it recently, but I know that it's.
I think if they get divorced, he has to pay his wife, I think, $2 million, and he said that before he had made a dime.
Yeah,
he was like just out of college. He had just started working for whatever law firm that he was working for, and he went to his wife's father and said, you know, and it's like, I think it's 2 million. It could be 10 million, but it was like a really high price. He's like, I'm never going to get divorced, so this doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter what this says. I will honor it if I do get divorced, but I'm never going to get divorced. So, right, it's whatever. I think it's $2 million, and that's if he breaks the marriage contract and they get divorced for any reason, he has to pay her that. And I think, you know what? There's something to that, right? And that, again, I think I kind of align with Andrew Wilson on this. I think that if you are involved in a church, and you're involved in your community and with positive people, then divorce is much less likely. I'm not saying it's impossible. It's just much less likely. So,
I think like there should be no security really in marriage. There isn't. It takes faith. It really does. And if you're going to want, like, okay, in case he leaves you, well, the question would be, why did he leave you? Also, how are you being? Were you being a horrible woman? Like, did you have an affair?
Does it mean that she deserves to literally be homeless and be at the mercy of the state and any other man out there? Because technically that's what pays welfare, right?
Do you think there's a consequence for actions? Because if let's just say we flipped it, right? Let's say we flipped it and it was a guy.
That has nothing to do with what I asked.
No, I think that she should be asked out. If you break the vows, let's say you have an affair, asked out, 0.
So that she can go use welfare money so other men can pay for it?
There would be no welfare.
I would say this.
Go back to the father. Like, go back to the leadership of the father.
Yeah,
right?
But not everybody has that. So some people is the streets, literally. And for a woman, let's say she gave up her career, like she gave up going to school, everything to serve you, and you decided to divorce her. I mean, come on.
It goes by why. Why did the divorce happen? And that's really what's important. Because if he just wanted to divorce her because he wanted a, let's say, upgrade and have a younger model, no, there's a consequence, right? That's what the bride price is for, right? Or that's what the dowry's for, right? You put that has to be, you could say he has to have like $100,000 put in a dowry that's accruing in interest over the years, right? So let's say 10 years, I don't know what the interest is going to be like, but it's going to be a lot more than what she had when he put it in there. Now, if she cheated or she did anything that would be considered a fault, reason to have that divorce for him to file, you don't get anything. That'll be the consequence. It keeps everybody honest, though.
I'll just say this, man. You have to take away the incentive. There's a huge incentive in America to get divorced, going all the way back to when we were talking about the fight against or the destruction of the nuclear family. There's a reason the divorce rates are so high. There's a reason, when you talk to young women, and there's all about money, right? Again, I think the marriage thing should be outside of government. That's a religious thing, separation of church and state. If you want to get married, that's between you and your rabbi, your imam, your whatever, your great oak, whatever you pray to. That's between you and that entity and those people. But you shouldn't be like, well, this didn't work out for me after 7 years and I want half. Now, looking at the way it is today, we can see certain states are starting to make changes, right? It's like everything else. There was an overcorrection, right? Because sis, right here, you're right, sis. There was a time in America where women were just out there and they were just shit on. Let's just keep it 100. They were put out with nothing, had the kids, the guy's out doing his thing. He has all the money. She has to start from scratch, doesn't know anything. Yeah. All right. And they like, we got to do something about it because the government, what did Ronald Reagan say? The scariest thing a man can tell you is I'm from the government. I'm here to help. You know what I mean? Like, so they went and the pendulum swang the other way. Now we got men who are getting outright destroyed in this family court system, this multi-billion-dollar entity. That's all about just getting money. And it's to the point now because women are like, it's cool because they seem to be benefiting from it, but women are beginning to out-earn men. So now they're going into that same system and now they're getting crushed. And the guy's getting the house and the kids and she's paying alimony and child support. And now it's a problem. So we
Well, it's
still have
only a
to go ahead
problem
and
now because they're
because so now we got to figure it out. I do believe that people shouldn't be left destitute, but there's a lot to what Brother Glenn is saying as well. This no fault divorce thing, another thing of Governor Reagan, no fault divorce. Maybe it was a good idea at the time, but look what it led to. But the fact that we don't have any good politicians representing the people to handle these problems that affect all of us as Americans and hurts our country, right? That's the problem right there. How come we can't get this fixed? I say because the 1% don't want it fixed. And what does the 1% have to do with any of this DL? They run the fucking country. You ain't getting elected unless the 1% ain't backing you.
See, at the end of the day, it's like marriage is supposed to be a covenant, not a contract. So let's say you're not a Christian and you don't believe that. Okay, fine. A contract. How many people can break a contract without facing a penalty?
But then in that only guy for signing that stupid ass contract.
Marriage is the only contract that someone can break and get paid for it.
A lot.
Yeah. So that's a problem. So again, get rid of, put a bride price on that has to be put in place prior to, like in escrow, prior to the marriage. There he goes. That money accrues and, builds up over time. If there's a fault reason committed by the wife, she doesn't get it. If the fault reason committed by the husband, obviously she gets it, right? But
and vice versa.
Yeah. But actually, he doesn't get any money at the end of the day.
What kind of bullshit
because
you want,
it's a bride price, not a husband price. All right.
How about this? How about this, bro? I'm listening to what you're saying. Some of it I like, some of it I don't. Some of it I don't.
Again, I'm not trying to leave women destitute at the same time, but I'm also not willing to let them get away from their consequences if they are the reason why the marriage is falling apart. If they stepped out or they are the reason that they want out of the marriage for no reason other than, I don't like him no more.
Well, how about mandatory marriage insurance as part of the payment to get married? So you got people out here financing all
like house insurance. You get to pay marriage insurance?
You're financing these expensive weddings and all this kind of stuff. And a lot of these marriages don't even last as long as the bills do. You know what I mean? They haven't even paid for the wedding.
That's a real thing.
How about we put a mandatory read the rules in front of the guy? Before you get married. Like, you have to know what you're getting into before you say I do. Like, what's gonna happen to you. What are the rules? Because a lot of men seem to get into marriage without knowing what they're getting into at all, because if they do get divorced, God forbid, they go sit in front of the attorney/mediator and they had absolutely no idea of what was awaiting them, which is, according to me, where the problem starts. Who the fuck signs a contract without knowing, such a big contract, without knowing the terms?
Well, I think there should be there's a thing called marriage school. And I think it should be a little bit more than just like
they have that in church.
I know, but since not everybody goes,
and that's
to church,
where marriage should be, in church.
We're gonna
there's a social stigma to it that, like, if you go consult with an attorney before you getting married, just in case, people are gonna be like, the fuck. Which I think in Quebec is actually mandated. Like, the notarian prenups are also like, you just have to.
But see, at the end of the day, the real problem is, like, we could put all these like stipulations in and reform marriage, like, right? The real problem is it's a heart problem.
I don't agree with that.
That's a long discussion, man. That's a long discussion.
I don't agree with that at all, bro. No, I think the problem is this incentive to get divorced. Take the money out.
Makes it a heart problem.
Has anybody here been on this panel been divorced?
Nope. No. Well, Glenn, poor bastard.
Yeah, I haven't been divorced, but I've been to family court. And that's just
I know what it's like. I know the process. I know it well.
Respectfully, I don't think that you can claim that you know the process as well as somebody who has lived it emotionally. It is wrecking. I've lived it. And I wasn't the one who filed for a divorce, okay? And I really don't want to get into like my personal details, but I can tell you right now that if there is an incentive for somebody to get a divorce, that person is a sociopath.
Well, Glenn's been divorced.
I've been divorced.
Would you agree with me?
Raised his hand.
I think that, you know, from I don't know the woman's perspective, okay, because I'm not a woman, all right, but I could tell you
Thank
from
God.
my perspective, when I sat down with my attorney, he was like, get ready, just let it go. You have to be willing to let everything go and start from zero, okay? And you will get through it, because the more you fight, the more it's just going to draw out longer. It's going to cost more. And I'm going to try to bring up the most fairest deal that we can. But just know you're going to lose a lot, right? And my ex-wife had 3 affairs, and I found out about all 3 of them when I found out about the last one. So it was like, just trust me, I was mad. I was hot.
Hearsay, Your Honor. Hearsay. Yep, yeah, hearsay. Shut up, Glenn.
That's no. There was video and all kind of things. The only thing, we didn't have no hearsay. I mean, she had confessions. She was doing all the Usher stuff too. But you know, it was rough letting all that go. Now, it wrecked me. It's you can come back from it, but yeah, as she said, there is a lot of mentally and emotional damage that you go through. I mean, I don't know from a woman's perspective, but from just my perspective, my experience, it was rough. But the thing is, when you look at it from the standpoint of someone that did wrong, broke the marriage, and you still got to pay them out, it's like you didn't even want the marriage to end, but there's no point. It's ended now. And yes, you did have some fault. Like, I have fault in it, but not to that extent, you know, like, so it's like, it's a little difficult to say, I shouldn't have lost as much as I lost. And basically she had the affair and she got rewarded at the end of it. That's where it's hard.
Well, put it into perspective. Weren't you willing to work things out? Did she want to work things out too?
Work things out? She's banged 3 dudes.
Well, I don't know. Like, I'm just saying, like, I'm playing devil's advocate.
Oh,
here.
yeah, no. She did. She did want to work things out. I couldn't do it. Because I could not look at her the same.
Okay.
It wouldn't be good for our kids. It wouldn't be good for her.
Oh, kids involved.
Yeah. It was better to get the divorce. Because anytime she go outside the door, I'm like, that bitch is sucking some dick right now. I swear to God. You know, like that's what I would think. And that's not good for anybody.
Yeah.
And so I could say, like, yeah, you know, it was quick. I mean, the divorce process did go quick for us because there's really wasn't a whole lot contested. Except for child custody and stuff like that. That was a little different, but asset wise, I just, you know, listened to my attorney and, you know, sold the house and did all that stuff. And it sucked. It took an L.
Yeah, no, it's very different when there's a marriage, when there's like no kids and no house ownership versus a divorce with kids and a house. That's like a whole different story.
Yeah. So I can understand that it's for guys. It does look like, oh yeah, she's getting rewarded for divorcing. There's an incentive to not making this work because she knows I'm going to have to lose a lot of stuff that I invested in. I invested in for us, and it's not even going to go to us. It's going to go to her at the end. So I understand that, like, a lot of guys feel a certain way. And that's why I think if you bring back fault for, especially when it comes to alimony, I mean, if they just want to bring back fault for alimony, I'm good. I think that would be fine. They would have to prove a fault in order for a woman to file or to be able to file for alimony or to receive alimony. Child support, I think that should be on both parents. I think they should both have to put money into a joint account of some sort that is like, that is like monitored by, you know, maybe a third party, the state or whatever. And they both put an equal share in there, and that money goes for the kid, you know, and their needs. Because you don't need child support for rent. You're an adult. You're going to have to find a place to live anyways and pay the bills to put a roof over your head. So why you should get paid to for your child's rent, no.
We monetize children in this country, and that's absolutely evil, especially for some
Oh,
place
yeah.
like America. I mean, they would drop the 82nd Airborne Division on countries that do that. Like that country is so evil, they monetize children, send in the 82nd.
That's
but here we are in America. That's what we do. When it comes to, it should be like again, certain states are starting to fix these issues, like down here in Florida.
They're trying, bro.
They're trying, but it's going to be a long process. But like Florida, you look at Florida. If you go into family court and you're not married and you're going in for custody, you've never been married, you had a kid, it's 50-50 default. That's the custody. It's 50-50. But everywhere else is way different. Mom's going to get custody. Now it's in her. It's in her. It behooves her to keep said child away from the other parent. That's absolutely evil.
Well,
right?
They say it's 50-50. But let's face it, it's pretty much like 35-65.
The way it's worded down here is 50-50. Now,
I know, like baby trappers.
And what is actually
even away from the baby trappers, just the fact that we're going to take a child away from a parent.
Sorry, gotta say,
go
I have 3 friends, male friends. They're a bit older than I am, but they started dating some chick, was like in bit older, let's say much older than I am as well, just dating. That apparently, like she was on birth control, apparently, but turned out that she was taking supplements to help her get pregnant, ended up having a child. And I remember one of my friends was super excited to have a child, even though like he wasn't really dating. He was like, he was super happy to be a dad. And I know, like that guy, he might be a fucking stupid motherfucker, but he's gonna be an amazing dad. And that bitch has the audacity to try to get like full custody and like not allow him to see the kid at all. And I have like 2 other friends in a similar situation, and I'm just like, what the fuck? Literally, like my dad and I like were, we have like a good relationship. I have a good relationship with like most men in general, but I think even if you're a girl, you need a father figure in her life, like absolutely. And it's just, it blows my mind that like, what the fuck happened there? Just what is wrong with American women?
I mean, here's one of my sayings. Go ahead, bro.
Nonsense, to be honest.
It's evil. It's absolutely demented.
Well, that's why I said
and it's not her. Well, here's the thing. It's not a heart problem. People think
it is a heart problem.
They're like, this woman, she did this. She's so bad. She ain't do nothing. There's not a woman ever built or will ever be created that can do something to me, right? It's society. You know what I mean? This woman isn't taking this money from me. Society, the state is. So if you want to fix this issue, you got to take the money out of it. It's sorry. You hear these stories all the time, sis, and you're right. It's a horrible thing. It really is. But I tell people all the time, don't hate the player, hate the game. I get caught up. I don't go blame anybody else. I look in the mirror and I point to the guy looking back at me. That was stupid what you did. Now look at you. Stuck on stupid. Go deal with this. Right? And who gets hurt at the end of the day? The children.
I hear what you're saying. But no, it is her too. And you cannot skate her. You cannot pass the consequences and the accountability of what's going on away from her like that and say it's the society, it's the state.
I mean, Glenn, we're in Southern California. Can I just say that there's kind of like the women in their late 30s, like 35 and up, for some reason. I don't know why. Like, exactly what type of women I'm talking about.
Oh yeah.
I lived in LA for 20 years. I was in LA for 20 years doing all. Glenn just bumped into some of my people not too long ago. I lived out there forever. I did all kind of stuff. I get it, but the game is the game, right? And at the end of the day, if we change the law, there's nothing any woman can do. Just like now, under these current laws, there's nothing I can do.
But
right?
what I'm getting at, so check this out. It is, you can't pass it on, like, not on her. Okay, because actually she can appeal to either no alimony, even if it's awarded to her. She could say she could reject it. She could also appeal to lowering the cost of child support if she knows that it's going to be too difficult, like for you to do. Like, she can do that. So it's not society. she has if she has a decent bone in her body, if she has anything decent, she could do that.
I don't know these two other gentlemen on the panel that well, but I'm going to tell you, I guarantee you they have at least one friend on social media, some female somewhere, that has posted up a video saying, I'm getting divorced, I'm about to get paid. Maybe not those exact words, but that's what they've said. I'm about to get paid.
They do divorce parties, bro. Just like they do, like when they when they get married, they do divorce parties, man. They proud of
their
that.
Snapchat stories.
Evil, it's fucking evil. Hey guys, I really appreciate all of this. We're 7 hours deep right now. I got to get some sleep. I have to get up in the morning. DL,
hold on,
you are welcome back. Glenn, Glenn just fucking.
I don't know where he went.
He just peaced out, bro. He was just like, see ya.
Yeah. So you said you were saying something to me, DL?
Yeah, hey man, you're always DL, you are always welcome back. Glenn, what happened, buddy?
I clicked the thingy and it kicked me out.
Okay.
But I was gonna say I'm gonna open up a stream like if anybody wants to continue the conversation.
Yeah, you guys go continue the conversation. Glenn, you're always welcome back. DL, I want to have you back on, man. We're gonna have good conversation.
I'm here whenever you want me, brother. I really want to know podcasts. I see the chat is saying they want it anytime you want me, bro. I'm here for you, man. You too, sis. Like I would love to talk politics. Finally, it's someone I can talk to about this Trump stuff, Biden stuff, American stuff. I look forward to it, bro. Please have me back.
Yeah, I will definitely have you back, Josie. Good job tonight. I wish you.
My Discord is in my description. If you want to talk Trump, Biden, I'm always down for that.
Yeah. She's
drop
she's
the
a
link.
weapon though. I'm just gonna warn you. She's like a claymore. I'm just telling you right now.
Claymore, yeah, click, 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 boom.
I'm a grenade.
No.
Pun intended.
The grenades.
Jersey Shore.
Hey guys, I'm putting the link in the back chat for DL and Josie if you guys want to hop on.
Yeah, and if you guys want to go ahead and shout out any channels or anything to the few people I haven't bailed yet.
I'm good.
I'll start Glenn Lawrence Presents. That's where I'm at. Come hang out. Join the conversation. Grid 1, thank you for a great conversation.
It's been a great night, man.
Yeah, it was fun. We had a good morning and a great night. Like, we started our morning off right and we ended our night right.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll start back up at 8 o'clock this evening, but and in between I've got stuff I gotta do.
I'll try to make it, bro. Hey, fly safe out there, man. Have some fun. You know what I mean? Yeah. We'll talk about airplanes one of these days, bro. Talk about air traffic. We'll talk about the airspace. You guys, anything you want to know
down to do
about
it
the
tomorrow,
airspace?
trust me.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. And guys in the chat, hey, I really appreciate you guys all being here tonight. It has actually been a really good show. It's been one of the longer ones, but we've had a great time. Everybody, go find these guys on their various channels and send them some love. And you know the story, guys. Don't have to go home, but you can't stay here and get off my lawn.